Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Flip Thought Show. It's your host with the most, King Truth, host of Bird, Baby Bo, the one with the word, the one with the flow. And we coming at you live, man, at 4:56. And we got some content, man. 1090J exposed by Bryon Blake, man. It's going to be a whole playlist, basically, with Bryon Blake breaking down 1090J's paperwork. Happy 4th to everybody, man. Hope everybody's staying cool in this heat. And yeah, man, let's get right into it.
Detective Danny Polo is not just some crazed fan of 1090 Jake. He's actually a member of the multi-agency gang task force that's based out of Broward, one of several agencies that investigated the street aspect of the prison drug operations that 1090 Jake exposed during his interview on the news. As I've established already, that whistleblower interview led to shakedowns at several prisons. Those shakedowns produced cell phones, and those cell phones produced tons of information, including information about guys that were on the streets, and led to some charges against a lot of people. After this news clip, in which Jake admitted that he was doing it with the intent to bust up the drug operation.
I was trying to shed light on inmate deaths in the system and how many overdose deaths were being.
Oh, yeah. And I forgot to say, man, my bad to everybody that the last stream just ended and shit out of nowhere. My Wi-Fi is fucking up, but now I got the full connection, man. Spectrum, man, came through, hooked up the Wi-Fi, so definitely it's gonna be running. Let's go.
Reported as natural or accidental. I was sent videos by current prisoners who couldn't get the message out, so I used my platform to be their voice.
Jake was recognized as a credible source by law enforcement all throughout the state of Florida, including Detective Danny Polo, who was also a deputized special agent with the DEA and ATF. Most notably, Detective Danny Polo recognized that in these times, everybody posted everything on social media, including gang members and gang affiliations. So when he wanted to learn about these Florida prison gangs that he was investigating for this drug operation, he started watching 1090 Jake. Because 1090 Jake had all of these Florida prison inmates come on and divulge information about the workings from the inside. 1090 Jake also identifies himself as this big bad blood and brings other inmates on to vouch for him, which at minimum makes him a credible source of information on the Bloods as far as law enforcement is concerned. So it was like finding gold at the end of a rainbow when Detective Danny Polo heard 1090 Jake on No Jumper discussing sex, money, murder.
If you have a 700 plus credit score, you qualify for Chase's new program where you could access up to $150,000 of capital for free at 0% interest rates to.
I hit up the Island Boys because they're talking about they were saying they were sex, money, murder.
Right, yeah.
All right, well, you in the state of Florida, so if you're gonna be that, there's a specific you have to know. I wanted to know if he knew that specific person. He didn't.
Not Chico, that guy who kidnapped him?
Nah, I'm talking about a real blood. You know what I'm saying? Everyone knows each other. Everyone can get in contact. That's how you figure out who ain't what they said it is.
1090 Jake had already given Detective Danny Polo a starting point by posting on his YouTube channel that documented gang member 21 Murky was responsible for blessing the Island Boys in.
Surprisingly, Fly was a likable person and kept everything real, which is what I respect about him. More or less, the Island Boys were blessed in to sex, money, murder by a rapper named 21 Murky, who's apparently from Florida but affiliated with 21 Savage's people out in Atlanta.
Detective Danny Polo would stay true to his word and began scrubbing the social media of Jakevius Smith, aka 21 Murky. And this would help him tap into the street side of the prison drug operation that he was investigating. Eventually, Detective Danny Polo will work his way to the top of the street hierarchy and would break the news via a press conference from Polk County that they had brought charges against sex, money, murder, including this person who they identified as the leader in Florida. I guess the guy that Jake says that you have to know, Hernando Thompson, aka T Murder. Evidence uncovered during that investigation would lead to a second round of charges against sex, money, murder. And this whistleblower interview / prison tip turn wiretap case would prove to be big and shake the entire South.
This suspected leader of a notorious violent gang in Florida has been captured in Hastings thanks to a joint effort by the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office and Broward County Sheriff's Office. 23-year-old Andrew Mariano was arrested when the two agencies raided his home. Investigators say Mariano is one of 10 suspected senior leaders of the sex, money, murder, blood gang known as SMM.
SMM is a set of the Bloods street gang that operates along the East Coast. News4Jax reporter Eric Avenue joining us now with more on this major gang investigation. Eric?
You know, Joy, it's amazing to see how far this investigation stretched and how many jurisdictions actually got involved with this. Now, this is a multi-year investigation led by the Broward County Sheriff's Office. The investigation started in South Florida with the arrest of two commanders of the sex, money, murder, blood gang. Their arrest led to the investigation expanding into Central and Northeast Florida. The 10 names on this list have been identified by law enforcement as leaders of the sex, money, murder, blood gang, or SMM. All 10 suspects are now facing charges related to racketeering, which includes underlying offenses of conspiracy to commit murder, directing gang activity, and money laundering. 23-year-old Andrew Mariano of St. Johns County was the 10th suspected SMM leader taken into custody during a raid on his home in Hastings. According to the Broward Sheriff's Office, the lead agency investigating sex, money, murder, blood gang, the arrest of other suspected leaders led to the discovery of illegal gun and drug trafficking, fraud, conspiracy to commit murder, and even a kill list of the gang's intended victims.
During a press release, the Broward County Sheriff's Office would announce that this was a multi-year investigation that led to these charges against these sex, money, murder members. Over the course of this investigation, they would discover that this group was allegedly involved in some conspiracies to commit murder, as well as some financial crimes and drug trafficking. Even more notable is that they also announced during this press release that aside from working with the ATF and FBI, they had also partnered with Polk County Sheriff's Office and the Florida Department of Corrections. This directly tied this investigation to the Polk County wiretaps investigation, which led to the arrest of T. Murder. That investigation stemmed from the investigation of a prison gang drug operation that was tipped on by 1090 Jake himself. This would not signify the end of trouble for sex, money, murder at all. Within days of announcing the charges against the alleged sex, money, murder members in Florida, the FBI and ATF, who also worked with Broward County Sheriff's Office on this sex, money, murder case in Florida, and who Detective Danny Polo is also a deputized special agent with, announced charges against alleged sex, money, murder members in Georgia, including a personality that we know as Hocus 4/5. Hocus would speak out and say that this case is out of Savannah, Georgia.
Picked up by the feds and charged in a sex, money, murder RICO indictment. I'm laying down in the house. I see sirens outside. And I hear, Hassan Harris, freeze! FBI! Like, I'm thinking I'm being pranked. Like, hold on, what? FBI? So they take me into custody. They didn't want to tell me my charges. I get there, and my lawyer shows me that I am charged in a RICO conspiracy based in Savannah, Georgia.
How well is your money doing right now? If it's just sitting in your bank account, it's doing pretty bad. I'm very inexperienced. I was looking for so I could start making my money work for me. I've been investing with eToro for about 4 years. You are able to copy someone that actually has a lot of knowledge. These people are posting what they are doing, so you can actually learn why they're doing what they're doing. Your money is already working while you are learning. There is also a 4.4% of interest cash, which is really good. So even if you are not investing into something every day, making movements, your cash is making a profit. Take advantage of it. It is gonna be really worth it.
Which is the same place that 1090 Jake said Sex Money Murder was recruiting from on No Jumper.
So I hit up the Island Boys because they're talking about they were saying they were Sex Money Murder.
Right, yeah.
More or less, the Island Boys were blessed in to Sex Money Murder by a rapper named 21 Murky, who's apparently from Florida but affiliated with 21 Savage's people out in Atlanta.
Detective Danny Polo and his work would be directly connected to this case when a news release would announce that this was a 4-year investigation, starting in the exact year as the investigation in the Florida case, but also announcing that some of the arrests made in connection with this case had been made all across the country, including arrests made in the state of Florida. Some of the overt acts listed even alleged that Georgia members were helping Florida members flee to escape prosecution in crimes committed in the state of Florida. Another thing that happened in 2021 and something that I believe bolstered Detective Danny Polo's credibility as a gang expert and 1090 Jake's credibility as a source of information for these gang experts is Detective Danny Polo being introduced to the YNW Melly trial. This was also a kind of bad thing because this is where Detective Danny Polo revealed that 1090 Jake was his source.
Okay, do you see the individual identified as Jamal Simmons in this picture?
Subject right there.
Okay. The other individuals that are in this photo, were you able to identify them?
Yes.
And who are they?
This is Jamal Mitchell, who's in the email chain, sent through the YNW Melly booking Gmail account. This is Jaquan Burton, Q-Shine, or Perk, that's saved on the phone. This is Derek Dixon, aka Gino, saved on the 9807 phone number.
And the hand signs and symbols that are being shown, what are they indicative of?
So this hand sign right here, that's a big B for blood. This right here, G-Shine, same hand sign that Melly or Mr. Demons is throwing out. Same hand sign he puts on his music albums and commonly uses. It's a specific hand sign, just the G-Shine, to the Gangster Killer Bloods. Well, this is a universal hand sign for Bloods. This is universal hand sign for Bloods. This is specific to Gangster Killer Bloods.
When asked to verify how he knows this information in front of the court, Detective Danny Polo would cite 1090 Jake as his source, specifically highlighting 2 interviews that 1090 Jake had done, one being on No Jumper, the other on Vlad TV. He cited this No Jumper interview because during this interview, 1090 Jake would be in the presence of documented members and identify himself as the biggest white blood.
A lot of people like, oh, ain't no white bloods, ain't no this, ain't no that. There really ain't.
Right.
So at this point in time, not to sound no type of way, but I'm about the biggest known white blood that there is.
1090 Jake would also discuss his blood membership during a Vlad TV interview. It's because of this verification of his membership that Detective Danny Polo took his word at face value when he spoke on certain topics involving the Bloods. One of those topics being the hand signs that YNW Melly reps.
About me into the YNW Melly case.
Really?
Yeah.
How so?
Because the gang that Melly is repping is my shit.
Besides the fact that Jake basically bragged about being mentioned, something else would bolster his credibility and Detective Danny Polo's credibility. And that's what Detective Danny Polo found while he was investigating YNW Melly and his gang ties.
Yo, beloved, what set is Young Thug pushing now? Young Thug, the rapper, who just got indicted.
And so it says the response from the 9807 number.
Still the same set. Murder, not the crime, murder, sex, money, murder, one of the UBN, United Blood Nation blood sets.
Okay. And then the response as to the 5th floor, what does that mean?
Fifth floor is referring to the ranking system, as I described previously. Call them a fifth floor, call them a 5-star general. It depends on what the set wants to use as their title. But it's consistently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, low, high, Godfather, head.
This information about Young Thug and YNW Melly's connection would spark up the conversation once again about a Florida and Georgia sex, money, murder connection. And this would help Detective Danny Polo further his investigation. Information like this helps with getting search warrants and stuff like that. So at the same time as Detective Danny Polo is learning about this Florida-Georgia connection via this YNW Melly case with Young Thug being mentioned, 1090 Jake is on the internet going on rants about the Island Boys claiming sex, money, murder, and allegedly being put on by somebody who's from Florida but deals in Georgia. Shortly after that, the Polk County wiretap indictments come out. They got charges against sex, money, murder for running a prison drug operation. Shortly after that, the first round of indictments come out in Georgia, which is mostly Georgia residents, but it also includes somebody from Polk County. Yes, it says Lakeland, Florida, but Lakeland is in Polk County. That's the same Polk County where this sex, money, murder investigation originally began, and the same Polk County that also partnered up with the ATF and FBI during this investigation, along with Broward County and a few other counties. So no, Detective Danny Polo is not some crazed fan who just brings 1090 Jake up because he's popular on the internet. 1090 Jake has proven to be a reliable source for them. And by them, I mean the names that you just saw on that list: the Broward County Sheriff's Office, the ATF, the FBI, Polk County Sheriff's Office, along with the Florida Department of Corrections, which is the agency that he originally provided this tip to.
Every single compound I hit, there was all types of drugs on there, whether it's prescription pills, Molly, some spots there was cocaine and meth, but nothing more common than K2.
Jacob Cherry. Well, if nothing else, I guess we see the true power of what a news interview and a tip can do. And of course, that's speaking from both ends of the spectrum. I'm not saying that 1090 Jake got Young Thug or YNW Melly locked up, but I am saying that during the course of those investigations, 1090 Jake played a crucial role in deciphering gang language and hand signs just by doing what he's been doing on the internet for the past couple of years. And I believe he did that knowingly, especially after the news trip, because there's not much of another type of relationship he could have with them after that, especially when he said that he was using his platform to be a voice. And that's like inviting them to watch your platform at all times. So I believe that he did that knowingly, and it's pretty hard to doubt after the news clip and, you know, the approach that he took to going on the news. But this is just me and my opinions on it. Y'all comment, let me know what y'all think. Make sure y'all hit that like button while y'all here. Subscribe to the channel, all that YouTube stuff. And while you at it, look, if you're on Apple Music, Spotify, Tidal, whatever streaming platform you listen to your music on. Make sure you go check out Standing on a Business, the deluxe edition. If you listen to your music on YouTube, then make sure you stay right here, hit that subscribe button, look around this channel. Standing on a Business, the deluxe edition, is out right now. Standing on a Business 2 on the way this summer. It's your boy Bryon Blake. I'm out.
This.
Wow, that's pretty clutch. Let's break that down. Freeze it there. Laura was able to snag that last washer because she used MyPay to access her pay early.
Not again.
And Chime has fee-free banking, which means she's not wasting money on fees. Laurel just put on a clinic. Let's go home, ladies and gentlemen.
You gotta go home. Get started at chime.com.
I'm back, and this time we got a different type of topic for y'all. Today we gonna be talking about Mimo 600. Yeah, we talk about Mimo 600. Mimo 600 just said the only reason people doing views because they talking about Mimo 600. So I gotta talk about Mimo 600, but not for real. Mimo just recently went on No Jumper. And while he was on No Jumper, he was approached by Trap Lord Ross and asked a couple questions by Trap Lord Ross. Now, I know how the people in my audience feel about No Jumper. I know it's a few of y'all who don't really care either way, but the large majority of you guys do not rock with No Jumper. So I know this is going to probably seem like, I'm asking a question to a biased audience, but at the same time, I got to ask this question. Do y'all feel like Mimo 600 doing this interview is a betrayal to OTF and Lil Durk and King Vine specifically? The reason why I say that is because before Durk went away, he was real clear about staying away from No Jumper. And after Vine died, Trap Lord Ross pretty much went on a campaign with this whole King Vine was a serial killer thing. Now, y'all remember before Vine died, he actually had that documentary taken down. And he was standing on the fact that he didn't do none of that stuff. Regardless of what he tweeted or what he rapped or whatever, he was standing on, I didn't do none of that. Take that documentary down. Now, there are people who feel like since he dead now, it's okay. Oh, he really did that stuff. But the point is, he, as an artist, his brand, his business didn't want that information out there. Now, Mimo has gone up here and sat down with Trap Lord Ross, who actually re-uploaded the video and who has made several documentaries about Lil Durk, King Vine, and O-Block, and these murders that they were allegedly involved in. If you go to Trap Lord Ross channel, he got so many videos about Lil Durk and breaking down these murders and how he was allegedly involved and pulling up tweets and police reports and pictures and all of this different stuff. Like he really doing is what they call investigative journalism, but he investigating crimes at the same time. Some of the questions that Trap Lord Ross was asking, they seem like good questions, right? But I could see that there was something underlying. There was some underlying info that he was chasing. Like when he asked him about his brother, and he was like, you know, your brother was really respected around the hood at like 13 years old, you know, basically trying to say, what could a 13-year-old be doing that would make all of these older guys respect him? He wanted Mimo to incriminate Steve. He wanted to say, oh, my brother was out there slanging iron, or my brother was out there putting in work at an early age. And I got to give Mimo his props on avoiding that. But there are other things that he said that were incriminating, you know, just too much information to be given Trap Lord Ross, such as the information about the Calumet buildings. Now, everybody knows about the Calumet buildings. Everybody knows that people move from the projects, and that's how all of the different gangs and stuff spread out around Chicago. But people didn't know that the Calumet buildings were actively still, you know, operating at the time when y'all started this little beef. So while you on here saying, yeah, the older guys was trying to get us to stop because we was over here having war and it was slowing up the drug money that they had coming through these blocks, you just confirmed that they was running drug operations on these blocks. Now, you don't know. We saw this with YSL. We seen this with Sue Surf, a couple different guys. You don't know what kind of investigation they have had going on around there, how long that investigation has been going on, and the statute of limitations on whatever they investigating. So to get up there and just admit that those guys had drug operations going on that block, you kind of snitching, you know, just to be real. And then we got the issue of,
and that's how you use CRMs. Questions?
Or you can just move to Monday CRM, a platform to manage all of your sales needs and view your team's entire pipeline in one place. So every rep can easily find even the smallest of details, whether you need to do something quick, like change your lead status, or something big, like sending a mass email to hundreds of leads. It's all effortless. It's customizable without any code, from the columns to the fields. Set your own deal stages and automations to keep deals moving forward behind the scenes. Your customizable dashboards connect all of the pieces so you can see tomorrow's deals today. Now that you've got everything in one place, you can get the deal over the finish line. Go to Monday CRM and start your free trial today.
How many times can you experience the joy of Wicked on Peacock? Unlimited. You can watch Wicked on Peacock again and again. The sky's the limit. Wicked, rated PG, streaming now only on Peacock.
you going on here and breaking down this whole war in the first place. See, the government is attempting to paint a narrative on Dirk by saying that OTF is just a collection of gang members from across the city that he wants to empower so that he can control certain neighborhoods and blocks and have access to certain neighborhoods and blocks. And by going on here and confirming that you a member and confirming other members and who was around and what was going on, you are not incriminating Dirk in the murders, but you are attaching him to the war, which further gives motivation for the feds to continue their narrative. Now, you know, I got the people who gonna jump in the comments and say, well, this is all public knowledge. Everybody knows about this. When it comes to the courtroom, it's not about what you know. It's about what you can prove and what evidence you use to prove it. So, for example, you know, they could come in and say, Yeah, the GDs are a gang. They nationally known. Everybody know that. But they can't come in and use a movie clip to prove that everybody knows about the GDs and that it's a real gang. They can't use a YouTube documentary to come in. So they got to get real active members or ex-members to come and speak on that. That's why even on Gangland and stuff, you see they got to have real interviews to add to the credibility of the statement. So this whole interview to me was just about getting somebody connected with Dirk and OTF to get up here and give them some background, some more intel that the feds can use in their paperwork. We already know the feds watching No Jumper. They've been pretty clear about the fact that they use the YouTube documentaries from guys like Trap Lord Ross. So in my opinion, Mimo should have completely avoided this conversation. He likes to always say that, you know, he just focused on the music. He want to talk about music. He out here to, you know, make music. But every time he get in front of somebody, he sit down and he talk about the drill culture. They didn't too much speak about music at all in this clip that I saw, but they always asking about the background and the history. And this scene, this drill scene been around long enough to where if you know people, you should be able to go research these things on your own. But as I said, they looking for somebody credible to say certain things. Now, Mimo been pretty clear about distancing himself from OTF. And I don't know if that might be the motivation for him to get out here and speak on these topics that, in my opinion, he shouldn't be speaking on, but that, you know, Dirk and the other guys have already said they don't agree with. So he may feel like he's not required to hold himself to a certain standard when it comes to conversations about OTF or Dirk. I seen some where I think they said he was arguing with DJ U about dissing Dirk, or, you know, something that he was saying along the lines that may have been disrespectful to Dirk. But even before Dirk went to jail, Mimo was talking about how Vine wouldn't sign and all of these different things that I felt like he should have been putting out there. But the funny thing is, as much as you saying you separate from them and you don't want nothing to do, you ain't got nothing to do with that. You your own boss, you Steve Drive. Dirk was in jail for like 3 days, not even a full 3 days, and you already had the Free Smirk song out, which made it seem like you was trying to capitalize off of his arrest. You know, it was basically a form of clout chasing. If this dude is not rocking with you, y'all not rocking with each other, and soon as he go to jail, you jump out and drop a Free Him song with a shirt on and all that, pretending that you like him or that y'all cool or that you at least respect him just so you can use his name for views on your content. Then there's the issue of Munna Duke, right? Since Munna Duke was killed, it's been a lot of speculation about him being backdoored by somebody that he knew because of where he was caught and how he was caught. Mimo goes on No Jumper, and No Jumper brings up the fact that Munna Duke and Mimo had beef at the time, which is almost like an interrogation type tactic. You know, hey, somebody you was beefing with died. What do you know about it? But Mimo goes on to explain how the beef with Munna Duke started and things that he's allegedly witnessed, like King Vine knocking Duke out. And then he goes on to say, well, Duke never denied it, so it must be true, right? But in that same clip, they question him about getting shot by Duke, and he doesn't deny that either. And these are the type of things that make No Jumper what it is, and why people always say it's a sticky situation. Because here you have it, somebody just got killed, and now they questioning you about allegedly being shot at by him and somebody from your hood getting shot by him, implying that y'all could have possibly done this. And instead of you just saying, man, I don't know nothing about that, I ain't speaking on it, you go into detail and discuss it with them. which is basically giving them a motive and a foundation to start investigating you on, or possibly somebody else. But it's also doing what they call discussing nation business. You know what I'm saying?
What if your website's success was only limited by one single thing? Privacy regulations. Details matter. Imagine if the Egyptians had run out of limestone just before finishing the pyramids. What if NASA had forgotten the password just before putting the first man on the moon? What if you failed to respect your users' data privacy choices? You've poured your heart and soul into your business. Don't fail at the last step. Enter CookieBot's Web CMP, offering easy implementation, customizable cookie banners, and automation, all designed to boost consent rates and build trust through the power of privacy-led marketing. That way, you can focus on what really matters: growing your business. Start for free at cookiebot.com.
DistroKid is going to cost you $1,246 more than Lander to do the same thing that Lander is doing. You can actually import all of your songs that you distributed from another major distribution platform, and within some time, they'll migrate all of your releases to their platform. So you're not stuck paying for these fees on DistroKid forever. You can just cancel your subscription and Lander's going to keep it up for you. The best decision that I've made is switching my music from DistroKid to Lander.
On the West Coast, they say, you can't politic on the homies on the internet. In the Midwest, they call it discussing nation business. Mimo all the way out of bounds. And I see a lot of guys like him talk about how the younger generation don't have no respect for the older guys and stuff like that. But that's because y'all not following the rules and the standards that's put out here in front of y'all before y'all came along. To go on this platform that has been contributing to spreading the information that the feds are using to indict y'all, and then give them more information is crazy, bro. Like, the feds are literally saying that they are gathering this information from open source reporting, meaning the internet. And we see it because the situation Dirk just went through with the lyrics and the fan-made edit video. So to go on here and give them an opportunity to take something else to pick from and put it in the paperwork, it seems like the government was desperate for some more information, and they say, hey, book somebody from Chicago, book Mimo from OTF so we can see what he has to say. He seems pretty bitter. He seems pretty upset. Let's see what he has to say, and if we can get some valuable information out of that. And that's what they doing, because none of this stuff should be getting talked about. You say people to police for talking about open murders, yet you on here talking about telling this story about him allegedly getting knocked out by King Vine. I don't think that Mimo realizes that what he is doing is destructive to the brand. Like, Vine was all about the guys preaching, unity amongst the guys, and we the guys, we own this together. He repped his hood proudly. I don't think he would want the world out here looking at Munna Duke like some type of goofy or flunky that got knocked out. That's taken away from Munna Duke's brand. That's taken away from, fans listening to his music and becoming fans of him because you dimming his light. At the same time, it's doing the same thing to Vine. People are getting a different look. Oh, Vine stole on this homie in front of some females. That could make people not want to listen to his music, along with some of the other things that you saying. This could be detrimental to these guys' brands and imagery because it's giving off a different perception than the one they originally put out. And I just got to keep it real. This last clip that I'm going to show y'all, after watching this, it made me understand that Mimo knew exactly what he was doing by going up here. And he sounded like he was bootlicking. To be for real, it sounded like he was up there trying to make Adam happy and save Adam and Trap Lord Ross's image. Let me play this clip for y'all before I keep talking. Just listen to what Mimo says in this short
First
clip.
of all, this is what I've been telling y'all for years, y'all too.
Yeah.
It's not when people get up there and say, oh, they the police, woo. Basically, we give y'all shit to say and talk about, gang. If our loud ass want to be, basically, we saying we the police. How you getting your info? We on the internet loud and going live and doing all this shit, you know? So how the fuck you gonna call him the police and don't call yourself the police? You the reason he's saying all this shit.
There's 8 billion people in the world, and 8 billion ways to see it. To shape it, bend it, brighten it, light it, turn it, expand it, make it the way you want it. Because with Firefly, the world is what you make it.
Now, to hear Mimo say that is kind of like throwing the guys under the bus, basically saying, y'all mad at these guys when y'all the ones that's talking too much. But to hear him say that and then turn around and say this made me think, man, Mimo just up here just talking. He ain't even paying attention, because you literally talk about how people go and give these guys information that they use to put out. So you can't say that they snitching, even though the feds using their information. But then you turn around and give them some information like this.
I'm always speak my mind, gang. If we not fucking with y'all, we not fucking with y'all. You can't force me to fuck with y'all because folk don't fuck with y'all. Like.
But what 16 basically said, and he said, I know you seen it, but the nigga said basically the reason you don't want to Duke don't fuck with each other because the nigga shot at you while you was on O Block and another nigga from 600 got hit or some shit like that, and you ran up out of there.
I ran up out of there?
That's what I heard from 16. And the shit got a lot of views, so it looked like
it was true.
That's what they saying. And then when you add in like, damn, someone to Duke and Mimo had beef, because I used to see y'all go at it on Clubhouse a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But like,
right there in that moment, you were confirming beef between you and Munna Duke. And now you have gone up here to not only confirm the beef, but to give a background and history on the beef and go into some other details about situations involving other people that gives them more insight. If you notice, Trap Lord Ross said the internal politics, meaning that he is now getting a chance to see inside of what y'all had going on. To the world, it was always O Block, 600, 300, Front Street. You know, people didn't really know much about the internal conflicts. Now you got somebody like Mimo, who many people consider to not be a respected member. Many people just say, hey, he was just around. His brother was a member. He was outside, but that dude was really just around. A lot of people say that. And now you got him, who's light faded, so to speak. His rap career kind of fell off, if we being honest, after he got kicked out of OTF. And now it's like he on a revenge tour, 1090 Jake style, just telling certain business that he shouldn't be telling.
feel like being the brothers and shit. You don't. Damn.
Yeah.
It's the internal politics is kind of interesting, because I think I heard you say, or someone else say, that like didn't King Von like knock out Duke back in the day and stuff. So
that's where this stemmed from, right? That's where a lot of it. You said that Duke. You said that King Von. Y'all was in Iowa. King Von punched Money Duke in the face because he was showing out in front of some hoes, and he knocked him out in front of the hoes and took his pipe.
Yeah.
And you was there to see that?
No.
You just heard about it.
I ain't no heard. I basically was there, but I went there.
Yeah.
It's true.
And that's where you and Duke.
You know it's true. Did he deny it?
I ain't seen him deny.
He did interviews with, what was that, Cam? Somebody. He didn't
Cam
deny
Capone,
it.
probably.
He didn't deny it, but he just said, oh, man, Memo's just Memo. Like, you know.
But let me ask you, what y'all had problems stemming before that for you to even go online and say that?
Yeah.
Trench's News actually just made a video not too long ago where he was saying that the Money Duke and Youngin killing was being federally investigated and was going to be federally prosecuted. If I take anybody's word about the feds coming, it's Trench's News. But the reason I brought that up is because, once again, this open source reporting thing has been crucial in a lot of these cases that have been being solved out of Chicago. The internet nearly solves every murder case that happens in Chicago. So for Memo to go up here on No Jumper and acknowledge beef with Money Duke, for them to question him about beef with Money Duke, it all seems suspicious. I don't know if Memo is trying to exonerate himself. Maybe he feel like, okay, if I go on these platforms and tell what I know, you know, and separate myself, kind of a loose cannon type of thing. You know how loose cannon was going on the platforms saying all of this stuff that Big U allegedly did and claiming that he didn't know this was happening or that was happening. He eventually got indicted for the stuff, but it seemed like he knew the indictment was coming and he was just putting it on record that he was unaware of certain things. Seemed like Memo doing the same thing. Like he sees some type of indictment coming or something, and he going on here and giving up information, maybe hoping that it'll stop him from being indicted. Hey, I ain't had nothing to do with that. I wasn't there, but I know what happened.
Artless AI voiceover feature allows you to turn your words into voices you never thought you had. Simply pick one out of the many voices that best fits your video, select your desired language, type in the text of your voiceover, and adjust voice settings such as the accent, speed, and emotion. And boom, just like that, you have a high-quality voiceover in only a few seconds. Honestly, you'll be amazed by how good these voiceovers actually turn out.
In my time on this earth, I've learned that the right story can change a person's life.
Especially with videos, you can immerse the viewer into an alternate reality.
If you want to save time and speed up your creative process, then this AI feature is going to change your workflow forever. So head over to artless.io and check it out for yourself.
Overall, I feel like this was a bad look for Memo. I don't feel like doing this interview furthered his rap career at all. But the purpose of this video, once again, was just to ask, do y'all feel like Memo is betraying, you know, O Block 600, Rondo number 9, King Von, Lil Durk, OTF? Do y'all feel like he betraying them by going on this platform and discussing them, even though Durk has made it clear he don't want to be on No Jumper, want to be discussed? He don't got nothing to do with No Jumper. People need to cut it out, is what he was actually trying to say before he left. So I feel like if Memo is going to do No Jumper, he should go on there and talk strictly about Memo. Talk about Memo. Talk about Steve. You can maybe mention your upbringing, but don't go into the neighborhood and the guys and who y'all was cool with and who y'all was clicked up with. None of that stuff is relevant to your music. So, you know, if you gonna push the line that you want to be separated from those guys and you don't want nothing to do with those guys, then stop talking about them. If they come up in the interview, you should be like, man, I don't want to talk about that. We here to talk about my music, not Munna Duke's death or me dissing him after he was dead. I don't think Mimo mentioned his new single during that whole interview or even mentioned that he had new music coming up. I could be wrong, but I don't think he promoted an actual album by title at all during this whole interview. But we'll see how it go, man. I just want to bring y'all this, see what y'all perspective is on it. I'm going to wrap this up. Before y'all leave, make sure you hit that like button. Leave me a comment. Let me know what you think. Subscribe to the channel. All that YouTube stuff. It's your boy, Bryon Blake. I'm out.
Hey creators, do any of these comments look familiar? Yeah, same. But do any of these people actually follow you? Any single one of these comments could be your next superfan or your loyal customer. Instead, they're just grabbing your valuable content and disappearing. Meanwhile, your follower count stays not moving. Here's what changed everything for me. Setting one simple rule, follow first. It's super simple. You'll set up your automation that says, comment blank word to get the link. They automatically get a message from you, making sure that they're following you. It actually checks, and boom, once they're actually following you, they'll get the link, the access to whatever it is that you're offering them. It's so easy to set up. It's literally a template. If you're tired of giving away your best content to ghost followers, do not sleep on ManyChat. Trust me, your content deserves followers who actually stick around.
Need a UGC video for your business? Find me and many other skilled creators on Fiverr. Or you could grab a top camera, add good lighting to make everything pop. Learn the latest trends, stay updated, videos change fast. Plan your content, be consistent and creative. Know your platforms, adapt your content. Each one's different. Edit like a pro, cut, trim, and polish. Make it shine, but not too shine. It's still user-generated content. Or just find your next creator on Fiverr.
You Chicago people know how to shut up. I got to intro the show in. Let me intro, please. I'm at no jumper. I don't like that.
Who is you talking?
I'm saying you Chicago people got to shut up. Let me intro it in. Listen, there's no jumper, the coolest podcast, right? And we in Chicago, nigga. If you want to support me, get 100 Glocks and ride down on all your ops. I swear to God, my mama. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Come on, gang. 8 minutes and you can do that. We got to get monetized. You know this channel is suffering right now. We suffering.
You just got to tweak it with me. My nerves.
But you know this channel's suffering right now. Stop playing on me. Listen.
Suffering.
Yeah, suffering.
Yeah, struggle. I don't know. I'm still learning the YouTube games, so I don't mean no harm. Sorry.
Yeah, we fake it broke over here on
Let
no
me know when I can get hot. Don't start tweaking with me so I can get hot because I need to be hot to deal with your ass, folks.
But listen, if you're watching this, y'all know we broke on no jumper, so make you be a member, right? Because we broke. We doing bad, right? We're going to go around and start fucking each other because we running out of hoes over there in the porn department.
They asses broke on Corner Gray. I'm getting a little coin over in Chicago. I don't know about what he talk about.
We going broke at no jumper. Listen, but we back, right, with another one, right? And the streets unplugged. And you know I got to plug the streets in because the streets ain't been plugged in a while. I swear to God, my mama. And we got Chicago's finest, KB Nene, male or female.
What the fuck is you?
I don't know. KB Nene, right? From Chicago.
Yeah.
From the streets of Chicago.
From the rack.
From the rack.
On Corner Gray.
On Corner Gray.
Yeah.
On GDBD Vice Lord.
Yeah.
On Larry David.
To the rack. Yeah.
To the rack. So listen, for everybody watching, right? Because like what I noticed in the media, right? In this media game, everybody want to steal Chicago shit. Like, they want to talk about Chicago. And
including you.
Come on, guys, stop playing with me. I'm Chicago. I'm GDBD Vice Lord.
Yeah, continue.
Come on, gang. Listen, I'm talking to. Listen, let me tell you the rules, right? I don't think you understand the rules. When I ask you a question, then you talk.
Okay.
When I can talk to the fans, then you listen.
Okay.
Right? But it gotta go like that because like I made it now. I'm on no jumper.
Okay.
Right? Remember last time it was my platform. Now I'm on a big one. We got millions over here, and we going broke. We gotta do good content. And I got a security over there to kick you out for some content.
Oh, okay. You go get his ass whooped. Only
Come on, gang.
Going out is me kicking your ass. I don't give a about nothing you talking about. On Corner Gray, you gonna respect me. I'm gonna respect you, and we're gonna have a conversation. We're gonna show each other love.
This my shit. There's no jumper. This my shit.
I don't give a who shit this is on Code of Grave. Now that I've entered the room, this is Code of Block shit, and you will respect me on Code of Grave because you talking about
Come on, gang.
love. I came here peacefully. Don't make me show my ass. I'm already looking for, yeah, he ain't here on Code of Grave. Be cool. We're going to be respectful. What's the word, though, gang? I appreciate you for having me.
Listen, gang. Look, I'm from Backdoor City, right?
Oh, you gonna backdoor me?
No, I brought you for one reason, because when you did a platform with me, you had a lot of shit to say about Adam 22.
Yeah.
And the way he asked to see J Main.
He did.
Right.
Freaky man, horny man, super sexual.
Come on, gang. Don't do that in no jumper. Now you gotta apologize. I brought you, listen,
I'm telling the truth.
I brought you here to apologize to Adam 22 right here on No Jumper.
You got me fucked up.
Stop playing with me.
King David Barksdale, I don't give a f. Y'all ass to kill me in California before I ever. What?
You think you won't?
You think that you better? You don't have to. The rack, y'all better stand up on Code of Grave. What's so talking about? Y'all think this bitch going broke? Y'all think y'all fucked up now on Code of Grave?
We ain't fucked up over here. Stop playing with me. We rich and shit. Stop putting no jumper. You know we rich. Stop playing with me.
Keep your water on Code of Grave.
Get some water. There might be something in there for you.
The tunnels down here. Cause you talking about? You see what the fuck happened to Diddy? Be smooth.
Listen, hold up. Why we on this Adam 22 thing and No Jumper, right? In Chicago, got a problem with Adam 22 for nothing. Who the got a problem with a white boy without no switch?
You just had a problem with Adam 22.
I ain't never had a problem.
You done came down here, got made a couple of dollars. Now you.
I ain't paid me shit. I don't work for money. But I ain't got a problem with Adam. Did I have a problem with Adam? Listen, I don't remember. We ain't talking about me. We talking about you.
Look.
We talking about
you. Got my adrenaline rushing.
We talking about you.
I gotta calm down because I need to smoke. Listen. How far along is it? It's been 7 minutes yet. My anxiety too bad for you to be playing with me like that. Cause what you think you the flew out? I got motherfuckers Arizona, Vegas, motherfuckers on their way.
You gotta talk on the mic.
You think it's that?
Mic.
Yeah, let me talk on the mic because the mic need to hear me loud and clear. You think you gonna get me down here and I'm supposed to tuck my tail or something?
J Main brought you down here you for a flight?
Oh, King David Barker.
That's what he said right here on Adam 22.
Oh.
He said I gotta get some pussy.
I need to smoke.
Oh,
before we get to play like this,
I'm not playing.
Let me
get you some smoke. No jumper. We had no jumper.
A lot of pressure.
We at Adam house. I'll let you know this. This is Adam.
My anxiety is about 18 out of 21. I got to bring it down.
Get that smoke.
Because I will beat the fuck out of everybody in here.
Come on, gang. We Adam 22
like
shit. There's no jumper.
If I'm going to die,
you ain't saying about kill.
Come
on, gang, stop that.
One thing you got to know about me, folks, don't leave out the important parts. All of us is going on Code of Grave. Everybody. It ain't going to just be me up.
That take your blunt. That take your blunt.
Code of Grave.
That take your blunt.
Little white boy over there, editor gonna have a black eye.
Don't like that.
Bald head dude gonna have a knot.
Come on, gang. Why y'all
I'm gonna die, but on folks now grave, it's gonna be some shit rearranged. On Dave, it's gonna be some cameras.
Y'all gonna steal. Sky gonna all try to steal. They gonna take the
cameras broken. The whoops gonna be spilled all over the note. Sign on Code of Grave. Set this bitch up. What you talking about?
Listen, I don't care about no whoops. They shouldn't even be here no way.
Respect to the whoops. But I'm going to have
you can throw the whoops right now.
All around this bitch.
You can throw the whoops right now.
I'm good to smoke.
Yeah, you can smoke right now.
Let me get high.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to know grade before you be like 3 less dreads. I'm supposed to know.
Listen, let me do this. Listen, we was just talking about, right? If everybody watching in Chicago, right? It seems like Chicago got a problem with everybody that talk about Chicago, right? So they got a problem with Adam 22. They got a problem with me. They got a problem with academics. They should have a problem with academics because academics a bitch, right? But you shouldn't have a problem with Adam 22 because he with me now.
Why is you sucking out of dick?
Sucking his dick? Stop playing with me.
You left to Chicago and you and Adam was the biggest ops. Now all of a sudden y'all the biggest fan. Not to say sucking his dick, I don't mean to disrespect you as a man. But at this point you disrespected me in all different type of ways. That we no holds barred. Why all of a sudden you sucking Adam now? You was just not interview. Y'all was just tussling. He had Flacco big beef back turkey neck ass walking here on you, all type of shit. Now all of a sudden you wearing no jumper, paraphernalia, all type of shit. Don't call the grade since the when y'all get so locked in. Tell me about it. What did y'all do?
Come on, gang. Listen, ain't about me.
You came in here. You put this voodoo shit on the table. Let me tell you how my man work. You got the voodoo shit, you got the money, all this voodoo shit. You flew me to California. You think I'm finna sell my soul, folks?
No, I thought we was gonna like you did J Main. I just told you that.
You thought we was gonna
J Main said it. Everybody watching.
You're going to get up. You're going to get beat the fuck up. Next time I see you, you're gonna have knots, lumps, bruises, cuts. What is you talking about? On Code of Grave, a couple of lacerations, a few broken bones. What is you talking about? Code of Grave has never been one of those. It never will be on Code of Grave.
So for everybody watching, right? Y'all probably think I just got cussed out, but it's a problem because J Main said that and he didn't get cussed out.
I ain't cussed your ass out yet.
You like you finna whoop me over there. J Main said it and nothing happened.
I ain't finna whoop you. I'm finna beat your ass.
Come on,
what
gang.
you talking about?
In business, you only get one chance to make a great first impression. Observe the panic in his eyes, the tension in his shoulders. Shh, he's about to bolt. Watch. And there he goes. You're not getting that customer back. Your website is your waiting room. Make a great first impression with User-Centric's customizable cookie banners and start building trust through privacy-led marketing. Get started for free at usercentrics.com.
I'm turning up the heat. I'm out here dropping bombs. You know I got the keys. Pay attention, pay attention. Watch this. I hit different. It's a different kind of flex. I hit different. It's a different kind of flex.
All right, listen. Listen. It seems like yo private parts is a touchy subject for you.
It is, because you ain't got no business talking about that. What is we talk about my private parts for? You got all this money? You done brought me to California? I'm going to sue your ass.
No, you can't sue me. I wouldn't know. We got a porn department here. We can talk about sex. Hey, can we talk about
y'all
sex?
got the right bitch
We can talk
from the
about sex.
projects, because you talking about on Carter Gray who ain't never had nothing. I'm going to sue the rest of what the fuck Adam got. You keep sexually harassing me. We ain't doing no fucking. I didn't come to California to once again, ain't no fucking going on. We came here to make content, go up. We still ain't even established if what we gonna get a little change or something, but it's all good. I'm cool.
You don't know jumper don't pay. We ain't no jumper pay Chicago. You
That's
know
what
we
I'm
don't
saying.
pay over
Y'all
here.
paying clout. I can use it for extra views.
Yeah.
But on Carter Gray, so we ain't doing no fucking, ain't no soul selling going on. Carter Gray, none of that type of shit. We gonna kick it. You gonna get your room. Now at this point, we can't even sleep in the same room. Cause I caught your lingo when you say, oh yeah, we gonna get a room. Hold the fuck up. But I'm really one of the guys, so I'm thinking like, all right, we could thug it out in this bitch.
We're gonna thug it out. We're gonna thug it out.
No, now you let me know your intentions. What's in a man's heart will come out his mouth. You wanna on Carter Gray.
Come on, gang.
That's gonna cost
Fucking not
you
really fucking.
extra room on Memorial Day. I hope you prepared to spend a few extra hundreds, because your freaky ass will be next door from me. Because you're talking about, and I want both keys to my room. On folks now, I'm not going to sleep for 4 days. Who got Adderall? Because you talking about Carter Gray.
Listen. Hold on. You going too far. I'm not P. Diddy, but I'm not P. Diddy, gang. You call me everything in the fucking book. I'm not Adam 22. I'm not P. Diddy.
I don't know.
Stop playing with me.
It's given.
How's that given? It's given that you give me a light. It's given that you got a real problem. So
yeah, I got a lot of problems. Oh, Carter Gray, there's a lot of shit fucked up with me mentally. I'm not the person that you can play with like that. Oh, Carter Gray, you came in all wrong.
Let me apologize.
I'm thinking this is my last moment. I'm prepared to crash.
Listen, let me apologize. But listen, I'm trying to listen. Adam hired me because I got to bring him back, right? Because
he needs you.
No, I got to bring him back because he was just finna fuck up Chicago. He got a lot of switches and shit.
No, he was just finna get fucked up in Chicago.
He was walking the O Block. He was walking. Adam 22 walked through O Block.
Nobody came out. Ta-da!
Stop playing with me.
On Carter,
nobody touched him.
I ain't touched him. Is insane. That's a white man. Carter Gray, you know we don't put your hands on white people where we from. That's
come on, gang. Y'all talk all this shit, and he come to the streets and y'all don't do shit.
Who told you I was from the street? I told you I was 79th Street. I left the streets alone.
Oh yeah, Adam for everybody watching, Adam hit the streets leave the streets alone.
Adam is listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Adam a gang member until you put your hands on him. Watch how quick he become a white man, a middle-aged white man.
But ain't nobody never put their hands on him.
Cause we smart enough to know. We don't.
But y'all assume if y'all put your hands on him, something gonna happen like that. But nobody never put their hands on him.
Nah, you don't hit no millionaire. He white, he a millionaire. Hell no, you don't play with people like that.
Right.
Go to grade. We got public defenders. He got motherfucking 6 and 7. He got a whole law firm representing.
How y'all know he gonna use him? Y'all just
because we know. Because the way I'm gonna beat his ass on Coda Grave, he's going to press charges. A lot of them, all type of aggravated assaults and all type of shit. Now my background too fucked up. The way my shit set up in a 402 conference, they're gonna give me 14 years. I'm not putting my hands on that man.
All right, listen. All right.
I came and let his ass know. Hey, don't think you can't get touched. You ain't out of reach. He thought he was out of reach. I come lay hands on your ass, but no.
All right, listen. For everybody watching, right? I was trying to resolve the problem with Adam 22 and Chicago, right? Chicago seem to think that Adam 22 is what y'all call him culture vulture, right? And I seem to think that he not, because if he was, what I'm sitting here for, and I'm trying to like convince Chicago of that.
I don't think he don't culture vulture.
All right.
I bet pay attention.
So you squashed it now, so you good?
No.
You can suck his dick.
See.
Come on, guy. I'm sorry.
You taking me on a roller coaster.
All right. I'm not saying.
Every time I get to calm it down, I get to finna smack the fuck out you again. Don't call the grave, folks. It's like. Tossing me all over the place. I'm not mentally stable enough for this.
I didn't mean that.
Suck his.
I didn't mean that, but that's in the rule book. I saw you when you get hired in no jumper. He say here, you gotta ask every girl to suck their. It's in the thing.
Frail as hell, fo. You weigh like 120.
These muscles.
I will toss your ass all around here.
But I gotta follow the rules of no jumper. It say it right here. It say you got to interview people for plug talk. Ask them could they suck. Is that what he texted in a group text?
I am not an applicant.
So
I'm not.
I'm gonna text Adam right now. Tell him you decline. I'm gonna text
Adam on my resume. I'm cool on the fucking. I have other ways to make an income. Cause you talking about I don't make an income off of sex. Cause you talking that's for you horny motherfucker.
Right.
So how much you and Adam pay
I text Adam. I took Adam. He said what he said. I'm telling Adam. He said
what Adam said.
What he said.
I won't hear that.
What he said. He said
how much he pay you.
No. Let me tell you what he said. He said, KB Nene, I'll pass. She like she can't fuck.
I can't.
Yeah. So Adam didn't want to know way. So I just had to follow the rules.
I can't.
Right. So shout out to No Jumper and Plug Talk. We just did some plug talking right now.
No.
Right.
Unplug that.
But listen, a lot going on in Chicago. Dirk been denied for 2 bonds.
Yeah.
But they just put him up for another one.
Hopefully come home. Inshallah. What the fuck ever they be saying.
What you mean, inshallah? Don't do that devil shit up here. We ain't no devil.
Muslim, but
no.
Whatever they be saying.
Don't do no devil shit on here.
Allah got him, he be home. He's standing on faith. Big Dirk say he's standing on faith.
What you mean standing on faith? Do you think he can come home? They denied his bond.
It ain't what the fuck I think. What I think is not important. Is what the fuck gonna happen. And what's gonna happen is what the fuck what is best.
What's best? I mean,
whatever God see.
In a situation like that, do you think like Dirk should come home?
What I think is, I think your freaky horny ass should go to jail.
We're talking about Dirk now. Do you think Dirk should come home for killing all them people?
I think you was a super sex offender.
Come on, gang. We talking about Dirk.
Oh, y'all freaky motherfucker.
Come on, gang. That was the problem. I can't do an interview right. You got to do the interview right. Do you think Dirk should come home for killing all them people or not?
Do I know if Dirk killed somebody?
Because they said he indicted for murder.
No, ask them. We in California. Ask them. Chicago. How am I supposed to?
Because Dirk rapped about it. They say he killed all the people. He went to jail for killing them.
Growing up, I was never really a fan of Lil Durk. I always kind of listened to Chief Keef. I don't really know what the fuck Lil Durk rapped about.
Listen, I'm just saying, should Dirk come home for killing all them people or not?
You listen to G Herbo?
You said G Herbo killed somebody? Oh, G Herbo killed somebody? Who he killed? So. Talk about that. This is this platform. There's no jumper.
G Herbo ain't killed nobody.
Oh, shit. Is G Herbo calling?
Is it?
Oh, no, that ain't G Herbo. Somebody else. Yeah.
You dodged the bill collectors.
Ain't no bill collectors. I'm playing with y'all. Listen, I do dodge them. I dodge bill collectors. I do not pay bills. That's what I'm mama. But that was Al 22. That was Al 22. He was calling, probably tell me to get you up out of here. That's what I'm mama, because you declined the sex party. I freak off.
I passed.
I freak off bigger than Diddy over here. No joke.
I believe.
That's what I'm mama.
I ain't gonna lie. I thought Adam was gonna be. I was gonna ask him, cause I know y'all be having some super freaky parties.
Yeah.
Diddy now black asses on the baby oil pools and shit.
We call it ass
I know Adam ass ass probably got a whole 12-foot swim.
Yeah, we the best. We call it ass casting. We the
baby
best.
oil.
Yeah, we the best. That's what I'm
We be surfing and shit.
Yeah, we be surfing. I'm talking about we the best. It's ass casting.
Slipping and
Yeah,
sliding.
we let everybody.
That's
our
why you
wife.
such a fan. You got no jumper. He done branded you and
Come on,
shit.
gang. Listen.
Yeah.
Every time, look. Stop playing with me for real.
Ooh, don't get
No, I'm for real. I'm for real on that. No, I'm for real on that for real. No, I'm for real. I'm for real on that for
We're
real.
gonna break it down.
I ain't finna play.
I can smack that bitch too. What you talking about? You want to go to the
Gang,
next question?
I'm not.
Go to the next
I'm not
question,
gonna keep playing for real. Like, look, you going too far with this Adam shit, this gay shit.
You
for real.
wrong
Oh
about
God,
this shit.
I was talking about Dirk.
Dirk.
I'm talking about Dirk. I'm talking about Dirk and the people he killed. You talking about Adam and fucking.
Right.
And you
We
keep
wasn't talking
insinuating I'm
about
fucking Adam. I'm not fucking Adam, gang.
I ain't say you was.
You keep insinuating that shit.
You is. I did.
Yeah, you keep saying that shit over and fucking over again.
I did. I'm sorry. I don't think I said that.
Come on, gang. Come on, gang. I thought we was good. I thought you with me.
I do. I thought you with me too. Then you got to talk about me sucking Adam.
Right. Listen.
I got to screaming and compose myself, but I kept myself good under pressure, I think. But not you.
Right. Well, I apologize. Sometimes the demon get in, but I was trying to talk
Got
about.
demons.
Yeah, I did.
Me too.
Oh. Listen, I was kind of like talking about Dirk and his daddy. You said his daddy is saying that Allah should get him out. Right?
So they trusting in Allah to get him out. Yep, I agree.
So trusting Allah. So why they need $1 million for?
I think they finna put up like $3 million. They trying to get out that jam on Carter. They trying to gamble with the people.
But we trusting Allah, we need $1 million for.
Yeah. Allah, the reason why he got $1 million.
Stop playing on me. Stop playing on me. So what do you think, like, what was like Dirk influence in Chicago? Like how you think that he influenced Chicago?
We influenced by our environment, folks. Everybody trying to prove to the next, in that generation, everybody was trying to prove to the next person that they like that they ain't no hold, that they with that. Now this generation, everybody trying to prove it to the internet. That's the only difference.
Right. Well, I said, what was Dirk influence? How did Dirk influence Chicago?
How did he influence Chicago?
Yeah. How did Dirk influence Chicago? How would you say? If he never come home today, what would his legacy be in Chicago? If he never come home,
I think
like they give him all them lies.
Rapper.
Like they give him all the lies for all the lies he took.
No, I think he the most resilient.
What resilient man? You know.
January 18th, an ex-inmate by the name of K-Frog was shocked the state of Florida as he released videos that he himself had recorded while in prison, showing inmates fighting, taking drugs, and carrying weapons. Giving no thought to those inmates still doing time and the consequences they may face, K-Frog will hold no punches when stating how common those things are to see in Florida prison. Yet he would hold back when asked how he got the phone to record it. He would also make it clear that he expected no consequences because he was already released. K-Frog's videos landed him on the news, and the Florida DOC announced an investigation. His move would inspire many Florida inmates to tell their story. But if you know anything about prison stories, then you know the bigger, the better. May 1st, 2019. A buzz in prison genre YouTube channel by the name of Lockdown 23-1 would bring on a guest by the name of 1090 Jake. Jake would captivate the audience with his graphic storytelling and seemingly endless thread of knowledge regarding the horrors of the Florida Department of Corrections. Different from K-Frog, Jake would go in depth with his stories, not only detailing every step of the incidents, but also state names of individuals involved as well as the facilities. This would help with interactions from the audience as the comments would fill with people who could relate to Jake's story in the same facilities. The interviewer, a guy by the name of Death, would tell Jake he should create his own YouTube channel, and Jake would do exactly that very same day. About a week later, Jake would make his first upload. In it, he would go over the stories he told during his Lockdown 23-1 interview, and over the next couple of weeks, he would elaborate more on his stay in the Florida Department of Corrections. While all of this information was valuable to the Department of Corrections, and they made no secret about the fact that they were investigating these Florida prison videos, this information was even more valuable to the Tampa Police Department. Over the next couple of weeks, Jake's Florida prison interview would do hundreds of thousands of views, and among those views were employees of the Department of Corrections, ex-employees, senators, and the Office of the Inspector General. Florida Department of Corrections was experiencing a vast amount of overdose deaths and making headlines. These videos from the inmates made it seem as if the department was lawless. However, they told a story of officers being controlled by specific groups, and in order to stop this, the groups would need to be taken down from the outside in. Catching an inmate and sending them to the hole would just signify the next man up. But if the department could find out who the supplier was and assist law enforcement in a criminal prosecution, that would significantly cripple the operation, if not end it. In Jake's interview, he would tell a story in which he self-identifies as a blood, and he has since boasted his reputation as such. But the part of his story that everybody seemed to look over, except the department, was his claims of being down with NPR. Allegedly, the NPRs, or Money, Power, Respect, was started in Tampa because Tampa was more into hood banging than gang banging. Meaning in Tampa, affiliations were named after neighborhoods. While this was cool in Tampa, when guys from Tampa would catch cases, they would be outnumbered because their set would be limited to just their Tampa neighborhood. NPR was designed to be an umbrella where no matter what hood you were from or gang you claimed, if you were from Tampa, you had a home in the Florida Department of Corrections. And because the umbrella covered the entire Tampa, potential membership rivaled all other gangs. This also created relationships between criminals from different sides of Tampa. And the violence these relationships allegedly caused once the inmates were released are what put them on the radar of the Tampa police. Jake would tell stories of NPR members extorting other inmates, guards bringing contraband in for NPR members, and even identify not only members but also alleged leaders. He would discuss how NPR's leaders were known as violent, giving explanation to how they were able to control dorms, and also how that power allowed him to have influence and status over other inmates.
If you have a 700 plus credit score, you qualify for Chase's new program where you could access up to $150,000 of capital for free at 0% interest rates to fund any business or investment that you want, all in the next 30 days. Chase's new program allows you to access up to $150,000 of free capital for your businesses and investments without needing any tax returns, bank statements, or pay stubs, and it doesn't require an upfront payment either. If that sounds interesting to you, I create a full case study analysis on this new program that Chase is offering and how not only you can access up to $150,000 for free from Chase, but how you can do this with many other banks as well, so you could fund your businesses and investments and create financial and time freedom. Just click the link on this video and I'll show you exactly how. My name is Andrew Mbesi, and in 2023 alone, I helped over 2,000 people access over $60 million from the banks. That way they could fund their businesses and investments. All of this was done without having to pay the banks a single penny or show any income documentation. And all of that money came at 0% interest rates. Despite all the craziness you see in the economy right now, with inflation rates rising, interest rates rising, and lenders tightening up, I was still able to help thousands of normal everyday people secure the funding they needed from the banks for their businesses and investments. That way, they had the power to build the income that would give them the financial freedom and time to do whatever they please, whether it was earning income from anywhere in the world or even spending more quality time with family. And what's even better, to access this kind of funding for businesses and investments, it does not take a lot of time, often less than 3 hours. You don't have to be tech savvy, and the bank charges you nothing. Better yet, using the bank's money means that you don't have to risk a single dollar of your own savings either. The bank is begging to give you money, and if you have a 700 plus credit score to qualify, you probably get offers in the mail all the time from the bank to apply for all these lending products. So today, I'm inviting you to a case study I put together for you to show you how you can access free funding from the banks at 0% interest rates. That way you could fund your businesses, investments, and passive income streams to start living the life that you deserve and grow your income. Just click anywhere on this video and you'll be taken to the next page where I break all of this down for you. And look, if you're still with me, no, this isn't baloney, this isn't fake. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself that these banks do in fact offer 0% interest funding. It's actually everywhere on their websites. You could even investigate my YouTube channels, my social medias to see that I'm actually a real person that does exactly what I promise, which is helping people like you access 0% interest funding to fund any business, investment, or passive income stream that you want. So you could start living the life of your dreams today. And plus, I've already helped over 2,000 people access over $60 million. So click on the link now, take a look for yourself, take advantage of this opportunity to get 0% interest funding for your businesses and investments before it's too late, and I'll see you on the inside.
When you get to prison, prison is another level. Prison has different groups and different gangs other than Blood, Crip, Latin King, folks, like outside of that. So Tampa specifically has MPI, which is money, power, respect.
Talk about making an investigation easy. Jake would tell how he became affiliated with the NPRs.
So come to find out, the head of the Zoes is in this dorm with me, the main head of who we're at war with. And all my boys that were in the reception center before me, when they came to Sumter, they all got flipped in the barbershop. So all the Bloods that came before me got took off the compound the second they got there. So that's basically what the word was when I got there. Now, when I got there, being that I'm from Tampa, Tampa got its own prison gang called NPR. And the head of NPR, shout out to Quay, the head of NPR was in C-Dorm where I was at. And he was like the hardest bumping kid at Sumter. You know what I mean? Like, he's just knocking everything out. Nobody wanted to fight Quay. They had rumors that he had metal plates in his hands because everybody he fights, their jaw is just hanging off. You know what I mean? We get to Sumter and things started popping off real quick. You know what I mean? We started extorting people that were in there because we weren't just going to sit there and act like we were new to this. You know what I mean?
What do you mean, wait, Bloods or the NPR?
NPR. I was the only blood in there.
He would break down how NPR would commit violent acts against other inmates in furtherance of extortion.
So when we first got into the orientation dorm, me and two other NPRs, we ran down on somebody. And, you know, what was supposed to happen was we both had like little pokers made out of fence, like fence wire. You know what I mean? We straighten them out, you sharpen them up. Just trying to make them like break it off. We're going to extort you. You know what I mean? So one kid yoked him up. But while he yoked him up and we're poking him, the kid was choking him the whole time. But we thought he was just holding him in place. So we're telling him, like, break it off, break it off. And we look up and the kid turns blue. And we're like, bro, let go of him. What are you doing? He lets go. The kid hits the floor. We think he's out of there. You know what I mean?
Jake would even talk about how he was exiled by his own gang, the Bloods, had nobody to ride with him. They put a hit out on him. And the only person who was willing to assist him was only going to assist him because of NPR.
He Blood. If you got a problem with that, and he turns to the cell block and he yells out, I got $50 on his head in canteen right now. So you just put a hit out on me in front of everybody. So I yell out, who gonna take the hit? Because every next day, when we're going to chow, the doors pop, I come out. There was someone with me from Sumter. He's a BD, a black disciple. We got cool because he was actually in the room with the head of NPR at Sumter, and they were close. So me and him got cool on the ride over. Dude told me, you know, the night before this happened, he's like, yo, I got your back.
But Jake would really open up a can of worms when he would discuss guards being controlled by NPR.
Ladies, look at me. Now look at your man. Now look back at me. Now look at your man once more. Look back at me. Is your man a macho man like I am? Probably not. If you'd like him to be a macho man, what's the best way to do it? Become an underwater welder. If you'd like to be an underwater welder, tell him to put down his game controller, get on the internet, go to oceancorp.com.
Walked over to hotel dorm, which is H dorm. You know what I mean? This is where they put the youth offenders. The first, I think it was wings, wing 1, 2, and 3. Wing 1 was 18 and under, 2, 19, 20, 3, 21 to 24. The youngest one, 18 and under, that's where I'm going. It's the baddest one. It's the wildest one. Man, everyone's staring at me through the glass door. I went in there. They pressed me. I'm telling you, actually knew someone else from Tampa that was in there. Everything I said was verified. I had but the crazy part was, once the other shift worked, this shift was gangbanging. The black dude was supposed to be in with MPI, which is from Tampa. What used to happen is when new people would get shipped, me and would let us greet the new inmates. So he would ask, is anybody here in a gang? Me and Bone would raise our hand. Then the other inmates would raise their hand. You know what I'm saying? What gang are you in? Oh, I'm a whatever. I'm a blood. This CO was giving us first dibs to extortion. This CO was letting us run down and verify who was who.
Because NPR was Tampa-based, Tampa would be most familiar with who these people were, and so they took charge. Just days after Jake's videos started to go viral, the Tampa police began investigating NPR's possible engagement in drug distribution. Jake would make this even easier as he would begin to post pictures and Instagram handles, giving the police not only an identification of who he meant, but also a place to start looking around and see what type of activity that person might be engaged in. Most notably, Jake would post the Instagram of NPR member Quay and allege that he was a leader. This would lead the Tampa police to surveying the social media of Quay and discovering other NPR members. In August of 2019, while doing surveillance, Tampa police noticed NPR member Javon Close was posting Instagram photos of himself holding firearms. Just recently released from prison, just the mere possession of a firearm was a federal offense for him, so they set up a perimeter in an attempt to catch him with the weapon. According to federal documents, throughout August 2019, law enforcement officers observed Javon Close posting videos of himself on Instagram, possessing and or brandishing firearms. One such video was posted August 21st, just 2 days before Close was arrested in this case. Based on a check of Close's criminal record, officers knew that Close was a convicted felon and prohibited from possessing firearms or ammunition. Additionally, based on Close's social media activity and tattoos, officers believed Close was a member of the Money, Power, Respect NPR gang. On the evening of August 23, 2019, a law enforcement officer reviewed social media posts and observed a new Instagram video in which Close appeared to be possessing a gun. The document would state that the police knew Close to frequently hang out in the Tampa's Sulphur Springs neighborhood and believed him to be in possession of a gun and thus committing a crime. Officers traveled to the Sulphur Springs neighborhood planning to surveil the area, locate Close, and wait for probable cause to stop him. At approximately 10:25 p.m., an officer driving an unmarked police car observed Close riding a bicycle coming towards him, wearing the same clothes as the ones he was wearing in his most recent Instagram video, in which he appeared to possess a gun, posted earlier that evening. While riding his bicycle, Close turned left at an intersection without first stopping at a stop sign, thus committing a traffic infraction. An officer in an unmarked vehicle attempted to conduct a traffic stop on Close. Rather than comply, Close fled, first on the bicycle, then on foot. Eventually, Close tripped, allowing officers to catch up to him and apprehend him. Close was wearing a satchel bag. This would take place at North Mulberry and East Sitka in the Sulphur Springs neighborhood, just 5 minutes from where 1090 Jake himself once lived with his aunt. When officers stood close up, they found a Taurus Model G2S 9mm pistol loaded with 5 rounds with a holster on the ground a few feet away. Inside the satchel, police found ice, ecstasy, prescription pills, and powder. Officers would transport Close to the station where he was advised of his Miranda rights and agreed to speak with the officers. While in the station, the police would question Close about his NPR affiliation. According to these Florida DOC videos, NPRs were running it, and the police wanted to know who was providing them with the drugs to sell on the inside. Close denied being NPR despite having it tattooed. In a police report prepared by Officer David Barton, he would state, "I pointed to a 7 on his arm and asked him, 'What does it stand for?' He said, 'It's my lucky number.'" Close also had Drake tattooed on his forearm. Officer DeBush pointed out NPR tattooed on Close's forearm and asked him what it stood for. He said money, power, respect. Close denied being a member of NPR and said there was also a song he liked with NPR in it. I asked him if the 7 was a symbol of NPR, and he said it was, but again said he was not in the NPR gang. Close would tell police he lived with his mom and had a job washing cars. Police asked if he was on Facebook, and he said no. Police asked if he was on Instagram, and he said he was. He gave them a handle, but they were unable to find a page under that name. Police then went back to his NPR tattoos. Close would state that he got the NPR tattoo in 2012 before he went to prison, and he got the 7 tattoo while he was in prison. Close again adamantly denied that he was NPR, stating that he was a Drake, Sulphur Springs, but Sulphur Springs is not a gang, just a neighborhood. The police would tell Close that he was lying to them about his Instagram name and ask him if he was on Instagram under anything else. This time he would reveal his true Instagram handle. Detective DeBush would later state in a supplement to the police report that at the time of the arrest, the police had been watching Javon's Instagram for several weeks. Javon had just been released months earlier in April. Just days later, on September 5th, NPR would take another blow as Gregory Reeves, an alleged high-ranking member of NPR, would also be arrested. According to reports, during an operation in September 2019, detectives utilized surveillance cameras to monitor a group of about 10 subjects who had been loitering in an apartment complex that was a known hangout spot for Money, Power, Respect, aka NPR, and non-Trey Blood gang members. Based on intelligence gathered, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office gang unit was able to identify a high-ranking NPR gang member. Detectives also learned that the non-Trey Blood gang out of New York was in the process of forming an alliance with the NPR gang to sell narcotics in the Tampa area. The high-ranking NPR gang member was seen on surveillance video getting into a car and leaving the apartment complex. Detectives conducted a traffic stop, and the gang member fled on foot. After a short pursuit, the subject was apprehended and was found to be in possession of narcotics and a handgun with a removed serial number. The gang member was a 4-time convicted felon that had just been released from Florida State Prison. He was charged with multiple offenses, including armed trafficking and MDMA and felon in possession of a firearm. The feds also believed that this arrest disrupted the relationship between the NPRs and the non-Trey Bloods. As previously stated, Craig had just been released from prison on June 26, 2019. So less than 90 days after getting out, he was back in prison and would eventually be sentenced to 23 years. Things wouldn't stop there, as Jake would up the ante just months later. Considering Jake had only done so much time in prison, there was only so many stories he could tell, and as the prison stories would run out, he would find himself searching for more content. On November 3rd, 2019, he would find himself sharing his platform with former Florida DOC employee Michelle Fortier. This interaction with Michelle would seemingly cause Jake to shift from telling war stories and bragging about committing crimes in prison to openly expressing a belief that daily prison life mentally affected everyone, inmates and employees alike.
But one thing that I feel definitely goes unnoticed and that I feel is major as far as having an impact on the prisons is for the employees. I feel that the desensitization towards violence and even things like PTSD from the things that you see, the things you experience, it's always focused on the inmates when the staff experience a lot of the same things.
On December 24th, 2019, Jake would take a route previously unimagined. YouTube channel End of Sins would upload a video showing inmates falling out and convulsing everywhere. And as if the presentation wasn't enough, January 20th, about a month after uploading the video, Jake would do a whistleblower interview with the news in which he showed his face, stating that there were drugs of every kind on every compound that he'd been to, and that usually the guards were the ones being compensated to bring it in for the inmates to distribute.
It's okay to admit it. We experience dryness. Luckily, we have personal lubricants to keep things healthy and smooth. Gels, lotions, and more to help us stay comfortable and protected. And there's no better source than Adam and Eve. Shop now for endless varieties and find what's right for you. Plus, you'll get 50% off and free discreet shipping. So let's stay healthy with 50% off and free shipping on personal lubricants from Adam and Eve.
No on the night team, drugs, weapons, and cell phones inside Florida prisons.
Videos secretly recorded by inmates themselves expose the ongoing contraband crisis behind bars. Bryon Blake shows us in tonight's 7 Investigates.
This is the crime scene right here.
These videos are from inside Florida prisons.
Hey, old school is great.
Inmates passed out on the floor.
This is what it look like on mother K2.
They're on camera smoking.
Hold it. 10, 9.
And bragging about having drugs behind bars. How easy is it to get drugs in a Florida prison?
Every single compound I hit, there was all types of drugs on there, whether it's prescription pills, Molly, some spots there was cocaine and meth, but nothing more common than K2.
Jacob Cherry, a former inmate, posted the videos to YouTube.
1, 2, 3, 4 flips.
He says Florida inmates currently behind bars recorded the videos using cell phones smuggled inside. The videos are graphic. In one disturbing clip, water is sprayed on an inmate who appears to be convulsing on the floor.
People are laid out on the floor, not responding, and there's no staff present, there's no staff seeing this. The majority of the drugs that I know of that are coming inside is through the guides. When you're not really making any money and a $30 phone on the street turns into a $1,200 phone inside a prison, a lot of people are gonna do it.
Jake would be filmed making these statements to ABC investigative reporter Bryon Blake, who would in turn be filmed presenting Jake's video and statements to State Representative Bobby Dubose.
They don't search the place.
We showed State Representative Bobby Dubose some of the videos.
How neglected has the prison system been over the years?
Oh man, I mean, I'm talking about not paying, the officers enough, the infrastructure, the prisons are bad. I would say horrible.
Dubose says the Florida Department of Corrections desperately needs more money to fix the problems.
This would trigger his duty as a state representative to report the information to the Department of Corrections, who will release a statement saying that they take the matter seriously and that they were aware of the videos.
The Florida Department of Corrections tells 7 News they are aware of the videos, and the agency takes this information seriously. They call contraband in prisons a national epidemic.
This statement and public acknowledgement from the department meant that they would now be required to report Jake, his videos, and his statements to the Inspector General. For those who may not know who and what an Inspector General is and does, take a listen.
I want to thank you. First of all, the community as a whole. People, I think, do think, oh, we need a special prosecutor, particularly when it relates to the FBI and the Department of Justice. But behind the scenes, we already have embedded into the system. People are essentially, they're auditors, right? What can they look at? What can they not look at? And what do we expect the 850 people you employ at the Veterans Administration to do on a daily basis?
So what our job is to do oversight of the programs and operations of the agency. We do that by conducting audits, inspections, reviews, and criminal investigations. And what we're really looking for is fraud, waste, abuse, and inefficiencies. So we use our powers to get whatever information we want from the agency, to talk to whatever person at the agency.
Do they have to respond to you? If you come in with the Inspector General badge and say, I'm here to talk to you, I need those documents, do they have to give them to you?
They have to give them to us, absolutely, and they do.
This was going to get a lot of people in trouble. This was going to put some people behind bars who wasn't already behind bars, and it was going to make it harder for the people who was already there to stay for a while. But Jake knew exactly what he was doing.
Once the feds or the news come in, all the CEOs start acting nice. You know what I mean?
Jake would actually promote that he was going on the news. announcing that his segment would be airing and that it was bigger than just phones and drugs. This would send NPR member Keon Moore into a frenzy. So on January 20th, the very same day that Jake announced that he would be going on the news, his segment would air the next day, he would pack up his entire stash house and move it into a storage unit. That idea would be short-lived as the traffic would attract tension and eventually the Tampa gang unit. United States District Judge Thomas P. Barber sends Keon Moore to 17 years and 6 months in federal prison for possessing a firearm or ammunition as a convicted felon and possessing controlled substances with the intent to distribute them. Moore had been indicted on June 4th, 2020. A jury found him guilty on October 21st, 2021. According to testimony and evidence presented during sentencing and the 4-day trial, Moore is a convicted felon and a high-ranking member of Money, Power, Respect, NPR, a violent and rapidly growing prison and street gang that operates throughout the greater Tampa Bay area. Prior to being apprehended and convicted in this case, Moore stored guns and drugs for use by himself and others, sold guns and drugs, and threatened violence to collect drug debts. In one of Moore's private Facebook communications, a person to whom Moore had provided drugs on consignment but who failed to pay on time begged Moore not to kill him via drive-by. The charges brought in this case revolved around a public storage unit rented by Moore. After a law enforcement drug detecting dog alerted to Moore's unit, law enforcement officers executed a search warrant of the unit. Inside otherwise empty 50-square-foot unit, officers located 7 guns, including 2 rifles, ammunition, approximately 45 grams of meth, 34 grams of cocaine, 53 grams of Udalone, 1.6 kilograms of marijuana, among other drugs, and a clothing item containing Moore's DNA. Ballistics analysis linked one of the guns to 5 unsolved shootings. It was starting to look as though Jake had sold his brothers out. The very guys who took him in when the Bloods were unable to stand and provided him with shelter. The guys that he knew were never coming home and were stuck living that lifestyle, and the ones who made a way for them to escape the reality of being there forever were now being subjected to state and federal prosecutions by Jake. Even Quay would find himself back in prison on gun charges. Why would he do such a thing? When asked these questions, Jake would respond by saying that he did it to bring awareness to the fact that people were overdosing on drugs, but the COs were writing the deaths up as natural causes. In other words, he wanted those officers to be punished for bringing in contraband to the inmates. But what would this mean for the inmates that they were bringing it in for? The inmates whose livelihood and happiness depended on this. Jake said, y'all act like y'all want reform, and then y'all say it's snitching. I don't think Goo screaming at you about no reform and asking for no shakedowns, bruh. I don't think none of them guys that you left behind in there that you always talking about is asking you for no shakedowns and no, I just don't see that. But yeah, anyway. Statistics from the Inspector General's annual report showed that while they did see an increase in arrests, 166 arrests for introduction of contraband, 164 arrests for unlawful compensation, and 103 arrests for unlawful two-way communication, over 75% of those arrests were inmates, offenders, or non-employees. In order for officers to be booked for the overdose, there has to be a prisoner that they gave it to. According to the feds, NPR was one of the most powerful prison gangs in the Florida Department of Corrections. You had to actually do time just to become an NPR, and with most of its members having grown up in the system, it's no surprise that they knew the ins and outs of the prison drug trade. And with the entire city of Tampa under one umbrella, it's also no surprise that they were able to establish a stronghold in prisons throughout the state. That year, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office would win Gang Unit of the Year and would attribute their success largely to social media. The HCSO would state that their operation started in July 2019. A press release from their website would read, since July 2019, the HCSO gang unit has taken a proactive approach to deter gang activity, which has resulted in the arrest of numerous individuals. Those arrested include gang members, gang associates, and individuals committing crimes in areas of high gang activity. The gang unit has found much success through research of gang members on various social media platforms. This approach has allowed the unit to identify and document new gang members. It has also provided intelligence on gang hangout locations and where criminal activity is occurring. Oftentimes, the desire for attention will make people abandon logic. 1090 Jake had to knew that what he was doing was against the convict code of ethics, but his need for validation and elevation caused him to abandon his NPR principles and spill the business to the internet. Anybody who has been to prison will tell you that time to time you run into a really good storyteller who's also a complete liar. It makes for good entertainment, but how entertaining is it when another man's life is on the line? That's how I look at it. I know many would like to believe Jake didn't know what he was doing, but for someone who was as involved as Jake claims he was, that's close to impossible. It's also contradicted by the fact that he made it very clear that he knows what type of attention the news brings. He actually even threatened to have his family contact the news if he wasn't released from confinement after Jimmy hit him with the rock in the sock. I personally think that counselor lady got to Jake, brought him back to reality, and he realized how he could use his platform to help some people who was being victimized in there. But just like with any jungle, it's predators and it's prey. It's the natural order of things. It's the natural order of life. And if you get in the way of a meal, you might become the meal. The most ironic part of this story is that after all of this, Jake started exposing paperwork. It's almost like his guilt was eating at him, so he needed to project it. Or maybe he just was tired of people calling him a snitch for being on the news, and he just started saying, hey, well, y'all talking about me, but what about this guy and this guy? Still, there's a lot to be learned from this. Like, watch who you let infiltrate your circle. Watch who you let, because you never know when they might turn over a new leaf. And now what you thought was a secret amongst the secret society is out for the whole world to know. It's also a dose of the sad reality of juvenile prisons, too. Most of these guys, they go in when they 13 or 14. And when they come out at 18 or 17, that's all they really know. So they go right back in by 19. And then they get out at 23, and then they right back in by 25. And now they in there till they 40. That's a lot of guys' story. And when you look up these guys 50, 60 years old, with only about 20 years of actual living on the streets, your mom gone, your grandma gone, all of these people you never get to see again, and you haven't even had a chance to enjoy the time that you was given here with them, So it's definitely a sign to get out of the streets for anybody who has the chance to, and for anybody who's not in them, don't get in them, because this is what you got to look forward to. In any case, thanks for tuning in. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. And stay tuned for 1090 Jake Exposed Part 3, because it's coming real soon, man. Hey, it's your boy Bryon Blake, man. Cut the chatter out right now. Make sure you go get it. Go stream it. Follow me on Spotify, Apple Music, wherever you listen to your music at. I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all share this video, too. I'm out.
If you want the most golf coverage, you need Fubo. Watch every major tournament and player in more live golf events than any other live TV provider. Record every drive, chip, and putt with one click in over 120 live golf events. Plus, get over 350 top channels, streaming live on all your devices. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
Jake's interview would air on January 21st, 2020. And true to his word, the department would spring into investigative action. One thing to keep in mind is that while Jake constantly reflects on his time in Florida prison, most of it was done in confinement while serving time in youth offender facilities. So it's important to note that when Jake released these videos, which show older adult males, some of whom even had gray hair, he was not speaking on people whom he left behind, but was also speaking on places he had never been. He wasn't just exposing the youth offender camps, he was now exposing the entire Department of Corrections. After Jake's news interview made his way to the state representative, who then turned the information he had learned over to the Inspector General, the Florida Department of Corrections would issue a statement saying that it takes the matter seriously. The Department of Corrections was also very clear about the fact that it would be using the same videos posted to attempt to identify inmates who were involved. On February 3rd, 2020, just days after Jake had made his appearance on the news, a mass search of secured housing unit M dormitory was conducted by K-9 Captain Daniel Carmichael, Florida Department of Corrections. Captain Carmichael discovered 2 cellular phones wrapped in cellophane in the mop closet of Wing 1 bathroom of M dormitory. One cellular device was an Alcatel smartphone, and one cellular device was a black LG smartphone. Between the 2 telephones was the identification card of inmate Joseph Evans, Department of Corrections number U22090. The cellular devices were sent to the Florida Department of Corrections Office of the Inspector General's Cellular Telephone Laboratory for analysis. On March 3rd, 2020, a Cellbrite extraction report was generated of the information contained in the Alcatel smartphone IMEI number 015026003859111 and SIM card number 89014103270, y'all get it, which revealed text message communications between the contraband cellular device and the telephone number, which was identified as the personal contact cellular telephone of Correctional Officer Jana Wood, as provided by Officer Wood and confirmed by investigative sources. Call logs from the extraction report indicated that there had been text message exchanges between Wood and an inmate, with the officer saying things in the thread about her shift and break times that would match up with her time card. In a May 4th, 2020 probable cause affidavit, the Inspector General would swear under oath. Attempts to have Officer Wood contact your affiant went unanswered, and no statement was able to be obtained from the defendant. However, on February 11th, 2020, during a meeting with Warden Marvin W. Clemens, Officer Wood submitted an incident report in which she admitted to writing a note to inmate Lavaros Davis, Department of Corrections number M63150, which was found by Lieutenant Timothy Lingo on February 8th, 2020, on the person of inmate Davis. In sworn witness testimony from Lieutenant Lingo, he indicated he observed papers in the hand of inmate Davis on February 8th, 2020, during a hearing. When inmate Davis relinquished the papers, Lieutenant Lingo discovered a note which read, "Your arms are long enough to wrap around my legs and hold me down. I've been told I have tight like a virgin. I have an alias, Brittany Cloud." Lieutenant Lingo found a Facebook page with the name Brittany Cloud and a photograph which closely ambled Officer Wood. Further, on 2 separate pieces of paper was written the known telephone number and home address of Officer Wood. In sworn witness testimony from Warden Clemens on March 20th, 2020, he indicated he asked Officer Wood about the alias name of Brittany Cloud, which Officer Wood admitted was her alias while denying the Facebook page was hers. Officer Wood submitted an incident report regarding the note she wrote to inmate Davis, in which she admitted to having provided the notes to inmate Davis. In sworn testimony from Major Nicholas Rushing on March 23rd, 2020, he indicated he was present with Warden Clemens at the time he met with Officer Wood and heard Officer Wood admit to having provided the notes to inmate Davis. However, Officer Wood denied any type of physical contact with inmate Davis. Major Rushing was present when Officer Wood wrote her incident report, in which she admitted to providing the notes to inmate Davis, and then Officer Wood immediately tendered her resignation. It should also be noted that these events occurred in the year 2020, and as of the year 2025, inmate Davis is still in confinement and his visitation status is still suspended. His out date is 2027. So considering the circumstances 5 years ago, I doubt that he would have given up a cell phone. And in his case, it wasn't just contraband. He was actually having a physical sexual relationship with this officer. I doubt that he would have given those things up to go to confinement just to bring awareness to what was going on in the prison, especially when he's one of the people who's actually bringing it into the prison. In short, while Jake would go on campaigns to convince the masses that no one was incarcerated or charged with anything because of what he said, that would not be the case at all. In fact, as stated in the NPR video, Jake's one tip would serve as the starting point for several investigations, some of which would make their way up to a federal level. Another example of this trickle-down effect would be inmate Dustin Bond. Dustin Bond had been incarcerated since 2009 when he was just 18 years old and what the state of Florida considered a youth offender, just like 1090 Jake. With an outdated 2037, when he would be close to 50 years old, Dustin would come to the conclusion that the system was now his home and would start to live his life that way. In the September 4th, 2020 probable cause affidavit, the Inspector General would swear under oath that between December 23rd, 2019 to January 26, 2020, Florida Department of Corrections Correctional Officer Kayla J. Kidler did commit about 10 counts of felony crimes with regards to introduction of contraband into a state facility.
Introducing Weight Loss by Hims. Personalized prescriptions, including GLP-1 injections and oral medication kits designed to help you lose weight so you can gain confidence and feel healthy. Plus, get guidance on nutrition, movement, sleep, hydration, and answers when you need them, 100% online. With Weight Loss by Hims, you have so much to lose and even more to gain. GLP-1 injections starting at $165 a month. Get started today at hims.com.
Officer Kidler created a fictitious JPay account on December 23, 2019, and had a total of 99 communication interaction messages to and from an inmate until January 26, 2020. Of those written communications documented, Officer Kidler sent 40 written communication messages to inmate and received 59 communication messages from inmate. Officer Kidler also sent 2 money currency transactions of $50 each to inmate on January 7, 2020 at 10:51 a.m. and 12:57 p.m. The last 4 digits of the Visa card used were recovered, and the inmate admitted he was receiving electronic communication via the fictitious name with Officer Kidler, as well as smuggled contraband from her. Officer Kidler supervised this inmate 11 times from November 15, 2019 to December 9, 2019. On April 24, 2020, a sworn recorded interview was conducted with the inmate at Florida State Prison. The inmate indicated that Correctional Officer Kayla J. Kidler is also Mary J. King, the person who sent him electronic communication messages in the JPay computer system while he is in prison. The inmate advised Officer Kidler is sending him messages and photographs because she loves him. The inmate explained that Officer Kidler talks about their relationship and talks about sexual relations. The inmate indicated that Officer Kidler told him that that's what bathrooms are for in the laundry room. The inmate explained that Officer Kidler talked a lot about drama going on at work and how she hated her job as a correctional officer, as well as who was snitching on who. The inmate admitted that Officer Kidler smuggled cigarettes to him on 3 separate occasions. The inmate explained that Officer Kidler brought him 4 packs on each said occasion. The inmate advised that Officer Kidler took off the brown cigarette filters and wrapped the cigarettes in plastic cellophane and electrical tape. The inmate also indicated that Officer Kidler gave him her 2019 Thanksgiving meal, consisted of mashed potatoes, turkey, and macaroni and cheese. The inmate advised that the cigarettes Officer Kidler smuggled to him were worth a total of $600 in the prison for 12 packs. The inmate indicated that Officer Kidler took a photograph of a tattoo that she got with the inmate's name on her person and sent the photograph to him via a JPay electronic message. The inmate described the electronic messages were like boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and he indicated that the JPay messages in this case are true and correct. The inmate advised Officer Kidler talked about having sex in the bathroom with him and marriage. The inmate indicated that Officer Kidler smuggled him 3 separate drops of cigarettes in October, November, and December of 2019. Jake's video was uploaded December 19th, 2019. So by getting this inmate to acknowledge the timeline of his drops and aligning that timeline with the incidents recorded, the department was making a direct connection between this inmate, his distribution of contraband, and the videos that were now viral. This also directly tied this officer to the case and would give the department a chance to close its books on it. But it wouldn't stop there. As with all investigations, one clue leads to another, and another if you have the will to find it. On August 20th, 2020, a sworn recorded interview was conducted with Correctional Lieutenant Mark Avery. Lieutenant Avery indicated while reviewing JPay emails to inmates in the prison, he observed suspicious emails to an inmate housed at the Florida State Prison West Unit. Lieutenant Avery advised he observed JPay email from a Mary King to an inmate. The emails were of a personal and romantic nature ranging from I love you to marriage and recently having each other's names tattooed on each other. Officer Kidler, aka Mary J. King, emailed a tattoo she had done on January 4th, 2020 and sent a picture of the tattoo on January 14th, 2020. In one email, the inmate stated that they have been talking for a short while, seeing each other on various occasions since December 23rd, 2019, which is when Mary J. King JPay account was set up. Lieutenant Avery indicated Mary J. King was not listed to visit an inmate, so how would she see the inmate? Lieutenant Avery indicated the Mary J. King name was fictitious, so he searched the address on an open source. Lieutenant Avery indicated the address came back to Correctional Officer Kayla J. Kidler, who was working at the Florida State Prison West Unit. Lieutenant Avery advised he reviewed the dates of the emails and Officer Kidler's work schedule to include time at the prison working, days off, and days she called in. Lieutenant Avery advised the emails indicated Officer Kidler was smuggling contraband into the prison. Lieutenant Avery explained the inmate wrote in an email to Officer Kidler that he is out of SIGs this morning, but that tomorrow morning will be a different story. Lieutenant Avery also explained that the inmate instructs Officer Kidler to send 4 toys, slang for cell phones, to an address on Palmer Street in Jacksonville, Florida, an address that belongs to Samantha Lester, the girlfriend of inmate Dustin Bond, Department of Corrections number 132640. Lieutenant Avery advised that inmate Bond is involved in the introduction and sale of contraband in this prison and is currently in confinement for cell phone possession. So here we have a prime example. Dustin Bond, doing his time, had about 17 years left to serve, and because Jake tipped off on this officer and they investigated phones brought in by her, they uncovered information about Dustin's operation. Not only did this cause him to be placed in confinement, but it also caused him to be deprived of his visiting privileges. I doubt that he expressed a willingness or asked Jake to have him deprived of what small amount of privileges he has in exchange for bringing awareness to Florida's contraband problem. I mean, why go through all of that to change the things when he could just stop doing what he's doing? Lieutenant Avery indicated he questioned the inmate about having a relationship with Officer Kittler, and the inmate admitted to the relationship with Kittler. Lieutenant Avery advised the inmate displayed a tattoo on his ring finger of Kayla and told Officer Kittler that he did it for her. Lieutenant Avery indicated an inventory of inmate property revealed a piece of paper with the address of Officer Kittler. The inmate admitted to Lieutenant Avery the address belonged to Officer Kittler. Lieutenant Avery indicated the inmate told him Officer Kittler brought him a Thanksgiving meal consisting of turkey, mashed potatoes, and macaroni and cheese from outside the prison in November 2019. Lieutenant Avery advised inmate admitted to receiving cigarettes from Officer Kittler, which in turn he sold to other inmates. Lieutenant Avery indicated Officer Kittler supervised inmate as a housing officer at the Florida State Prison West Unit. Lieutenant Avery indicated that Officer Kittler discussed in the emails taking showers together with inmate, as well as other sexual activities and sexual preferences. Lieutenant Avery indicated that some messages Officer Kittler sent discussed having children together with the inmate. Lieutenant Avery explained Officer Kittler's fictitious JPay account was started in December of 2019, but the relationship started before that, reflecting back to the Thanksgiving meal she introduced into the prison for the inmate. On August 30th, 2020, a sworn recorded interview was conducted with Correctional Captain Julie Bailey. Captain Bailey indicated she supervised Officer Kittler at the Florida State Prison West Unit and was responsible to update officers' emergency contact information to include the home address. Captain Bailey advised she asked Officer Kittler what's her address, and Officer Kittler alluded she was having to move but has not moved yet. Captain Bailey explained that Officer Kittler said she lived in Georgia but declined to give her address and acted suspicious. Captain Bailey indicated the conversation took place before January 28, 2020. The documents and photographs mentioned in this report are attached in the Office of the Inspector General electronic case file. As we can clearly see here, despite Jake's protests that he only told on crooked COs, that's not the case at all. He would try to sell the theory that he released the videos at the request of the inmates, that the inmates recorded the videos because they wanted to get the word out to the world about the prison conditions, and that he was just using his platform to help them do so. According to Jake, the Florida Department of Corrections system was so corrupt that inmates couldn't even trust that things they reported to officers would be taken serious or mentioned to the higher-ups. In my humble opinion, any inmate who asked Jake to expose this was probably somebody who owed a tab he couldn't pay, or was somebody who had absolutely no say-so on the compound and wanted people removed. That might make sense to a lot of y'all, as most of the world is civilian, but in prison, it's a whole different ball game. And not to glorify prison or anything, it's just saying that if you never been, then you wouldn't understand. But those who have been understand that there's a different set of rules that are played by in there. With that being said, Jake knew that he was doing something wrong when he did this. He knew that. But that's why he tried to cover it up with saying the inmates asked him to do it. But in any case, the way they chose to resolve the issue was to alert the authorities. And the method they chose to do that by was having Jake take their complaints to the national platform of the ABC News to prompt an investigation, which he agreed to do, snitching or not. Stay tuned for 1090 Jake Exposed Part 4. We're going to pick back up on breaking down Jake's prison stories. We're going to break down his stay in every prison that he went to during his short time in the Florida Department of Corrections and see how he was really, really living, man. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel and turn that notification bell on so you know when I drop. Make sure y'all follow me on Spotify, Apple Music. Cut the Chatter is out right now. Standing on a Business is out right now. And Standing on a Business 2 is on the way. It's your boy, Bryon Blake. I appreciate y'all. Follow me on Instagram, too, at official Bryon Blake. I'm out. With NPR heading to the feds and a new investigation into the prison system launched, Jake would turn his sights to another organization he claimed to have strong ties with. Throughout the months prior, through several interviews with his ex-cellmate, Bemba, Jake would establish himself as a confirmed associate of the Latin Kings, and by doing so, He also established himself as a credible source of information. Bimba may have looked at Jake like a brother, but the story of Cain and Abel must have slipped his mind, and he had no idea the path of betrayal he was walking down. Jake's interview with Bimba would come out essentially at the start of his channel, and this would be symbolic of their relationship, as Jake has on multiple occasions stated that Bimba vouching for him or riding with him in certain situations definitely affected the outcome, such as the time he stated that the Bloods at ACI had put a hit out on him, alleging that whites can't be blood.
He introduces himself, his name's Bimba. Pretty much every day, we're vibing out, we're smoking. I'm starting to hang around the people that are in his organization a little bit more. Just because I was really beefing with the main one in mind, word got back to me that there was a green light on my head, meaning that the okay was given for any blood to hit me up, period. Take me off the
According to Jake, it was Bimba who accompanied him to his meeting with Goo about the conflict, essentially letting Goo know that if they made a move on Jake, Bimba would rock with him, and thus, so would the Kings. So while Jake would claim to be blood, it was made clear that his relationship with Bimba and the Kings is what got him through ACI. In a video posted to his YouTube, Jake would introduce Bimba to his audience. He would identify Bimba as a member of an organization and discuss how self-sufficient and militant they were. Specifically, Jake would tell a story of how Bimba's organization was responsible for retrieving a debt owed to someone associated with them for prison contraband, and how they were preparing to use force to get it until the person paid.
There was an older Hispanic man on the compound who was getting dope in, not dope, but like K2. He was getting a lot of it in through visitation. Someone in another dorm owed him a lot of money. Now, this old man, being that he was a Cuban, he affiliated with the Spanish, organization that Bimba was a part of. He wasn't under them. He wasn't paying for protection. It was more of a respect thing. And everybody benefited from the situation, more or less. When word got to Bimba about it, Bimba came in the room and told me, I got to slide to the other dorm and handle some business. You know what I mean? And he basically told me someone owed money and he had to go over there and retrieve what that man owed. We did everything together. We were smoking together, hanging out together. We didn't have any knives on us. The only thing that we had was a razor and a box cutter. Pretty much exactly like this setup right here. I had that same box cutter setup, the same exact one, made it before we did this, and he had a razor. We were in our dorm on the complete other side of the compound. The guy who owed money was in O dorm.
Bimba would indulge, believing that he was just socializing and reminiscing with a friend, unaware that he was being walked into a trap. According to Bimba, he had a face. In other words, he was an outstanding member that people recognized and respected. Bimba's face would open doors for Jake, just as it did in prison, and more members would start to feel comfortable with Jake and participate in his story exchange. While these guys were just venting and releasing some of the pressure that comes with keeping those stories bottled up, Jake was up to something that went against everything they stood for and using them to get it accomplished. Shortly after Jake's news interview, where he announced that he would be targeting the contraband issues in Florida DOC, he announced that Bimba, just like the members of NPR, had been arrested.
This video, man, shout out to my brother Bimba. I love you, Primo. Y'all already know, if you follow me on Instagram, that Bimba got locked up. He's currently inside of a jail in Miami.
Though the arrest did not appear related, we all know how the feds work. They'll get you for what they can get you for and hope you being in custody produces something more. It would seem as though Jake disregarded these arrests, as he would continue to conduct these investigation-style interviews about Florida prison and continue to speak on people in situations that should have never touched the internet, such as when he interviewed a person who went by the name of Latin King Junie. Obviously influenced by Jake's relationship with Bimba, Junie would agree to come on Jake's platform for an interview. What Junie would seem to overlook was that the timing of this interview coincided with the exact time that Jake was deciding to launch his assault on the Florida Department of Corrections for being corrupt. If there were any questions about Jake's motives for these interviews, the line of questioning in this one would add some clarity.
Being that you did the majority of your county time in confinement, how was it for you were you affiliated on the street or did you become affiliated inside a prison?
All right, so I was not affiliated when I was on the street. I was born a Latin King prince. So you can say that I was affiliated. You know what I'm saying? My dad is a Latin King from New York bloodline. You know what I'm saying? But like I never took the initiative. You know what I'm saying? Like on the street because I didn't have the right guidance. You know what I'm saying? My father, you know what I'm saying? He was in New York. You know what I'm saying? I was raised by my mother. You know what I'm saying? But I always had it in my heart. You know what I'm saying? I always rocked it on the street. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? When I went to prison, you know what I'm saying? I started rocking with the bros. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't completely get right until I got into adult camp. So we'll get into that.
Okay. And being that you were technically unaffiliated, but somewhat affiliated, how was it for you when you hit the Central Florida Reception Center? Did you link up immediately? Were there any of your brothers there? Or were you just rocking with whoever was there from the city?
So when I first got there, bro, like, you know what I'm saying? I linked up with a bro. It was a bro inside the dorm and shit, you know what I'm saying? He had shit on lock. He had a whole bunch of, he had a locker full of like porn magazines. He had Tucci on deck, you feel me? He had cell phone, this and that. But for some reason, like, I was, you know what I'm saying? I was only with him for like a week and then he went to the confinement thing.
As previously stated, at the time of this interview, Jake was actively trying to stop prisoners in Florida from getting contraband, and he was actively going at officers for being responsible for introducing it into the system. Jake would waste no time getting Junie to identify his affiliation. He would then get Junie to discuss whether he was put on while in prison or not. These two questions were vital to the investigation because the answers would establish two things. First, Jake would establish that Junie was a member. He would then establish that the Kings were actively recruiting members as soon as they arrived in the Department of Corrections. As if this wasn't enough, Jake would go into specifics, naming a Latin King member who was responsible for doing such recruiting and physically describing him, even mentioning that the Latin Kings had control of an officer at the reception facility, expressing that the officer would allow this Latin King member to extort or recruit new inmates as he saw fit.
Were you at CFIC when Bone was there?
That's the brother that was in the dorm with me, Bones. Shout out to my brother Bones.
Man, shout out to Bones, man. Listen, right? You know Bones.
He got the cocky eye, right?
Yeah, he blinded one eye, but you know he cocky as fuck. Big as hell, like a workout. Bro, listen, it was him, a GD, and a Neutron from Jacksonville. I locked down with them because me, Bone, and the GD, we used to sweep up and we used to do the TOHs because you know that one officer that was a king,
he had the tattoo.
Okay, so he used to let us press all the new jits when they came in. It would be me and Bone in the mop closet, and we would press whoever came in and flip them right then and there. And either they break it off or they good, you feel me?
Jake would also use this interview with Junie to establish that there was a current relationship with the Latin Kings and Serenos, asking Junie about the T on his DOC tag, connecting him to the Latin Kings in the Tampa area. Now, I want to say that I believe that Junie's decision to do this interview was inspired by the interview with Bimba, but something should have went off in Junie's head. I mean, this is the same guy that was just on the news speaking on how every prison has contraband and who's responsible for bringing it in.
Every single compound I hit, there was all types of drugs on there, whether it's prescription pills, Molly, some spots there was cocaine and meth, but nothing more common than K2. The majority of the drugs that I know of that are coming inside is through the guides. When you're not really making any money and a $30 phone on the street turns into a $1,200 phone inside a prison, a lot of people are gonna do it.
He had also admitted that he was using this very same platform to speak out on this subject and to help investigate the amount of drug overdose deaths that had been written off as natural. Getting audio, video intel from actual members who had gone through the entire process from being recruited by the gang on the inside and participating in the use of contraband to coming home and becoming a part of the street infrastructure was priceless. And in my opinion, the police allowed Jake to do so and profit from it because it made their jobs that much easier. Jake had already expressed his intent as a citizen to investigate these deaths, and his news segment was a national announcement that he intended to report whatever information he uncovered. It's not like they were letting a criminal get away with crime for information. By identifying himself as a member, it was easier for Jake to get other members to talk than it was for actual officers. I mean, I doubt Bimba would have told those same stories to a Miami gang unit. By posting the videos to YouTube, Jake was providing audio-video evidence which boosted the credibility of the alleged statements. The Florida DOC and law enforcement were on cruise control. At the conclusion of Junie's interview, Jake would ask if he had any shout-outs. Junie would do so and attempt to end it. Jake would double back and specifically seek out Junie's Instagram. Thinking nothing of it, Junie would shout it out.
We haven't even touched down on him going to adult prison. This has just been the youth offender prisons. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna wrap this one up for the part one. But if you have any shout outs, anybody you want to shout out, anything you want to, what I'm saying, put out there, your social media, you can go ahead and do that now.
All right, 1090, man. You already know, man. I'm rocking with y'all, so y'all better rock with him. You feel me? Fuck with us, or get fucked over, ride with us, and get ran over. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to my motherfucking gang. You already know, Almighty Land King Queen Nation. You feel me? Shout out to Day One. Feel me? Murder Gang. Shout out to Breezy. Shout out to all my brothers. You feel me? Free my nigga. Rest in peace, my nigga Angel. You feel me? And you already know, bro. I'll be back for a part 2. You feel me? Once we get this connection right. You feel me? That they got it fucked up, man.
Definitely. And what's your Instagram? Let them know your Instagram one time too.
My Instagram is Kenny.Marrero, or if not, Flywave787. Fuck with me.
Got you. All right, baby, bro. Hey, you already know we finna run that part 2 real soon. I fuck with you, dog.
On the other hand, the question is raised of why. Why did Jake specifically want Junie's Instagram? If you ask me, he was giving the feds a starting point for their investigation into the Tampa Latin King street infrastructure, just as he had now provided intel on the prison infrastructure. Staying true to his word, the Department of Corrections kept the pressure on. Between August 2019 and January 2020, 4 inmates would die at Charlotte Correctional Institution alone in suspected overdoses, and the heat from Jake was forcing them to produce answers. In the months following Jake's news segment, a shakedown at Charlotte Correctional Institution would turn up results.
A 5-month-long investigation lands one woman in handcuffs after conspiring with inmates to bring contraband into CCI. Jessica Haller was arrested on September 8th on 11 charges to include 10 felonies.
4 months ago, the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office Narcotics Unit learned that an individual was delivering and conspiring to deliver illegal drugs, cell phones, cigarettes, lighters to the CCI prison located in Charlotte County.
Among the charges are introduction of a cell phone and controlled substances into a state correctional facility and trafficking.
We were able to develop probable cause after several search warrants and latent fingerprint evidence left on the illegal packages that it was in fact Jessica delivering these contraband items to the prison.
It's important that we keep contraband from getting into our facilities to keep our inmate population safe. And that's just as true at the state level as it is at the county level. I want to thank the Northport Police Department and also Warden Snyder for all their help in this investigation and bringing it to a successful conclusion.
The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office would announce the charges in September of 2020 after a 5-month investigation that began when a contraband phone was found containing evidence of an inappropriate relationship between a guard and an inmate by the name of David Odell. The officer had been charged with bringing contraband into the facility, and David had been charged with introducing contraband as well as possessing a controlled substance. Through collaborative efforts between several units within the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, Northport Police Department, the FBI Prison Division, and Warden Snyder, a significant amount of contraband was intercepted prior to entering the facility. During the investigation, detectives were able to connect Jessica Haller to inmate David R. Odell when he was found to be in possession of a smartphone. Conversations via the prison communication system revealed messages and photos of items that would later be found among the hidden contraband. Haller is accused of purchasing items such as cell phones, lighters, drugs, cigarettes, and jewelry, along with electrical tape as part of the conspiracy. Electrical tape is often used to make internal concealment easier. This process is often referred to as body packing. Information uncovered during this investigation would spark another investigation, as evidence would suggest that the drugs being brought into the Charlotte Correctional Institution were being supplied by someone from the Fort Myers area, right down the street. That operation would be called Operation Checkmate, and it would mark the beginning of a multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional, multi-year assault on the Latin Kings. October 8th, 2020, a press release will reveal the results of the months-long investigation.
Breaking news, enough fentanyl to kill 195,000 people is off our streets tonight. Operation Checkmate just nabbed 16 people accused of selling the drugs across Lee County. Many are documented members of the Latin Kings gang. And now deputies need some help finding 4 more accused dealers.
You deal poison on our streets, our SWAT team and our Bearcat is going to be in your driveway.
A clear message.
We're coming in and we're taking you down.
These are the 16 people Lee County Sheriff's Office arrested in connection to a drug ring across Lee County.
Targeting drug dealers that were operating in South Fort Myers and Bonita Springs.
All connected to the known gang called Latin Kings.
It's different threats for every single gang, but you know what? Every gang, it's serious. It's organized crime, it's drugs, it's a whole series of different things. And again, when the gangs have conflicts and they fight each other.
Sheriff Carmine Marcino says the narcotics unit infiltrated the Latin Kings.
Getting in there, doing deals, and then in the long run, putting them away.
Evidence recovered during this operation will lead to the unveiling of a drug conspiracy between the Latin Kings, the MS-13, and the Serranios, according to an October 12, 2022 news report.
Trafficking operation is shut down in the Bay Area and in much of Southwest Florida. Our state attorney general says they took a massive violent gang operation out of business. Joining us now live from the Tampa News Center, 8 on Your Side's Melissa Marino.
Good afternoon, Stacey. The AG says this was enough fentanyl to kill half the state of Florida. And just as surprising, we are told this was being orchestrated from the Florida State Prison.
People don't understand, what does that mean, 50 pounds of fentanyl? That could kill half of Florida's population.
FDLE agents say the ringleader is a Florida prison inmate, Carlos Martinez, a member of the Sur 13 gang, behind bars for attempted murder. According to investigators, from inside the prison, Martinez and others instructed gang members to move large shipments of narcotics across the United States and distribute it all over Florida.
Their members operate from both inside prison walls and outside of them, living in our communities and our neighborhoods.
A 2-year investigation leading to dozens of arrests. Agents also seized large shipments of drugs and weapons, including nearly 400 pounds of methamphetamine, 48 pounds of fentanyl, 15,000 fentanyl pills, heroin, morphine, dozens of guns, and over 100 grand in cash.
By the sheer volume in this case, this is not just an average seizure. Nearly 50 pounds is a significant interruption in the flow of narcotics.
Now, the Attorney General says they are charging these suspects with the most serious crimes possible, including more than 60 first-degree felonies. And this investigation not over. They expect more people will be charged. Back to you.
Now, it should be noted that although this case was announced in 2022, they were very clear about the fact that it was a 2-year investigation dating back to 2020.
A 2-year investigation leading to dozens of arrests.
The Year of Jake's news segment and the shakedowns at Charlotte CI. To demonstrate that the focus in that case was not just the Serranios, at a press conference after a guilty plea, Attorney General Ashley Moody said, "A Latin King gang member involved in a massive drug ring working with the Mexican drug cartel is now sentenced to 25 years in prison, thanks to our statewide prosecutors and dedicated law enforcement partners. In this case, authorities seized enough fentanyl to kill more than 11 million Floridians. Lethal substances are flooding into our countries due to Biden's disastrous open border, and we must continue to be dogged in our efforts to interdict this poison and aggressively prosecute traffickers." According to the investigation by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Homeland Security Investigations, and Hendry County Sheriff's Office, members of the Serranio 13 gang, also known as Serranios, operated the drug trafficking organization from behind bars. At times, working with fellow gangs MS-13 and the Latin Kings, the criminal organization's ruling body, called the Mesa, authorized member requests to execute other inmates, and continue the distribution of drugs sourced from Mexico and California. Using contraband cell phones, members of SOAR 13 contacted each other from different prisons throughout the state, including Brevard, Charlotte, Holmes, and Miami-Dade counties. Gang members also kept contact with area drug dealers outside the prisons to facilitate drug shipments and deliveries. It should also be noted that Jake did a video solely on the Serranios and how they operate in Florida prison in May of 2020 as well, around the same time as the investigation started. Jake would make clear in that video that he was looking to have an active or ex-Serranio on his platform to discuss the California connection, indicating that he was not only actively involved in helping start the investigation, but he was also actively seeking information to help further the investigation from the beginning. Also of note is the fact that the FBI and Homeland Security factions of this investigation were based out of Tampa, the same office that prosecuted NPR, not the Fort Myers office where the incidents occurred, indicating that the investigation may have started with a Tampa informant. Adding more substance to that suspicion is the fact that Operation Checkmate would come to a close nearly 3 years after it began in the city of Tampa. On February 27th, 2023, Sheriff Chad Cronister, joined by Florida's Attorney General Ashley Moody and Assistant Special Agent in charge of the DEA Tampa, Mike Ferguson, announced the results of a 3-month-long operation aimed at disrupting and dismantling a violent gang's distribution of deadly narcotics here in Hillsborough County. Operation Checkmate resulted in the arrest of 21 people, including 2 top gang leaders. Detectives seized drugs with a combined street value of almost $1 million and other valuable items purchased with illicit cash. Through investigative means, HCSO detectives became aware of an extensive narcotics distribution network operating within the, whatever that word is, area. At the top, detectives identified 2 high-ranking members of the Latin Kings, one of the most prominent gangs worldwide, who have no value for human life. Here in Hillsborough County, the Latin Kings operate by aggressively trafficking massive amounts of narcotics.
Our top story this midday, just about 90 minutes ago in Hillsborough County, Sheriff Chad Cronister announced the details of a 3-month-long investigation to dismantle a violent gang's drug dealings. Operation Checkmate brought down 21 people, including 2 accused leaders of the Latin Kings gang. The sheriff says they took more than $800,000 worth of drugs off the street. You see some of those packages right there. He also says gang members used cash made from selling drugs like fentanyl and heroin to buy the guns that you see here, jewelry, shoes, and cars, which were all recovered during the investigation.
Checkmate is very fitting, as the Latin Kings and their criminal cohorts did not escape. They are under arrest. It is game over for them.
Deputies are still working to connect some of those arrested to potentially unsolved crimes in our area.
Over the years to follow, Jake would make several more videos on the Latin Kings, but not in the same light. He would even make a video accusing his ex-friend Breezy of being a snitch. And even though Breezy's co-defendants would clear up the allegations, saying that Breezy wasn't a snitch, but that they had all come up with a story to tell police, and Breezy was simply playing his role in telling the story, that simple truth would not have the excitement that people crave, and therefore would be unable to drown out Jake's well-presented accusation. In hindsight, it would seem as though Jake was deflecting when he dropped that video about Breezy. I mean, it was pretty clear to see he didn't snitch on anybody. They all got caught together and came up with a story together. The most dangerous yet interesting part about this to me is how the police insulate their sources. Jake's tip on the news led to the discovery of the phones in Charlotte, CI. However, the documents will simply list that there was a shakedown at the facility. Had we not witnessed Jake put the Florida Department of Corrections under the national microscope, it's very possible we would never know any of these incidents were connected. Operation Checkmate actually made its way all the way up to New Jersey. Talk about faith of a mustard seed. That boy Jake threw a pebble and started a tsunami. Yet and still, when you look at it through a clear lens without any distractions or objection, the connection is obvious. Jake said he went on the news speaking on inmates overdosing and COs covering it up as natural deaths. Let's watch his clip.
But I was trying to shed light on inmate deaths in the system and how many overdose deaths were being reported as natural or accidental. I was sent videos by current prisoners who couldn't get the message out, so I used my platform to be their voice.
In other words, somebody in the system wanted to tell on the Kings and they couldn't get the message out without putting themselves in harm's way. So they sent it to 1090 Jake and let 1090 Jake tell on the Kings. During a press conference related to Operation Checkmate, how many overdoses and lives lost right here in Tampa can be attributed to the large amounts of fentanyl they've already distributed and sold. We know that this amount of fentanyl is enough to kill everyone here in Hillsborough County twice. Seems to me like the Florida Department of Corrections, the FBI, and the Sheriff's Office were focused on solving those inmate overdoses as well. In situations like this, it's hard to believe that there are this many coincidences involved, but even though I'm giving this to you from my perspective and how I view it, still take these facts and look at them in your own light and see what you can come up with on your own. You might find something different, but in my opinion, Jake did Bimba bad, man. He did Bimba just like he did NPR. He infiltrated, and then he crossed him out, man. And Bimba looked out for him while he was locked up, but it is what it is. It's Bryon Blake, man. Thank y'all for tuning in to 1090 Jake Exposed. We not stopping. We got plenty more to go, so stay tuned, man. Make sure y'all go follow me on Instagram. And if you late to the party, then you most definitely need to go follow me on Spotify. I'm out.
EVE Online is a vast universe.
1090 Jake has captivated the hip-hop audience over the past few years. Whether it's the gritty stories he tells or the fact that he can pull up paperwork on your favorite rapper's favorite rapper, you never know what he might make a headline for. But does his job as the paperwork man automatically make him immune to certain types of scrutiny? I mean, who gonna fact check the fact checker? Well, I decided to do a little homework myself. And what I'm gonna present to y'all is a series of videos that actually break down 1090 Jake's stories. And as I said in the beginning of this video, I'm gonna be presenting y'all with some documents to go with it. Let me be the first to say that this ain't about culture. This ain't about race. This ain't about nothing except keeping it real. That's a universal language if you ask me. Whether or not he's telling the truth is not intended to be a reflection on any of the platforms he is telling these stories on. And in no way, shape, or form am I attempting to assassinate the character of those platforms by attempting to debunk his stories. I'm just trying to bring these people the truth with the paperwork to match. Kind of like what he do. Now today we're going to be breaking down the story of Jake getting his face slashed while at Lake Butler RMC. We're going to compare the paperwork with the story and see if we can get to the bottom of this. We got the paperwork on deck. Let's go ahead and get into the story, man, and see what we can come up with.
We was on the top tier in I block. We got to go down the stairs. So all the GDs, they all lining up behind me. There's no way I'm going to make it to the back of the line. They're not going to let me, more or less. And the fake blood is in the very back of the line. I'm naive. I've never been hit up at this point. You know what I mean? I've never been touched by nobody except fighting. So when we get to the stairs, mind you, I'm limping down the stairs. All of a sudden, I feel something just touch me. I don't feel pain. I don't feel anything. The only thing that I felt, because I block, it's like open. It has open cement walls with squares, so birds will fly in here. You know what I mean? When it's cold, it's cold. Rain can come in here. So you feel the wind as I'm going down the stairs. And I felt something touch me, and I felt air in a place I never felt it before. I could feel the wind inside my face. So I feel something touch me, and I turned back right after it happened, and I pulled the razor out that I had. And one person behind me is the fake blood. And he's looking like this as I turn around. So I pull out the razor and I step up one step. He takes off. back up the steps, you know what I mean? And all the GDs are behind me, and they all put their hands up like, yo, we ain't had nothing to do, yo, we ain't doing nothing, because they're thinking I'm gonna hit one of them with a razor. I should have hit one of them with a razor just to do it. But more or less, I wanted to get the kid that just cut me. I didn't even really know I was cut until I got to the bottom of the stairs. I just knew someone did something. And the kid runs off, and we're still somewhat at the top of the stairs. So the second you turn that corner, you're at the CO's booth. You know what I mean? The COs are right there. So this kid ran up to where the COs are at. So I'm like, all right, bet. I get down the stairs, and there's a CO waiting. We got to put on our little red hats. You know what I mean? I can see the blood is pouring down my face. It's all over my shirt and everything. I'm leaking out. So as I turned the corner, I'm putting the hat on, and the CO didn't see my right side, so he didn't see the cut. I get out, and I go behind the pillar. Now I'm behind the pillar with the razor, waiting on this kid to come out, and I'm just going to tag him as soon as he comes out. You know what I mean? He comes out with the COs. So I'm like, bruh, like you literally standing, talking, walking with the COs. He was next to the COs. You know what I mean? One CO stays back. He walks up the rest with the other CO. So I throw the razor, and I walk up in the line. There's no way I can get him. You know what I'm saying? I can't chase him because my toes are messed up. He's with the CO. I walk up in the line. I'm the last person in line. Finally, he walks up with the CO, and this kid stayed probably like 15 yards behind me.
Concentrate fire on the target. Enemy battleship sunk. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy submarine spotted. Attention. Reporting the target position. Enemy heavily damaged. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy battleship foundered. I need intelligence data. Engine boost activated. Enemy destroyer detected. Problem solved, sir. The ship is on fire. Support the allied target. Enemy battleship sunk. stations. Reporting the position of a strategic target. Requesting support. I owe you one. Enemy destroyer blown up. Engine boost deactivated.
There are deductions and credits. Here I'll focus on tax credits. They directly reduce the amount of tax owed and in certain instances can be refundable, resulting in a payment to a taxpayer even if no tax is due. Whether you choose to itemize or take the standard deduction, you can use tax credits if you meet the criteria. An example, if you owe $10,000 in taxes and you get a $2,000 tax credit, then you only owe $8,000. Here are some of the big tax credits. One, the child tax credit, which is $2,000 per child under the age of 17. This tax credit fades out by $50 for every $1,000 that you make over $200,000 or $400,000 for married couples. Second is the Earned Income Tax Credit, or the EITC. That's available to people who are working but earn less than a specific income level from their work. The income level ranges from $18,591 if you're single with no children to $66,819 if you're married, filing jointly with 3 or more children. Both the child tax credit and the EITC are refundable, so the taxpayer will get a cash refund even if they don't owe any taxes. Example, a head of a household with 3 children under 17 and earnings of $22,000 would take the standard deduction of $22,500, more than their income, and therefore would owe no income taxes. However, they still get a check for around $13,146. This accounts for $5,100 in refundable child tax credits and $8,046 in EITC. Keep in mind, these filers nonetheless pay payroll taxes out of each paycheck. Tax credits cost the government about $309 billion in 2022, and that's the most recent number available. Third, education credits. These help offset tuition costs for 4-year and 2-year colleges, graduate school, retraining programs, and other educational needs. Those are just a few of the many tax credits that are available. Now let's see how many people actually fall into each group when they file their taxes. First, there's 161 million tax filers, and of that, the tax bracket with the most filers is a 12% tax rate. That's over 53 million returns, and that's incomes up to $41,775 for single filers and $83,550 for people filing jointly. They make up 33% of tax filers, and they pay 7% of all federal income tax. You can see that the top 3% of filers, just over 4.8 million taxpayers, pay the 32, 35, and 37% tax rates. Those 3% of Americans account for half of total federal income taxes. But how much are people actually paying? Let's go back to the 12% tax bracket. The average adjusted gross income and that tax bracket is $54,611, and the average tax paid for that tax bracket is $2,910 after deductions and credits, which is a rate of about 5%. The average tax rate for the richest 1% of tax filers who have an average adjusted gross income of over $2.2 million is 27%. Subscribe to the USA Facts YouTube channel and to our free newsletter. And please share this video with your family, your friends, your children, your coworkers. Spread the facts and data. The more we know, the stronger our democracy.
And, you know, I look back real quick and I look at him and he's looking away, you know what I mean? He ain't really looking at me. And I see the CO coming. I'm thinking to myself, I'm not going to be able to chase him. It ain't going to happen. I know even if I try to chase him, I'm not going to be able to chase him. I know that if I do something now, I'm snitching. If I try to do anything to him right now, I'm telling off rip. Because how does that look? I just got cut. I'm trying to chase this kid. So I took it to the chin, bro. There was nothing I could do. I'm not going to crash out. I'm not going to snitch.
The first time we heard this story was on Lockdown 23-1. Jake was just starting his YouTube journey and was obviously much more humble. As I researched this topic more, I was specifically captured by the fact that Jake does not mention retaliation in this version of the story at all. He actually speaks on not getting any retaliation.
So they put me in here and I'm sitting in confinement for like 4 or 5 days, you know what I mean? And I never got a roommate, nothing like that.
You know who I would have gotten?
Who's that?
I would have gotten that damn OG, bro. You know what I mean? The head blood dude that's pretty much put you under the bus, man, and let that clown keep on doing what he's doing. Look, I want to ask you this, man. How the hell did you feel when did you feel betrayed when homeboy pretty much let that stuff fly?
I mean, to be honest, when I sat down and thought about everything, I feel like everything happened for a reason. You know, I tell people, and I hope that the people that watch this don't take this the wrong way. I tell people that prison is the best thing that happened to me. And the reason I say that is because I didn't come from a structured family or structured environment. I didn't learn from my father how to be a man. And he was out of my life, you know, after 12 years old. I learned a lot of things in prison. One of them is don't take anyone for granted. You know what I mean? Don't look past someone. I'm thinking this kid's nose got broke. He's soft. He's not going to do nothing. And then boom, I get cut by the same kid. You know what I mean? I'm thinking about Kama coming back and hitting me. I wasn't worried about that kid from Tampa because I knew I'd never run into him again. We got so many prisons. The chances of us running into each other are so slim. And I didn't even know who he was. I didn't get his name. I probably did get his name, but I forgot it. I heard he was from West Tampa. I didn't really get along with West Tampa anyways until one of my boys moved over to West Tampa and I started being around West Tampa a little bit more, but we used to beat them up in high school. So it is what it is, you know what I mean? But I'm alive, I'm breathing. Yeah, I wanted to get him back. I wanted to get them all back, everybody back.
As an owner of Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses. But I have no idea how to make slick social media-styled stuff to sell it. But GoDaddy Aero uses AI not only to create social content out of thin air, it can build a whole social media calendar just for my business. So all I had to do was upload a video of me and my pretty face, and voila. Walton Goggins goggle glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals. Try saying that 10 times fast. Look like you know what you're doing at GoDaddy.com.
The insurance adjuster just offered me $3,200 for my car accident, but then I found out what they really owe me. Check this out. It turns out insurance companies use AI to calculate the lowest amount that they can pay you. Our AI flipped the script. It knows what you're actually supposed to be paid before they pay it out. It takes 30 seconds. You only answer 4 questions. Then boom, you see exactly what your car accident is worth. No lawyers, no insurance adjusters, and no BS. Just a real fat cash amount that you're owed for your recent car accident. Every day you wait is a day that they're keeping your money from you. So click the link below now, answer 4 simple questions, and see how much cash you're really owed for your car accident. Go click the link below now.
Case Connect, Case Connect. Click the link down below and get paid. A check, case, connect, case, connect. See how much you can get in 30 seconds or less.
Really, who I wanted to get though was MCO.
Following the success of his appearance on Lockdown 23-1, Jake found himself in demand, and with only so much time served and so many stories to tell, I believe this is where he realized he would need to embellish a little bit more if he wanted this 15 minutes of fame to last. Jake had entranced the world with his horrific stories of how the Florida Department of Corrections treated children offenders. And while there were many who were skeptical, there were just as many who believed. And it was in this believability that Jake found a way to keep his audience locked in. Part of that believability was founded in people like Brando vouching for his stories. Today, as we look into the story of Brando and Jake and how they finessed the world with a story of loyalty, betrayal, and revenge, we'll see that it might not be all what it was made out to be. As Jake blew up from telling his stories, he would launch his own platform, and it would be this platform that he would use to bring the characters of his story to life. In the prison life, the last thing you want to be labeled is a check-in or PC. While inmates like to think they finessing the system, it's very common knowledge among the staff that inmates often use specific tactics to get certain results. For instance, listen to this former prison counselor describe the method used by inmates to get private management housing by the Florida Department of Corrections.
But anyway, let's go to the PM part of that. So, somebody would need to go PM. And what they would do is they would go and they would approach a staff member and say, I'm in fear for my safety. This is the reason why. And a lot of times, even at that point, it would be where nobody wanted to do any of the paperwork. Because half the time when people are checking in, it's because they owed money. It's because, they were trying to switch dorms. Something foolish like that. If you dug your own hole, the way it was always felt about is dig yourself out of that hole. You wanted to sit there and play games. You wanted to run numbers. You wanted to owe money for your tickets that you couldn't pay off. You wanted to sit there and borrow canteen and know you can't pay it back. You're going to have to dig yourself out of that hole. Every once in a while, you have somebody that legitimately might need PM. And let me make this clear too. A lot of times you couldn't go PM or ask for PM until you were actually assaulted. So sometimes you had some people that they would sit there and go, I need PM, I need PM. They didn't need PM, they just owed money. So what they would do is after they would approach somebody and say, I need a PM, and they didn't get put in PM, they go cut themselves on the face.
Yep.
And they would go, oh, look, see, I got cut. It's like, you didn't get cut, that's a little scratch. But okay, you went all in on this one now. So then what would then occur is they'd ask for PM. Once they asked for PM, they would then get escorted back to confinement.
Now, the irony of her saying this to Jake did not miss me. And as I listened to Jake and Brando discuss the feeling of the moment youth offenders realize they're getting transferred from Sumter CI,
You're always happy to get out of something. Everybody wants to get out of there. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. People want to get out of there, but they're scared of what comes next.
Yeah.
I mean, because what comes next is you think you want to get out of Sumter, and then you get into a whole nother depth of hell. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
well, everybody's praying for Lake City.
Exactly. You can either go to a private camp where you get to eat cupcakes and hang out and really kind of vibe and stuff, or you can go where
you're going to Lancaster.
Literally, bro, only the strong survive.
I started to realize that this was a much more likely explanation for the cut on Jake's face than his story about being slashed over gang politics. I mean, it all makes perfect sense. The alleged slashing happened right when Jake was being transferred from Sumter to Lancaster, which, as we just heard, most youth offenders fear this process and pray for a private management facility. And the method described by the counselor as the way inmates try to get to private management sounds very fitting. But why come up with this great big story? I told y'all, nobody likes a check-in. As Jake introduced Brando to the main stage, Brando would immediately start doubling down on Jake's stories, starting with the story about meeting Jake in the hole at Sumter CI, as they became cellmates after Jake's previous cellmate had his face slashed by Jake.
He was like, yo, there's another white blood. You gotta, you know what I mean? That boy rocking. You gotta, you know what I mean? You gotta meet him. And we were in confinement at the time. And then, you know how it is. They pop your door and you have to cuff up when they put someone in your room in confinement. And all I saw, I didn't really get to view you, but I saw that you were white. So I'm thinking like, oh, I'm gonna get a white boy in my room. I'm taking his trays. I'm gonna take this and that. I'm gonna be good. But you know what I mean? I'm thinking like I'm good. You know what I mean? And then you get put in the room. You uncuffed first. I uncuffed. And right after I turned around, you walked up like, what's popping, and reached out to piece me up. And I was so taken off guard by that. I was like, what? What he said? And then I realized you was Brando. I was like, oh.
Is it time for something more? The change you need could start today. Explore a future in healthcare with a Concord training program and transform your future.
Now, did you hear about what I did in confinement? Yeah, of course. How did that? Because at that point we didn't meet yet. So how was it hearing that I had popped that off in confinement, and how did the word travel back to you? Bro, to be honest, I can't remember exactly how it got back to me, but I remember thinking, damn, I hope I get to meet bro. You know, and it's so weird, bro, that I end up going to the box after hearing that and being your bunkie. Bro, you got moved into the same room as me right after I cut him. Room 7 top. The same room, bro. It's crazy. I remember that exact room, everything, bro. That was like, bro, we was hanging out.
As mentioned in part 1 of this series, we uncovered that story was a lie. Jake's cellmate actually went home from that cell, and I believe Jake made this story up while in confinement in an attempt to create a reputation for himself. Housing records show that about 3 months after that is when Jake and Brando became cellies, and they were cellies for about 48 to 72 hours tops. I believe this part of the story was fabricated in order to give Jake an irrefutable eyewitness to these accounts and therefore bring more shock value to the story. As with any lie and liar, once it's entertained, it just gets bigger and bigger. With Jake realizing that Brando was down to lie with and for him, it was time to expand. The audience was growing, and along with people questioning his credibility, came people questioning his heart. With the loyalty locked in, it was time to shed the humble, there's a lesson in everything attitude, and start talking some bloody revenge. It's almost as if they had to come up with a story. The internet can be ruthless, and the backlash from saying you got your face slashed but let it slide can be crazy. Jake's status as a white blood was questionable. The truthfulness of his violent stories were questionable. Jake had to find some way to back people up off of him.
I had a bunkie. His name's, they called him Russia. And he, in a sense of money, he ran the compound. Yeah. He got what the compound needed. You know what I mean? Like cigarettes, like spice, whatever. You know what I mean? He provided that, and that was my roommate. Me and him were close. I'm talking about this was my ace. This was my dog. Me and Russia, we were bunkies the whole time. The whole time I was in CM. Now CM is basically 24-hour lockdown. You're gonna be in the room with your bunkie, and you better like your bunkie, cause you're stuck with him. Yeah. And bro, this was my best friend. He was like a big brother to me. He was only maybe 2 years older or something, but he was just and I knew his younger brother and his younger cousin from Sumter. So it was wild that I got put in this room with him. So we got this call out, and we found out that Cocaina was going to the trade. You know where the trades are at? Yeah. Okay, and every single day you're on there. If you're put in a trade, you're on there every single day. We know he's going to the trade center. We know exactly, like, because there's an AM and a PM class. We know when he's gonna be there. So I told him, I was like, bro, like, he hit on my brother. I promised him that I would do it. That's like my obligation. And fucking. So I told him, I was like, bro, I don't I can't get word out there like you can, because he talks to the canteen people to bring the shit back, right? So I was like, can you relay a message? Can you tell the people, can you tell the canteen people to send this kite out to mine? And he was like, bro, I got you. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna handle that. So I was like, all right. Like, I'm thinking he's flagged now. If I had the thing is, when I found out that Cocaina was in the trade, I got so excited. I wanted, you know how I am. I want it to happen now.
Immediately, yeah.
I don't want to have to. If I send a kite out, it's gonna take a week, 2 weeks. The dude might already like get transferred. I need to make it happen. You know, so I'm feeling stressed about the situation, and he told me that I'm gonna handle it. Well, now I'm already like, man, I'm writing kites to my people now because I don't put it in somebody else's hands. That's what I had to handle inside of me. It's not like if I didn't handle it, I would be a disappointment, but I would disappoint myself because I told myself, bro, like this dude hit up my brother, and I'm not gonna stop till I get my blood back, you know. So my brother's blood back anyway. So shit, might as well be mine, right, bro? It's crazy. So I send this kite out, and before I even get word that the kite had landed, Cocaina already got hit up. Already got hit up, and I swear, bro, you gotta be a boss to make that shit happen in YO camp like that.
Especially like that.
From behind CM, straight
And
up.
for everyone that doesn't know, Cocaina is the one that crashed me and put a patch on the back of my head. So that was actually the kid that hit me with a brick. And when Brando came to Lancaster, I was in confinement for that situation. I got shipped to adult prison, and Cocaina actually got back out. And that's how everything happened. So Brando actually had wrote to me while I was in confinement saying that he was going to get that job done. And then when you went home, you wrote me a letter from home letting me know you got it done. I salute, bro. That was wild.
I know you would have did the same.
You already know.
There is no better option than Current. If you qualify, Paycheck Advance allows you to access up to $750 of your paycheck before it actually hits your account. No monthly fees or minimum balance requirements. I have yet to find a better option than Current.
Would have broke out of confinement to go get that motherfucker.
This version of the story added more violence by including the revenge factor. It also gave Jake the appearance of strength. It seemed as if Jake was not only violent himself, but was also connected to people who had friends in high places and could get you touched. All of these things sounded much more plausible than a white blood who got his face cut and didn't retaliate, but still held a position within the gang. Jake had seemingly talked himself out of scrutiny for a while, with everyone looking to poke holes in his story with plain prison logic being silenced because Jake's stories had the one thing needed to survive on the World Wide Web, a vouch. But as Jake's fame grew, so did his ego. And when Jake started to get too comfortable in his character and feeling untouchable, he started making mistakes. One could have argued that it was Jake himself who got finessed by Brando. Brando lied to Jake, and Jake just repeated the lie because he took his boy's word. And that would have been a fair argument had Jake not done this next move. Jake would appear on No Jumper, and in this episode, he would again discuss the phony story of slashing his celly. But this time he would embellish even more, and it would cost him.
We in the field, bro. We gonna, it's gonna come back and forth. I'm gonna get hit. Someone else is gonna get hit. Big homies have gotten hit in the past. It is what it is. As long as you stand on your shit, it's a part of the game.
Right.
So my whole thing was, when it's my turn, I'm gonna get them back, But I never got them back.
Right.
I personally didn't get them, but someone else got them.
But how much did it mean to you that your friend was able to take care of it?
Oh, that was my dog.
Like, if that had not happened, would it still haunt you?
Nah, because I've been
past it now.
I done got hit up before by someone I never got back on.
Really?
You know what I mean? But so the homie that cut him after I got cut, I got fired up in the back of my head. I got a patch missing. I got hit by a Zoe. He put a brick from the basketball court, the asphalt, inside of a sock and hit me over the head and put like a bullet hole in my head.
Just because of specific issue with him, or was it?
Nah, we were beefing with the Zoes.
Right.
We were at war with the whole compound. So the same homie that cut the other one, he got him blasted. So they did a little fake call-out sheet and they wrote up a thing to go to medical, but they put his name on it. So they knew when he was coming out. I was in confinement when this whole shit happened. So they had him come out. And then they hit him with a real box cutter blade, ripped his whole shit open.
Wow.
He back in Haiti right now. I looked him up when I got up.
You looked him up?
Yeah, big dumbass scar on his face.
We all know that the Zoe Jake is referring to is a Haitian by the name of Jimmy. the inmate who Jake named in the grievance after his head was busted in Lancaster, CI, just 3 days after landing in B dorm. As you can hear in this clip, Jake says that he personally looked Jimmy up and saw the big scar on his face. It's important to note that prior to this interview, Jimmy's name was not known. Jake had not said it, and when he showed the disciplinary report from this incident, he had actually covered Jimmy's name. Because of this, Jake thought that no one would find out the truth because you would not only have to know who the person was who hit him, you would have to know his name, and you would have to know where to look for him. Jake did not anticipate his grievances being released, and as a result, the identity of Jimmy and the truth. Jake could no longer hide behind the excuse of hearing it from Brando because he had introduced the fact that he had seen the scar himself.
So they had him come out, and then they hit him with a real box cutter blade, ripped this whole shit open.
Wow.
He back in Haiti right now. I looked him up when I got up.
You looked him up?
Yeah, big dumbass scar on his face.
I ain't never get cut, bro.
Yeah.
Look at me, bro. No, but look at my face, bro. Look at my face, bro.
After a short conversation with Jimmy, it was easy to see that the whole scar on the face thing was a lie. And it was by falling down the rabbit hole of that lie that we found ourselves here. In this same clip, Jake says that Brando is also responsible for cutting the guy that cut him in RMC.
Is it because of a specific issue with him, or was it?
Nah, we were beefing with the Zoes.
Right.
We were at war with the whole compound. So the same homie that cut the other one, he got him blasted. Can't take it from him. He got me.
Right.
My homie blasted his ass though at the next spot with a box cutter.
Really?
Everyone that hit me got hit.
Because you got taken out of there soon after, so you weren't able to actually get revenge?
Inmate movement records would show that Brando's next spot was actually Lancaster, CI. And he passed through RMC and got to Lancaster around February of 2014, meaning that Jake was already there too. In fact, Jake arrived at Lancaster around October of 2013, which would have been about 4 months before Brando got there. In order for this version of the story to be true, that would mean that some word had to be sent about who the guy was and what he had done. The problem with that version is, when Jake originally told this story, he said that he never got the guy's name, or if he did, he couldn't remember. And he didn't even think about getting no get back. He just charged it to the game.
I've been trying to configure this field for an hour, but this CRM sucks. Maybe it's time to stand up to these slow, archaic CRMs. We deserve a CRM that doesn't take forever to create a report. We need a CRM we won't hate, and that will actually help us work faster. And should we find such a CRM, our work will be known as efficient, faster, and better.
Dan, why don't you just switch to Monday CRM? My team uses it, is doing everything way faster. From creating real-time dashboards to sending mass emails, creating quotes and invoices, and building custom pipelines, you name it. Just start with the free trial to see how you can speed up your sales cycle with Monday CRM.
For most businesses, hiring can take a long time. Not for Susan, though. She uses ZipRecruiter to find quality candidates fast. ZipRecruiter uses powerful matching technology to screen resumes and find the top candidates, so Susan can quickly invite the best matches to apply with just one click. It's no wonder ZipRecruiter is rated the #1 hiring site. Spend less time hiring and more time building your business. Try for free at ZipRecruiter.com.
I learned a lot of things in prison. One of them is don't take anyone for granted. You know what I mean? Don't look past someone. I'm thinking this kid's nose got broke. He's soft. He's not going to do nothing. And then boom, I get cut by the same kid. You know what I mean? I'm thinking about Kama coming back and hitting me. I wasn't worried about that kid from Tampa because I knew I'd never run into him again. We got so many prisons. The chances of us running into each other are so slim. And I didn't even know who he was. I didn't get his name. I probably did get his name, but I forgot it. It is what it is, you know what I mean? But I'm alive, I'm breathing. Yeah, I wanted to get him back. I wanted to get them all back, everybody back. Really, who I wanted to get, though, was them COs.
Now, my opinion is that Jake was getting called out for his stories, and so he recruited Brando to vouch for the stories and help add validity to them. But in return, he had to make Brando like this super Avenger, revenge character in the stories, which would give Brando a reason to want to spread the stories and also boost his reputation. I mean, if you ever read an urban novel, Jake's stories are pretty much urban novels. He's just telling them out of his mouth instead of putting them on paper for you to read. Jake's mistake came when he tried to pass the stories off as reality, because now he has to give reference points and vouchers, and it's easy to catch somebody lying when they start giving up specific facts. Jake showed us that he was the type to take somebody else's story and repeat it as truth when he told the story of how Brando got Jimmy cut.
Just kind of like, you know what I'm saying? He was right, he was chunky, you know what I'm saying? He was rocking hard for the Arnett's.
All right, so that's the oldest Russia. The two other ones I was at Sumter with. Those are the two little brothers. But the one that you're talking about, you remember my brother Brando?
Of course.
So Brando was in confinement with Russia. I got fired up by Zoe, and Russia got him handled. You feel me? Because Brando talked to Russia, was like, hey, bro, can you do something, off my face for my brother? Russia's like, yeah, I got that. He sent the kite out to the compound. The next day, the Zoe that got me, boop, got his ass.
Yeah, straight like that, you know what I'm saying?
Russia got shit done.
By the time a story like that makes it to a big platform like No Jumper, this is what we end up with.
So the same homie that cut the other one, he got him blasted. So they did a little fake call-out sheet, and they wrote up a thing to go to medical, but they put his name on it, so they knew when he was coming out. I was in confinement when this whole shit happened, so they had him come out, and then they hit him with a real box cutter blade, ripped this whole shit open.
Wow.
He back in Haiti right now. I looked him up when I got up.
You looked him up?
Yeah, big dumbass sky on his face.
That clip proves to us that Jake is not only the type to repeat a story as if it's facts, but he's also the type to add his own facts into the story. As he said that he himself looked up Jimmy and saw the scar that he allegedly got from getting cut by Brando now. By saying that Brando is also the same guy who cut the guy that cut him, and that happened at Brando's next spot, he's placing Brando and this guy at Lancaster CI. Inmate housing records show that Brando was actually a pretty good kid while he was down at Lancaster. I mean, to be for real, after he left Lancaster, he actually went to the private prison that Jake was saying that everybody wanted to get to. The one that the lady said people slashed their face to get to. This leads me to question, did Brando check in, or was he ran off of the compound? Like, what happened? Because she was also very clear about the fact that you cannot get this custody status until you have been assaulted. A closer look at Brando's paperwork actually shows that he went on an administrative confinement while in RMC and actually went to protective custody. Inmate movement records also showed that Jimmy actually stayed at Lancaster long after Jake was gone and long after Brando was gone as well. Looking at Jake's inmate movement history, we can see that he was only at RMC between October 2nd and October 7th. He was actually in I Block on October 2nd, but he was moved to K Block, which is SEG, on October 5th. So this face slashing incident would have had to take place between October 2nd and October 5th. If you listen to Jake's story, this incident happened the very next day after he got to I Block. So that means he was in RMC for only 1 day before he was removed away from the other inmates and put in confinement. Now let's listen to this former counselor one more time as she explains the process that these guys go through when they try to get private management and get out of these facilities.
But anyway, let's go to the PM part of that. So, somebody would need to go PM. And what they would do is they would go and they would approach a staff member and say, I'm in fear for my safety. This is the reason why. And a lot of times, even at that point, it would be where nobody wanted to do any of the paperwork. Because half the time when people are checking in, it's because they owed money. It's because, they were trying to switch dorms. Something foolish like that. If you dug your own hole, the way it was always felt about is dig yourself out of that hole. You wanted to sit there and play games. You wanted to run numbers. You wanted to owe money for your tickets that you couldn't pay off. You wanted to sit there and borrow canteen and know you can't pay it back. You're going to have to dig yourself out of that hole. every once in a while you'd have somebody that legitimately might need PM. And let me make this clear too. A lot of times you couldn't go PM or ask for PM until you were actually assaulted. So sometimes you had some people that they would sit there and go, I need PM, I need PM. They didn't need PM, they just owed money. So what they would do is after they would approach somebody and say, I need a PM, and they didn't get put in PM, they go cut themselves on the face.
Yep.
And they would go, oh, look, see, I got cut. It's like, you didn't get cut, that's a little scratch. But okay, you went all in on this one now. So then what would then occur is they'd ask for PM. Once they ask for PM, they would then get escorted back to confinement.
This is the exact scenario that we are faced with. And seeing as though Brando did the exact same type of thing as far as requesting protective custody and then finding himself at a private facility like Lake City, which is where Jake wanted to go at the time when he was leaving Sumter and on his way to Lancaster, it makes perfect sense for Jake to have been trying to do the same thing that he saw Brando do. It's just nobody wants to say, hey, I got this scratch because I was trying to check in and pull a stunt. So instead, he makes up this graphic story about how he was gangbanging and got cut. When you look at the fact that Brando actually went protective custody and Jake was in there writing grievances saying that he was being threatened by staff and they were going to send inmates to hurt him and he was being blackmailed and his family was going to call the news if he wasn't released from confinement, it's pretty clear what these two guys were up to while they were
building your online business. Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products, showcase them dynamically, and seamlessly track your inventory. Accept multiple secure payments, and design your storefront down to the very last detail. Get all the tools you need. Drive more sales with customizable gift cards and flexible product subscriptions. Retain customers with a point-based loyalty program, email automations, and reach millions with sales channel integrations. Complete your setup with a personalized analytics dashboard. Make smart business decisions and shape the next phase of your business. Build, manage, and grow from one place. Go to Wix and launch your online business today.
DistroKid is going to cost you $1,246 more than Lander to do the same thing that Lander is doing. You can actually import all of your songs that you distributed from another major distribution platform, and within some time, they'll migrate all of your releases to their platform. So you're not stuck paying for these fees on DistroKid forever. You can just cancel your subscription and Lander's going to keep it up for you. The best decision that I've made is switching my music from DistroKid to Lander.
during their time. YouTube has created a lane where people who once had no voice can now open their mouth from their living room and speak to millions of people. As I said before, Jake's stories are no different from reading a book. So while people may have questioned the validity, it was still just some entertainment to help pass a little time. It became a problem for Jake when he started using his platform to attack other people. When it went from being a prison rights activist and just telling stories to actually digging into other people's personal lives and pulling up their paperwork, attacking their credibility as street figures, it created a dirt slinging contest. And I believe that the popularity and the clout started to get to Jake's head. I don't believe that he started believing his own stories, but I believe that he felt like, well, now I have the money and the tools to do all of this type of stuff if that's what I want to do. And so he made a change from trying to be an activist to trying to really be a real member. If you just pay attention, look at the difference in his body language on Lockdown 23-1 and his body language when he went to No Jumper, where he know some members be hanging around at. At the end of the day, I think Jake used his ability to get paperwork to get in good with certain guys. And I think he used calling out certain guys as snitches as a way to get in good with certain guys. And by putting those guys in place around him, he now feels like he has the validation to be the type of person that he always wanted to be. The irony of it is he used snitching and telling on other people as a vehicle to get popular enough to start calling out other people for snitching and telling. Hey, that's all I got for y'all for this episode, man. Stay tuned for the next episode of 1090 Jake Exposed. We gonna move on to Lancaster and talk about what really went on with Jake at Lancaster CI. Not just the Jimmy situation, but a couple of other situations too. On that tip, I'm out.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe featuring densely populated havens of relative safety governed by 4 great empires. Hostile systems where player alliances make the rules. Even regions of anomalous and unexplored space that hold their own secrets. You play as a Capsuleer, a revered breed of highly trained pilot, having achieved immortality through the use of cloning technology. You navigate the universe encased in an armored capsule deep within your ship, where you have complete neural control and function as one. There are hundreds of ships to fly in EVE. Everything from small, nimble craft and versatile mid-range vessels to formidable warships and colossal freighters. Each has advantages and suited roles, but all are completely customizable as you decide how to equip and arm them. What you do in New Eden is entirely up to you. EVE's immense sandbox gives you the opportunity to choose between multiple professions and activities. The key to this unique customization of your playstyle is skill training. This is a passive process, and it continues whether you are in or out of game. As a new player, you can focus on one specific area in order to quickly reach the same level of specialization.
With the prison genre of YouTube on the rise, and Florida prisons being a specifically hot topic, we will be introduced to a number of characters from Florida. In this specific episode, we are going to focus on Pino and how a dispute with 1090 Jake almost cost him his freedom for the rest of his life. In 2018, the world was shocked as images from inside a Florida prison surfaced showing fights and inmates holding machetes. The person responsible for this footage was a YouTuber by the name of K-Frog. K-Frog had taken these images while locked up and had intentionally leaked them to the internet for notoriety. He planned to launch a YouTube channel called K-Frog TV, in which he would post videos of things that he recorded while inside prison, and the news would be the perfect place to announce this. K-Frog's channel was launched January 28, 2018, and his news segment aired January 30th, 2018. After seeing K-Frog's quote-unquote success, many more inmates would be inspired to share their journey, and in 2019, we would meet Pino and 1090 Jake. All hailing from Florida, it seemed only right that the three would connect. In the following months, we would see the creation of content, and the group appeared to be developing a network. In late 2019, Jake would approach the group with an idea. He would follow in K-Frog's footsteps and use the news channel to promote his YouTube channel. Only his methods would go a little further. Where K-Frog had himself recorded the videos and was in them, Jake would be only posting other inmates in facilities he had not been to. Where K-Frog would decline to say how he got a cell phone in prison, Jake would blow up the scheme of the guards who were making money by bringing in contraband for the inmates. K-Frog didn't really care either way. His time was done, and these were just the guys he did content with. Pino, on the other hand, wanted no parts of causing problems for the inmates and the gangs on the inside. See, Jake's background is really a mystery still to this day. No one knows where he actually grew up and where he hung as a youth. K-Frog is from Davie. And while everywhere can be dangerous, Davie is pretty much a safe place. But Pino was from Pompano Beach, Florida, the home of faces like Lamar Jackson and Kodak Black. Pompano Beach is located in Broward County and no stranger to violence at all. With that said, it's only logical that Pino saw this whole talking to the news about the inside thing differently from the others. Pino's upbringing had exposed him to the true reach of the streets early in life. So while they were looking for a way to be known and validated as street, Pino was looking for a way to get out of the streets. The last thing he wanted to do was have every inmate in the Florida Department of Corrections mad at him. Some of those boys had reached to the streets, and he knew firsthand the streets were not to be played with. Pino would try to pass this game on to Jake, but Jake would disregard it, seemingly locked in on his mission. And as Jake went harder arguing points for why he should do it, Pino realized that Jake's mission had a personal feeling to it. On December 19th, 2019, Jake would enter phase 1 of his plan by uploading a video to his YouTube channel. And within a month, he would appear on the news with the exact same reporter as K-Frog, but only this time, Jake would go all in.
We've destroyed an enemy cruiser. Enemy battleship, sir. All stations reporting strategic target. The ship is on fire. Detected. We've sunk an enemy destroyer. Torpedoes, direct front.
I just won $60,000 from my car crash from this app from my phone. I don't know if you could see it, but it's called Case Connect Compensation Calculator. It's for $60,000 and I'm about to go cash it in. For those of you who don't know what Case Connect is, it is one of the largest settlement payment companies in the world. They developed this app and they have over 140,000 people get paid huge checks after their car accident. The app asks you 4 simple questions, then compares your car accident to millions of other accidents. Then it can tell you instantly if you qualify for a huge check, like the one I got here. The first time I learned about this was 3 years ago from Angelo. So Angelo was in a bad car accident, lost his car and everything, and the insurance companies weren't trying to give him a cent. Angelo shared this video that went viral of him using the Case Connect app and getting a total of $120,000 check from his car accident in only 3 months. Unfortunately, I was in a car accident. I was stopped at a red light and some distracted car driver crashed into the back of my car. I hurt my back, totaled my car, and on top of it, I lost my job since I had no way to get to work. But luckily, I saw Angelo's video and I said, I should try that. So I clicked the link to the app he used, and within a few seconds, it told me my accident qualified for a huge check. Fast forward just 60 days, and here I was. I am able to replace the income from my job, pay off all my bills, and I got a new car. So I share this app on my page with a video like this, and Tina used it. She ended up getting a check for $240,000. Then I shared it with Tyler, my friend who got into an accident, and he got $120,000 with the same app. So the best part about this is that it is so beginner friendly, and I just want to show you how easy it is. So you click the link I put in this video, go ahead and click it. You answer 4 simple questions, and then within seconds, it tells you if you qualify for a huge check. Then it can connect you with the Case Connect specialist who can get you the money for free. And that's what I did. And honestly, just a few years ago, I knew nothing about car accidents and what to do. I didn't know how easy it was to use the Case Connect app to get a major payday and get my life back on track. I probably would have called a random attorney, and we all know what that would have done. I would have been screwed over and they would have taken my money. So I'm so glad I saw Angelo's video. And Tina, she knows nothing either and is terrible at technology and got paid $240,000. Then Tyler, who was so skeptical because the insurance company told him that they'd give him $5,000, he ended up getting $120,000. That's $115,000 more without ever having to deal with the insurance company. So this really is for anybody who has been injured in a car accident. All you need to do is just click the link below and answer just 4 simple questions. And within seconds, you'll know if the car accident qualifies for a huge check like this one here. And there are Case Connect specialists that can get the money for you for free. And the truth is, I've had thousands of people that have watched this video that you're watching, and they have been able to get huge checks like me, Angelo, Tina, and Tyler. Imagine feeling like a huge amount of money hitting your bank account in instantly. It's amazing feeling. So you can do that. Okay, so I want you to be one of the car accident victims that are taking advantage of this because not many people are doing it yet. All right, just click the link, answer 4 simple questions, and see what your car accident qualifies for. Good luck. Make sure you share this video with your friends and family who have been injured in a car accident so they can get paid for major crashes too. Click the link below. I hope this helps.
Case Connect, Case Connect. Hit the link down below and get paid a check. Case Connect, Case Connect. See how much you can get in 30 seconds or less.
How easy is it to get drugs in a Florida prison?
Every single compound I hit, there was all types of drugs on there, whether it's prescription pills, Molly, some spots there was cocaine and meth, but nothing more common than K2.
Jacob Cherry, a former inmate, posted the videos to YouTube.
People are laid out on the floor, not responding, and there's no staff present, there's no staff seeing this. The majority of the drugs that I know of that are coming inside is through the guides. When you're not really making any money and a $30 phone on the street turns into a $1,200 phone inside a prison, a lot of people are gonna do it.
In the months following Jake's news segment, the Florida Department of Corrections will go on a rampage, shaking down and investigating the facilities shown in Jake's videos. This would lead to charges against a lot of people, mostly prison gang members who allegedly had officers under their wing. Being a first-hand witness to these events, Pino started to separate himself from Jake and K-Frog And this is where things took a very twisted turn. Because Pino and K-Frog were both still in Florida, they were a little cooler with each other than they were with Jake, who was back in Massachusetts. At least that's what Pino thought. One day around March of 2020, just after Jake appeared on the news, Pino would express to K-Frog how he disagreed with the news tactic, specifically how it affected the inmates. The last thing Pino wanted to do was be associated with that, and he suggested that K-Frog fall back from Jake as well. Jake was 1,000 miles away in Massachusetts. Pino and K-Frog were still right in arm's reach of those affected. K-Frog, obviously blinded by the potential fame and money, would take this back to 1090 Jake, who would immediately devise a plan to put a muzzle on Pino. Less than 1 week after his conversation with K-Frog, Pino would be taken by surprise when he opened his social media page and saw his comments flooded with claims that 1090 Jake and K-Frog had exposed Pino as a snitch. Jake did not need Pino running around the streets of Florida letting everybody know that it was he who had started this investigation into the prisons and the gangs. So he needed to destroy Pino's street credibility. What better way than to label him a rat? Jake and K-Frog would release documents showing that Pino talked to the police about a crime he was involved in. And with the troll culture at its peak, Pino would not be able to explain his way out of it, so he decided to take action. He started off looking for K-Frog, and though they were both in Florida, somehow there were no results. He eventually made his way to Boston where he met with Jake, and the results of that meeting would leave Jake bloody and embarrassed. Still, the damage was done. And if Pino were to say that Jake was doing some undercover snitching without some actual proof that someone was arrested or some paperwork, the world would say he was just deflecting.
We needed a project manager yesterday. We posted a job on ZipRecruiter and had our guy on site in 5 days. He was qualified in every way. ZipRecruiter finds the best candidates for all our jobs. They helped us build our dream team, and they did it fast.
Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/YouTube.
Hey, business owner, tired of wasting hours on scheduling, attendance, and payroll? ConnectTeam's here to simplify all of that for you. With ConnectTeam's auto scheduling, your schedules practically fill themselves, handling conflicts and tracking availability while updating the right people about changes and keeping labor costs in check. But great schedules need more than just time slots, so add tasks, forms, and checklists that ease communication, making sure your team isn't just showing up, they're getting the job done. When your employees clock in and out, everything syncs automatically to their timesheets. So all the hours you spent matching times and fixing mistakes are yours again. And when it's payroll time, simply export the timesheets to your accountant or payroll provider, and that's it. Ready to get hours of your day back? Go to connectteam.com and make it happen.
It's important to note that all of these things transpired within 3 months of Jake going on the news. So all of the investigations that would eventually lead to charges were still going on. This would actually be around the time that the department was receiving data back from the phones that had been confiscated during the shakedown. That's why Pino had no paperwork or proof other than what he knew, because he was in Florida and was a witness to what was going on. None of the paperwork had came down yet. Nobody was charged yet. These incidents were actually still being investigated. Jake would then pull a double cross on K-Frog and expose paperwork on him as well. It would seem as though Jake wanted to cut ties with anybody who could directly tie him to what was going on, and also wanted to make sure whatever they said about him would fall on deaf ears. Just when Jake thought he had put an end to Pino, in came Adam from No Jumper. Pino appears on No Jumper and is introduced by Adam as a YouTube legend and a street legend.
We got a YouTube legend, a street legend, etc. Pino is in the building.
What's going on?
How you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling good, bro. How you feeling?
This is just months after busting 1090 Jake's head up on Instagram Live. Pino would answer some questions in the interview about Jake, and this would re-spark the tension, but more importantly, it would show Jake that Pino was still a problem and his voice still had reach. Although Pino would express during this interview that his life focus was shifting and he had grown out of certain mindsets, The threat of the information he held made him a lifelong target for Jake, who wanted to protect his newfound status, so the smoke was still on. In June of 2021, Pino got arrested, and the paperwork would show that a week after Pino's interview on No Jumper aired, the police were monitoring his Instagram when they allegedly noticed he was posting guns. According to the report, this account had been monitored for about 6 to 9 months. And while Jake would make a video attempting to clear himself of any involvement, the start of the investigation into Pino dates back to the middle of the conflict between Pino, Jake, and K-Frog the year before in 2020. I wonder if it just slipped Pino's mind or if he was so blinded by the anger that he didn't stop to think, hey, this guy was just on the news telling on a bunch of people, using a video he posted on social media as a launching pad and a rollout. I say that because knowing that, one would have to assume that Jake's social media is being monitored, especially when he was claiming that prisoners were actually using the contraband phones to contact him on social media asking for help spreading the word. But hindsight is always perfect. Also happening around that same time was a crackdown by the Broward County Sheriff's Office and the Florida Department of Corrections. As we discussed in the other videos, after Jake did his news segment, there were shakedowns at the prisons. Information found in the contraband phones found during those shakedowns led investigators to believe that the prison gangs were using recently released inmates to get contraband back into the system, as they would be the most familiar with the workings from the inside. Over 54 people will be arrested as a result of this partnership between the Department of Corrections and the Broward County Sheriff's Office. Jake's news rally against the Department of Corrections was turning up big results. Dirty officers were getting caught. Prison gang drug operations busted up, and some of these cases were leading to information about operations on the streets. The Department of Corrections looked to be really cleaning up and could not afford to have Jake hurt. Jake was admittedly working as a middleman between the snitch inmates in the prisons who wanted the word out and the good police officers who wanted to stop corruption. This was very important to the department. The same Broward unit that partnered with the Department of Corrections to do Operation Green Shield is the same unit that investigated and charged Pino. Coincidence? Or was this a direct message to Pino that the Department of Corrections would not tolerate the badgering and intimidation of the face of its new war on contraband and prison gangs? A warrant for Pino was issued on June 25th, 2021. And by June 29th, 2021, Jake had his video mocking Pino's arrest done and uploaded. Now, if you ask me, I know exactly what happened to Pino. You was playing with one of their people, bro. You almost exposed one of their operations. And so they got you. Now, at the time, it was hard to explain this because we didn't know that all of these people were going to be charged. There was so much information that wasn't there to connect these dots. But now that we see that Jake's information led to multi-agency arrests and operations, we know exactly why Pino got picked up, because you drove up there and you beat him up on video, and then you got on the internet and talked about it. And they could not let that slide. They could not let you keep applying pressure to those two guys, because those were the two main guys who were providing them with information. These guys were providing them with video footage. So I hope that this makes sense to y'all like it made sense to me. And if not, feel free to leave me a comment and let me know what you think. Do you think that Pino walked himself into that situation? Or do you think that it was actually, some strings got pulled because he was messing with Jake? Let me know, man. What you think about K-Frog, too? K-Frog did like some slimy stuff, but I guess that is what it is, But let me know, man. I'm out. One more thing before I go, I got to bring y'all this promotion, man. If you are a book reader, if you are into book reading and you probably want to get into audiobooks, go over and subscribe to this channel, Dynamic Image. Please go subscribe. They're going to be dropping some content for y'all, interviews, book reviews, as well as some audiobooks. So get over there and go subscribe right now. If you're into literature, you definitely going to love the content. And if you're not, this might turn you on to something new.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
It was pretty obvious from the moment Jake showed up on YouTube that he had an issue with the correctional officers. But what's even more obvious is that Jake has been in constant communication with the Florida Department of Corrections since he was released. I mean, he admitted it.
When I got out, I called the chaplain at Lancaster. And I said, how can you claim to be a Christian and you know exactly what's going on at Lancaster? You know exactly what they do. How do you sleep at night?
Taking this into consideration, it's safe to say that Jake was actively working with the Department of Corrections over the years to help get rid of the prison contraband issues. Now let's focus on the story of Shaniqua Jackson, a female correctional officer who was working at Appalachia CI, the facility that Jake paroled from. On or about August 1st, 2018, Captain White, received a telephone call from an anonymous caller. The caller indicated Officer Jackson was introducing contraband, drugs, and cellular telephones via the old dormitory officer station trash can. Once the contraband was placed in the trash can, it was retrieved and distributed by inmates. The caller advised Officer Jackson was receiving compensation via Western Union money transfers for her involvement in the introduction of contraband. Captain White reviewed the fixed wing video from the dormitory, noting inmate Roberts retrieved an object from the trash can, concealed it on his person, and returned to his assigned bunk. Captain White and Officer Cook searched inmate Roberts' assigned bunk, locating a brown paper bag containing suspected synthetic cannabinoid, suspected marijuana, suspected methamphetamine, and approximately 257 pills with marking consistent with Xanax. When I ran across this story while researching this topic, I noticed that it sounded strangely familiar. And then it hit me.
We're talking about like we was living in there, like we had a life sentence. Like, you feel me? Like we were getting ready to EOS and look at the shit that we were doing. Like how you were talking about that one big ass dude that we slid to Old Dorm to go get that bread bag. You feel me?
Go ahead and tell everybody about that, from your perspective.
So I ended up speaking to him while we was out there. And, I told him, man, what's all like you ain't got no plug? Like this is, I'm looking for some shit. He was like, oh, look, this is the man right here. And he points me to that big ass black dude. You feel me? So I'm like, all right. So he goes and he introduces me to the man. And he's like, oh, look, buddy right here, bro. Good people. Like, he got bread. Like he wanted to. We started speaking. We came up with a deal. I pushed for it like this. He promised to give me 14 packs of cigarettes. So, he was the man. He actually had an officer that worked in the chow hall that she was bringing it in for him. You feel me? So he was good. He was straight. He had it steady coming. Everybody fucked with him.
I found myself stunned when faced with the reality that Jake's mission against corruption in the Department of Corrections did not start with the inception of his YouTube channel. In fact, the YouTube channel was just the next phase in his already mobilized plan. While people who follow Jake may have been aware of his news campaign, it was brought to national attention when Florida rapper Real Boston Richie used the news clip as a response to 1090 Jake's snitching allegations against him. How can a snitch call someone else out for being a snitch, right? When confronted with this information and asked to explain his motive for doing the news clip, Jake would say,
I was trying to shed light on inmate deaths in the system and how many overdose deaths were being reported as natural or accidental.
And when asked how he obtained the information and videos, Jake would say,
I was sent videos by current prisoners who couldn't get the message out. So I used my platform to be their voice.
In other words, somebody on the inside wanted to end the drug operation as bad as Jake did. And they were willing to feed Jake information that he could use on the outside to attract enough attention to blow this operation up. This made perfect sense when trying to explain how these tips that happened before Jake's YouTube channel began were connected. Like K-Frog, Jake had devised his plan to expose the Florida Department of Corrections while he was still in the Florida Department of Corrections. And immediately after his release, he had taken action. This would take the history of Jake's communications with the department after release back to 2015. The true deception in Jake's movements will be exposed when Jake was confronted with the accusations that his complaints with the Department of Corrections led to officer arrests. Instead of taking pride in his actions and boasting of the things he had accomplished against the Department of Corrections like his fans do, or taking the position that he took when his grievance was exposed and saying that you can't snitch on police, Jake would deny that any officers were arrested at all.
Concentrate fire on the target. Enemy battleship sunk. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy submarine spotted. Attention. Reporting the target position. Enemy heavily damaged. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy battleship foundered. I need intelligence data. Engine boost activated. Enemy destroyer detected. Problem solved, sir. The ship is on fire. Support the allied target. Enemy battleship sunk. All stations, reporting the position of a strategic target. Requesting support. I owe you one. Enemy destroyer blown up. Engine boost deactivated.
How did I get prisons raided without any prisons being identified? They would claim the officers must have raided the prisons I was at, but I'd already been out of prison for 5 years. And what officers got arrested? See, the Florida Department of Corrections has a website newsroom that covers press releases, staff assaults, and officer-involved arrests. But not one article can be produced showing any officer was ever arrested.
This was because Jake knew that 9 times out of 10, if an officer was charged with bringing in contraband, an inmate was charged as well. This would directly contradict his claims that his actions only affected guards and not inmates, and would nullify his stance that you can't be a snitch for telling on corrections officers. Jake would try to play on our intelligence by presenting the logic of he can't be snitching because he's saying what he saw when he was in jail and he had been out of jail for 5 years.
They would claim the officers must have raided the prisons I was at, but I'd already been out of prison for 5 years.
But the problem with that is that although Jake had been released 5 years prior, the reason that he was on the news 5 years later was because just 30 days prior, he had went to his YouTube channel and posted videos of contraband inside the prisons. So his testimony, if you'll call it that, was corroboration that what was going on had been going on for at least 5 years. Nice try, but no, sir. Jake would take advantage of his audience's lack of knowledge when it came to the system and would try to prove that no officers were arrested by directing everyone to the Florida Department of Corrections website newsroom, where they report on officer arrests and highlighting the fact that there were no officer arrests listed.
The Florida Department of Corrections has a website newsroom that covers press releases, staff assaults, and officer-involved arrests. But not one article can be produced showing any officer was ever arrested.
However, Jake would not inform the audience that this site only kept articles up for a limited time, and that there was another site where all you had to do was search the term corrections officers arrested, and dozens of arrests would come up, some specifically related to Jake's complaints and the institutions connected to those videos, which I broke down in a previous chapter of this series. Over the years, Jake has attacked the credibility of many artists and entrepreneurs, claiming that they are not who they appear to be because they claim to be from the streets but have cooperated with law enforcement. Meanwhile, Jake has openly and admittedly been cooperating with law enforcement since 2015 to bust prison drug operations, while denying that any officers have been arrested as a result of such. 50 Cent has been a power in the industry throughout his career since he came into the game. And while most times he seems calculated and on point, I gotta say this was a bad move. You can't call on a guy who is snitching and lying about his own paperwork to look over somebody else's paperwork to see if they right or wrong. I think instead of doing his own homework on Jake, 50 just looked to the word of the people without understanding that a large majority of the people are ignorant in this area. So while they give a certain amount of props, they don't even know that Jake is still undercover and manipulating them as well. A lot of people been saying for years that 50 is out of touch with the streets. And just because you come from them don't mean that, you stuck in them. So I get it. But at the same time, just because you have an explanation for something doesn't mean that you have an excuse for something. And just because you have an excuse doesn't mean that you are excused. So while Jake may be slick talking and trying to talk his way out of his little situation, the fact of the matter is he told on a lot of people. And 50, this was a bad look, man. You can't call in the big rat to try to expose Big Meech. That ain't gonna work. But yeah, it's your boy Bryon Blake, man. I'm out.
And I was trying to shed light on inmate deaths in the system and how many overdose deaths were being reported as natural or accidental. I was sent videos by current prisoners who couldn't get the message out, so I used my platform to be their voice. They would claim the officers must have raided the prisons I was at, but I'd already been out of prison for 5 years. And what officers got arrested? See, the Florida Department of Corrections has a website newsroom that covers press releases, staff assaults, and officer-involved arrests. But not one article can be produced showing any officer was ever arrested.
2020, just days after Jake had made his appearance on the news, a mass search of secured housing unit M dormitory was conducted by K9 Captain Daniel Carmichael. Captain Carmichael discovered 2 cellular phones wrapped in cellophane in the mop closet of Wing 1 bathroom of M dormitory. 54 people will be arrested as a result of this partnership between the Department of Corrections and the Broward County Sheriff's Office. Jake's news rally against the Department of Corrections was turning up big results. Dirty officers were getting caught. Prison gang drug operations busted up, and some of these cases were leading to information about operations on the streets. The Department of Corrections looked to be really cleaning up and could not afford to have Jake hurt. Jake was admittedly working as a middleman between the snitch inmates in the prisons who wanted the word out and the good police officers who wanted to stop corruption. This was very important to the department. The same Broward unit that partnered with the Department of Corrections to do Operation Green Shield is the same unit that investigated and charged Pino. Coincidence? While incarcerated at Lancaster, Jake would attempt to go in another direction with his bid. In Jake's mind, Lancaster was the big leagues compared to Sumter, so he had to move differently if he wanted to survive. 2 weeks after arriving at Lancaster, he was moved to the work camp, and according to Jake, his time at the work camp wasn't exciting at all. We can see from his housing history that Jake was in trouble twice while in the work camp, once for refusing to work and the other for an unauthorized absence. When you put these situations in perspective, along with Jake's version of why he was moved from the work camp, it seems as though Jake had a pattern of getting in trouble with the intentions of changing housing units, as opposed to just requesting to get moved. That's just my opinion, that is. Still, around the same time he claims he was moved from the work camp because he wanted to go into the field, there exists a record of a disciplinary report. In any case, Jake's description of how he got moved is still what many would consider a check-in move.
I was at the work camp already because of my custody level and my release date. My boy ended up sending me a kite over to the work camp saying he just cut a GD. I'm at the work camp bored as shit. Almost everybody over here pussy. I'm going through it because I just can't stand it because believe it or not, time goes by faster in the war zone. When you're at war in prison, time goes by quick because you got too much shit to think about. When you're just sitting there not doing nothing, it goes by slow as shit. So I put in a request form to get put on psych meds because you couldn't be at the work camp on psych meds. You would have to go back to the main. So that's how I ended up getting put back in the main so I could jump back in the field because I felt like my bros that I've known are going at it and I'm not in it. I'm not there with them.
On January 11, 2014, Jake was moved into Lancaster CI's B dorm. Less than 72 hours after entering the dorm, he was assaulted by an inmate named Jimmy Horry. As we saw in the previous clip, Jake already knew that B dorm was a war zone. Jimmy had previously been housed in his dorm and stabbed by another inmate. He knew it was dangerous, and because he wanted to do better in his life, he wanted to shake that environment. Jimmy was in jail serving a 3-year sentence for burglary and theft and had been declared mentally unfit by the court system. After attempting to ask the guards to move him, Jimmy was told he would have to crash out if he wanted to move. Shortly after, an associate of Jimmy's was attacked by an associate of 1090 Jake. Sensing that he may be next, Jimmy took action and crashed 1090 Jake. If it was going to be on, it was going to be all the way on, and he wasn't going to sit there and let it happen. After Jimmy hit Jake in the head, Jake would only ball up into a fetal position and wait for the officers to come. No fighting back, no nothing. No knives, no nothing. The officer could see that there was some commotion, but they weren't sure who the parties were, who the exact participants were. So they came in and lined everybody up to examine them. After finding the inmates they believed to be involved, the corrections officers allegedly beat them and took them to confinement. This is what Jake said. In the days following, Jake would attempt to get out of trouble for this incident by not only identifying the inmate who assaulted him, but by also claiming that the officers had assaulted the other inmates and had framed him by falsely accusing him of participating in the incident when he was actually just a victim. This doesn't sound like a person who voluntarily signed up to the war zone would say. I mean, if you wanted to go participate in this, why would you complain about getting caught up in it? And I definitely wouldn't be saying I'm a victim and I didn't do anything. The department and the inspector general's office would do an investigation into the incident, and the other inmates involved would deny that there was any abuse by the staff at all. So now, not only did Jake write the grievance and try to cry his way out of trouble, but because the other inmates had to be interviewed about his allegations, the word was out about what he had done. In prison, there's a code. Jake showed everyone on the compound he did not have the ability to stick to it. In all of his YouTube prison stories, Jake admits that one of his homies assaulted one of the Zoes before Jimmy assaulted Jake. Sounds like warfare to me. This is demonstrated by the fact that if Jake's story were true, the inmates who he claims were actually beaten even denied it. Jake told this gruesome story about how the inmate got his jaw broken and beaten so bad. I'm sure it would have been hard to deny if that were true, but in any case, the inmates denied it. That left Jake on an island all alone, as he not only had beef with the inmates, but he now had beef with the guards as well. Everyone else took their whole time and moved along. Jake wanted to make a fuss and whine about it. After word got out about his grievance and flat out snitching, Jake was allegedly targeted by the guards. He would have his trays slammed into his cell and food knocked on the floor. Jake would even write the warden and say that not only was he being threatened by the guards, but he was also allegedly being told that if the guards don't reach him, they would send inmates. Because of this, Jake was scared to come out of confinement. So once again, he caught another disciplinary report while in confinement and pulled a check-in move. He wrote the warden and told him that he fears for his life. Jake, however, would attempt to play the system. Jake knew that requesting protective custody meant he would have to go under evaluation first and would therefore be stuck at the same prison until a determination was made. If they found out he didn't qualify, not only would he be stuck in that prison, he would also have PC paperwork following him. So Jake would tell the warden that his life was in danger in the facility by both guards and inmates, but he could not request PC because that would mean he would still be in the facility and at risk. Ultimately, Jake would be shipped to Appalachia CI, and he would even lie about how that happened. If you listen to most of Jake's stories about Lancaster, they come from confinement. Although he originally claimed that they were active in the work camp at Lancaster, he would later claim that there was no action at all. Ironically, Jake would claim to have gotten on psych meds just so he would be able to get into the action, only to get into the action and then start writing the warden claiming that he should not get punished because he wasn't in on the action. He would then go on No Jumper and allege that he was shipped in a gang sweep.
ED has affected my confidence. My wife, Sherry, says it doesn't matter, but it matters to me. I found Hims. The app is easy. It's on my phone. I can order anytime I want. Hims has been the difference in my confidence.
It was better for both of us.
Get treatment for ED with doctor-trusted medication. Get started today at hims.com.
So it's like once that happened, they boosted up my custody level to closed custody. I got shipped off the unit in a gang sweep. So they sent all the Bloods and Zoes in one bus back to reception. And then I ended up going to an adult prison.
Seemingly unaware that documents had also been recovered showing that he actually asked for a transfer for his own safety. In the end, no matter how many stories Jake tells, we know that he was only on the main compound of this facility for a total of 6 days. In that 6 days, he was traumatized. And apparently, whatever happened to him in Lancaster CI scarred him for life and is the reason we had an activist version of 1090 Jake that we have and see today.
A lot has happened. Mind you, when I got out, I called the chaplain at Lancaster. And I said, how can you claim to be a Christian and you know exactly what's going on at Lancaster? You know exactly what they do, but you work in the chapel. How do you sleep at night? And he went to saying whatever he said. The conversation ended well, though.
Jake would even do the same thing he just most recently made a video on Big Meech about, which is third-party snitching.
I was trying to shed light on inmate deaths in the system and how many overdose deaths were being reported as natural or accidental. I was sent videos by current prisoners who couldn't get the message out, so I used my platform to be their voice.
Of course, by the time he earned a little money from what he was doing and got a little fame and notoriety, all of these stories got drastically remixed, but the truth was still lingering in the shadows.
Hit by a Zoe, put a brick from the basketball court, the asphalt, inside of a sock, and hit me over the head and put like a bullet hole in my head.
Just because of specific issue with him, or was it?
No, we were beefing with the Zoes.
Right.
We were at war with the whole compound. So the same homie that cut the other one, he got him blasted. So they did a little fake call-out sheet, and they wrote up a thing to go to medical, but they put his name on it, so they knew when he was coming out. I was in confinement when this whole shit happened, so they had him come out, and then they hit him with a real box cutter blade, ripped this whole shit open.
Wow.
He back in Haiti right now. I looked him up when I got up.
You looked him up?
Yeah, big dumbass sky on his face.
Cut, bro.
Yeah.
Look at me, bro.
When Jake's grievance got exposed, he tried so hard to play the people that he actually went and dug up a grievance that Jimmy wrote and basically tried to say that Jimmy was snitching because he wrote the grievance. The funny thing about it is if you look at Jimmy's grievance, it's dated February 25th, received February 26th. If you look at Jake's grievance, it was received February 4th, almost a month before Jimmy's. So Jimmy had to write something up after you wrote him and told him that he hit you in the head. He won't get out the hole too if that's the case. We've also since debunked Jake's claims that no articles can be produced showing that any officers were arrested after he did his news clip.
They would claim the officers must have raided the prisons I was at, but I'd already been out of prison for 5 years. And what officers got arrested? See, the Florida Department of Corrections has a website newsroom that covers press releases, staff assaults, and officer-involved arrests. But not one article can be produced showing any officer was ever arrested.
Jake was trying to play on the fact that the audience wasn't aware that the Florida DOC website only kept articles for a certain amount of time. But we ended up finding the evidence that just days after Jake went on the news, which was around January 21st, Florida DOC did a massive shakedown at one of the prisons in the videos. And yeah, officers were charged. For anyone who would like to truly research this topic themselves, go to that website up there at the top, madisonfl.net, and just put in Florida Correction Officers Arrested or Florida Corrections Officers in Contraband, and you'll see, like, it's a list of officers. There's a list of articles, but Jake knew this already. He just sent y'all to the wrong place. It's your boy, Bryon Blake, man. This 1090 Jake Exposed. I'm out.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now, this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store, and after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now, that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way. Here's the fun part. You can regenerate this whole thing over and over, or you can tweak something specific, like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to speak life into your dreams, it's right now using the Wix AI website builder.
We all know the world is in tremendous crisis and peril today.
The problem is, the culturescape keeps engulfing us and telling us that we need to work from 9 to 5 so that someday we can finally retire and see the world.
People are overwhelmed and they don't know how to process it.
We are, all of us, without exception, sitting on top of mountains of untapped human potential.
All great things begin on the inside.
Now is the time to take our passions and our quirks and our visions and bring them out into the world, because there never will be another one of us.
In this episode of 1090 Jake Exposed, it's going to be a little different. We are going over paperwork, but instead of discussing whether or not 1090 Jake is a snitch, I'll be telling you the story of Freddie Patterson, the troubled teen who started out with a 5-year sentence in JIT camp, and by the time he made it to Appalachia CI as an adult, he was all the way turned up. While Freddie's life seemed to be lost to the inside, Jake was using his stories on the outside to build what we now know today as EOS. Frederick Patterson was raised in a small town about 15 minutes from Tampa called Sefner, Florida. Brandon, Florida as well, he was in that area. He came from a large family, and most of his uncles and older male relatives had done time. In fact, even some of the women in his family had done time. So the system was nowhere near unfamiliar to him. On October 27, 2011, Frederick Patterson was charged with burglary of a dwelling and grand theft. At the time, he was 15 years old, but court documents still had him listed as an 8th grader. Due to his lack of education and the clear family issues that he was dealing with, the lawyers would attempt to have him deemed not competent to stand trial. However, after multiple reviews, including an expert review, he was found to be fit. On July 30th, 2012, Frederick, or Freddie as he was often called, was given credit for the time he had served and was sentenced to probation and released. On September 4th, 2012, less than 60 days from release, and while already on probation for a burglary-related offense, Freddie was charged with breaking into his neighbor's car and stealing a digital camera and a pack of cigarettes, a theft that was probably valued at around $60 total. This is what led to a violation of his probation and the 5-year sentence that he ultimately turned into a double life sentence. On November 28, 2012, Freddie arrived at the Central Florida Reception Center. As we've heard from Jake before, the Florida youth offender system seems to be a recruiting ground for prison gangs, which is where the legendary TOH comes into play. Freddie would allegedly pledge his allegiance to the Bloods and be given the name Tap Out because of his UFC fighting style and reputation for choking out his opponents in a world where most people thought a knockout was the only true way to win a fight. Staying true to the strategy employed by his attorneys and following the guidance of the more experienced inmates, Freddie would attempt to use the same method discussed by Jake and his other guests on how to get to a nice prison. He would attempt to go PM, or what the state of Florida calls protective management. Because of this, Freddie spent nearly his entire first bid in confinement. However, it was also because of this that Jake heard about Freddie.
I was at the work camp already because of my custody level and my release date. My boy ended up sending me a kite over to the work camp saying he just cut a GD. I'm at the work camp bored as shit. Almost everybody over here pussy. I'm going through it because I just can't stand it because believe it or not, time goes by faster in the war zone. When you're at war in prison, time goes by quick because you got too much shit to think about. When you're just sitting there not doing nothing, it goes by slow as shit. So I put in a request form to get put on psych meds because you couldn't be at the work camp on psych meds. You would have to go back to the main. So that's how I ended up getting put back in the main so I could jump back in the field because I felt like my bros that I've known are going at it and I'm not in it. I'm not there with them.
Now, I've never done time in Florida, but in all the places I have been, going psych, getting on meds just to move, claiming another inmate or gang as enemies for keep separates or transfers, that's all considered checking in. But in Florida, they seem to have a different view. As a result, there are often inmates who go facility to facility doing time in confinement, and just like with any prison system, word travels, confinement or no confinement. Freddie will be released on August 30th, 2013. Less than 2 months later, on October 8th, 2013, he will have his probation violated again and be sent back to prison in the state of Florida. Jake would tell the story and say he first heard of Freddie when Freddie was brought out of his cell after attacking his cellmate in confinement.
I never knew this kid personally. I never was introduced to him. I never spoke to him. My first time seeing this kid was in confinement. We were in the confinement dorm in the same wing together. I was in a cell downstairs. He was in a cell upstairs. I never knew nothing about the kid until one day the COs come running in. They cuff him up. They put him in the shower. They call medical in, they call backup in, emergency response team. Everybody runs in. They take out his bunkie on a stretcher. His bunkie was an old man, like 60s, 70s. He was old. And, you know, everyone's looking out the window trying to see what happened. Dude's face is busted. There's blood all over him. And they got the kid in the shower. And the kid, he's small. Like I said, 18 years old, young kid, baby face. He isn't tatted up or nothing like that. You know what I mean? And what I'm thinking in my head is the old guy must have tried to do something sexual, because it is very, very common for the older inmates, pretty much any inmate, to prey on the younger inmates, especially the white.
However, inmate housing records would show that Freddie did not arrive at Appalachia CI until October 30th, 2014. And Jake was released from confinement October 15th, 2014, and never went to confinement again while at Appalachia CI. This not only makes Jake's story impossible, but it also would leave one to question. If Jake was simply bringing us the news and covering stories, why lie about how and when he became aware of him? Why even insert yourself into the story instead of just telling us the story of what's going on with him?
In the furniture business, things move fast. ZipRecruiter finds the best candidates for all our jobs, so we can find the best people who will jump right in and hit the ground running.
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/YouTube.
All you gotta do is
Oh, you've never used samples like this before.
Let me show you why I stopped paying for all my other sample libraries. This is Arcade by Output.
Kit Generator is like the best thing about Arcade that I've seen so far.
Check this out. You can also drag and drop your own samples into Arcade and generate custom playable kits.
Being able to actually take your own stuff and bring it in and instantly have it be a vibe without you having to do any processing, that's pretty sweet.
Generate sample. It's already sounding cool.
Oh! Oh, it already makes it sound so much cooler. In order to get that out of the sample, I would have had to make like a 10 plugin chain.
This will change the way you make music. So don't wait and download Arcade free today.
Let's look into it. Looking at the inmate housing records, we see that Freddie did a lot of moving around between facilities. During these movements, he was actually housed with some of the same inmates that Jake has brought on his platform. For instance, Jake's homie Brando, who he speaks so highly of, was housed at Lake Butler with Freddie in 2014. Not just in the same facility, but they were both on the same block, one upstairs and one downstairs. This is exactly how Jake described his first time seeing Freddie, and I believe he mixed Brando's Lake Butler encounter with the fact that he was in Appalachia at the same time as Freddie to add credibility to his story. This is Brando's paperwork as you see February 5th, RMC main unit, I block 1210. This is Freddie's paperwork as you see February 4th, RMC main unit, I-2108. When Jake told Freddie's story on his YouTube channel, he made Freddie sound like a victim. Specifically, he mentioned a story where the guards had spread word that Freddie was attacking elderly inmates and had intentionally put Freddie, a small white kid, in the cell with a big black adult man who appeared to be extorting Freddie for his food and possibly raping him.
And if you're put in the room with someone that likes that type of stuff, but you don't like this person, you don't have an option. If that person's bigger than you, if you can't fight, even if you can fight, you get knocked out, it's over with. So, I mean, that's what I assumed happened between this kid.
I had to interject right here, hearing Jake use the word assume, because his fans are always targeting people saying, you have no proof on Jake. You have no proof on Jake. Just assumptions, just assumptions. He come with the proof. And he literally sitting here saying this guy got raped because he assumed so. But let's keep going.
The COs came back in. The COs pretty much made an announcement and told everyone like, oh, this kid's extorting an old man for his food. So, I mean, they were trying to say the old guy told them that this kid was extorting him, taking his steak trays, whatever. And a black inmate who didn't have a bunkie at the time volunteered to have the kid get put into his room. And I mean, he's talking crazy. Like, he's telling the guy, like, oh, you're going to give me extra trays if I do this, da-da-da. And the guard is actually going with it because the guards were pissed off. They don't want to do paperwork. They don't want to have to call for backup. They don't want to have to write all this up. It's more work for them. So they wanted to punish the kid. What did they do? They put him in the room with the black guy. So when the COs leave the dorm and the door shuts, the electronic door, all you hear is just the walls just getting torn down. It's an eerie sound in confinement because at times it's so loud you can't think. And then at other times it's so quiet you can hear anything. And everyone was dead quiet. So we could hear the sounds of this kid getting punished by the dude that he's in the room with. And this black dude was big. He was a big dude, grown man, like 30s or 40s. You know what I mean? Taking him up through there. I don't know if he got raped. I don't know what happened. I know that he was being extorted. He wasn't eating.
Now Jake is painting the picture that the COs did something wrong to Freddie. And this is how he justifies telling on the COs and gets people to say, oh, it's okay because he's telling on COs, when the whole time he making this story up, lying on the COs. But let's keep going. This story was completely false. As I said earlier, Jake had never been in confinement with Freddie. This couldn't have been an attempt to help Freddie out on his cases, as the Department of Corrections would easily be able to disprove this account just like I did. So why would he make up a story that tarnishes Freddie's image like that? Well, if you look at Freddie's history, he has over 40 disciplinary reports, starting in 2014 when he was moved to a primary facility from his reception unit. This includes 8 batteries on inmates and officers, possession of weapons, participating in a riot, destruction of state property, disobeying direct orders, and tattooing. Long story short, Freddie was no victim at all. He was a ticking time bomb who would soon explode in a way that would rock the entire Florida Department of Corrections. July 8th, 2013, while housed at RMC Lake Butler's eye block, Freddie was allegedly cut under his eye after a dispute with a blood gang member from Tampa over his refusal to associate with another inmate. Around October of that same year, Jake would pass through RMC and hear the story of this crazy white boy from Tampa who was going all out. And according to someone familiar with the situation, Jake was aware that Freddie had been released from RMC. And this made it easier to run with the story because the person whose story it was no longer in the Florida Department of Corrections to challenge the claim. This is how we got the viral story of Jake and his face getting slashed. He knew about Freddie's reputation and he knew what happened to Freddie, but he also knew that Freddie went home. So while hearing that story, he decided to put a little scar on his face. And when he get to Lancaster, then he can just pretend to be the guy that everybody been hearing about, and maybe that'll keep people off of him. Everybody heard about the crazy white boy getting cut in July. In October, a white boy shows up with a cut claiming to be that guy. Freddie would eventually get a stitch tattoo over his scar. And even though Jake claims he was never around Freddie, he also claims that he remembers when Freddie got his tattoo.
This kid got out of confinement. You know what I mean? He had a black eye for a while when he first hit the compounds. And, you know, immediately he was associating with homosexuals. He had a T on his DC number for Tampa. He caught his case in Hillsborough County. And I seen his DC number. I seen him walking around. I seen when he got the little stitches tattooed on his face. You know, you see everybody. You see everybody on the compound. You see who's new. You know who's who. and you do your homework on people.
On April 11th, 2015, Freddie's 15-year-old brother Donnie was killed. A man named John Pulaski was driving a pickup southbound on County Road 579 and slowed to avoid Donnie McIntosh walking on the shoulder of the road near Thomas Street. However, Donnie was reported to have been looking at his cell phone and reacted to the pickup truck by jumping into the street, resulting in his death. Alcohol was not a factor in the crash, and Pulaski was not charged in the incident. In the months following, Freddie would lose his composure and find himself in a serious situation. In May of 2015, while working inside grounds, Freddie was written up for disorderly conduct. The next month of June, while in confinement, he would be written up for an obscene, profane act for allegedly possessing pornographic materials. In September of 2015, while again working inside grounds, Freddie will be written up pending investigation for destruction of state property. Allegedly, he had destroyed a tool to make a weapon. On the morning of October 2nd, 2015, Freddie was placed in the cell 3115 with inmate Scott D. Collinsworth at approximately 11:12 a.m. Scott Collinsworth was a diagnosed schizophrenic who had also been deemed incompetent to stand trial. He had an extensive history with police, although that same history reflects that the authorities had known from the beginning that Scott was mentally challenged. Records show as early as 2004 he had been deemed incompetent by the courts and had been mostly given slaps on the wrist for his offenses. According to reports, a Tallahassee police officer was flagged down by a woman who alleged that on August 16, 2012, at 2:57 p.m., she was standing at the bus stop when a white male later identified as Scott Collinsworth approached her and began yelling.
Is it time for something more? The change you need could start today. Explore a future in healthcare with a Concord training program and transform your future.
It's totally cool to rent a car, a house, or even this. So why not rent the stuff you need for your home too? The place to do it is Aaron's. Choose from thousands of new name brand products, online and in store. Pick a payment plan that fits your budget and never get surprised by hidden fees. Rent what you need. It's better at Aaron's.
She stated that the man approached her and was inches from her face and began yelling at her. She stated that the man then slapped her across the face and grabbed her sunglasses off her face. As Collinsworth walked away, she pulled out her cell phone to call the police. Collinsworth turned back around and yelled, "Are you going to call the effing cops?" and began walking towards her. She stated that she was frightened and she ran across the street to an animal hospital. She described the suspect as a white male wearing a maroon shirt with a thick beard. Shortly thereafter, Collinsworth was arrested and taken to the Leon County Jail. This time, there will be no slap on the wrist, and Scott Collinsworth, though legally incompetent and diagnosed schizophrenic, will be sentenced to 15 years in Florida State Prison for robbery with no weapon. While in the Leon County Jail, Scott will be evaluated. The assessment document will read as such: the defendant is a danger to others as evidenced by his aggressive behavior at the Leon County Jail. The defendant has a diagnosis of schizoaffective and is refusing all medications at the jail. He continues to exhibit poor insight and judgment regarding his mental illness. The defendant is in need of psychiatric care. At the time of his death, Freddie and Scott Collinsworth were only inmates housed in cell 3115. 1 hour and 39 minutes after they had been placed in the cell together, at approximately 12:51, a correctional officer walking past cell 3115 observed inmate Scott Collinsworth lying on the floor of the cell in a pool of blood. The institution's doctor arrived shortly and thereafter declared inmate Scott Collinsworth deceased. Freddie would claim that he acted in self-defense after Scott had exposed himself, but two other inmates, Stephen Bible and Donald Faison, will bring another story to light. Allegedly, the fight began over which inmate would take the top bunk. Although Freddie was assigned to the upper bunk, he was visibly frustrated about being in confinement and felt like Scott should get on the top bunk anyway because he was above. That, along with Scott's schizophrenic outburst, was a recipe for disaster. Another issue with Freddie's defense is his claim that Scott was a child molester. There exists no record that Scott was ever charged or convicted of a sex offense of any kind. Jake would regurgitate these allegations and embellish them as well, adding his own observation that Freddie had to have been a victim of an inmate sexual assault because he was young and white.
This is what I want y'all to really pay attention to. So this kid, Frederick Patterson III, he went to confinement again at Appalachia CI, and he was put into the cell with the older inmate. The inmate was 45 years old. He had 15 years for a robbery. He had only been in prison for about 1 to 2 years. And he was a booty bandit. He was a sexual predator, which was very common at Appalachia CI. And I just want y'all to imagine being locked in a cell with somebody, having them expose themselves and then tell you you're either going to fight. What are you going to do? And I guarantee everybody's going to be in the comments like, oh, I'll fight to the death. Listen, there's somebody that will knock you out and do whatever they want to do to you, and you'll wake up and not be able to do anything about it. There's people that will humble you. There's people that you can't beat. Goes for me too. I was lucky enough to never find myself in this position. This kid wasn't that lucky. What I'm thinking in my head is the old guy must have tried to do something sexual, because it is very, very common for the older inmates, pretty much any inmate, to prey on the younger inmates, especially the white.
Freddie would be charged with second-degree murder for the death of Scott Collinsworth. And while awaiting trial, he would attack an 82-year-old man named Arthur Williams, who had been accused of attempting to lure a kid into a car, but had also been found incompetent and was awaiting transfer to a state mental hospital. This attack would occur 2 weeks after the two had been first placed in the cell together, and 2 weeks before Freddie was scheduled to go to trial for the murder of Scott. According to Freddie, he had planned the murder from the second he had moved into the room with Arthur, and his motive was the fact that Arthur was a chomo, despite the fact that he hadn't been convicted of a sexual offense and had been found not competent to stand trial on the charges he was in custody for at the time. As with the first investigation, a second motive would appear in the murder of Arthur as well. According to this version of events, Freddie was upset because Arthur was being transferred over to the state hospital. Having attempted that same strategy and failed, Freddie knew he was headed to trial and was likely going to lose. While Freddie would paint the narrative that he was stopping one more child predator from being released, the system would paint the narrative that Arthur was actually not guilty, and before they could have him move, Freddie threw a temper tantrum.
Fast teams need a fast CRM, and that's Monday CRM. It all started with the quickest onboarding I've seen, then wasted no time customizing the team's lead board to include all the info they need, and even pulled in all the tools they use right away. Then Maria, our head of sales, quickly took care of our busy work and built some key automations without a single line of code. Marcus used the email composition AI tool and sent a mass email to 500 leads in a matter of minutes. To top it all off, Jalen, our director, loves that she can keep up with everything no matter where she is. Thanks to customizable dashboards, she's just one click away from all the data she needs. The whole deal process is way more efficient and deals are closing faster. And it's a must when you're moving this fast. Monday CRM. Move deals faster.
My ED definitely made me feel broken. Hims was a fantastic find. The low dose daily has given room for spontaneity. That to me is golden for us.
Treat ED with doctor trusted medication.
Get started today at hims.com.
Having already used Arthur's case type, age, and physical status to prey on him in the jail, the news that Arthur would be getting psych treatment instead of prison sent Freddie into a jealous rage. Ultimately, Freddie was convicted of murdering Scott Collinsworth on February 1st, 2018, and sentenced to life in prison. I think once that reality set in is when he started seeking death. About 6 months later, he was charged with first-degree murder for the murder of Arthur Williams. And in this case, he wouldn't even attempt to fight the charges. Instead, Freddie just entered a guilty plea and left it to the state. Most believe he assumed he would get the death penalty. So this was a kind of slow suicide. In 2021, the state of Florida would sentence him to another life sentence to be served consecutive to the one he was already serving. In the years following, Freddie would continue his violent streak, receiving more write-ups for attacks on other inmates. By August 6, 2023, Freddie was found dead in his cell. The Florida Department of Corrections labeled it a suicide, and the case was closed. There is some speculation among inmates, however, that Freddie was just drowning in his sorrow and overdose. But that's another thing. Before I shut this down, I want to touch on the topic of mental health in the prison system, especially considering how when Jake told this story, he emphasized that Scott and Freddie should have never been housed together. As we've heard Jake say before, he and many others try to game the prison system by claiming to have psych issues of some sort or other issues within the facility just so they can get to what they call a sweet joint.
Every once in a while, you'd have somebody that legitimately might need PM. And let me make this clear too. A lot of times you couldn't go PM or ask for PM until you were actually assaulted. So sometimes you had some people that they would sit there and go, I need PM, I need PM. They didn't need PM, they just owed money. So what they would do is after they would approach somebody and say, I need a PM, and they didn't get put in PM, they go cut themselves on the face.
Yep.
And they would go, oh, look, see, I got cut. It's like, you didn't get cut, that's a little scratch. But okay, you went all in on this one now. So then what would then occur is they'd ask for PM. Once they asked for PM, they would then get escorted back to confinement.
Seeing as though Brando did the exact same type of thing as far as requesting protective custody and then finding himself at a private facility like Lake City, which is where Jake wanted to go at the time when he was leaving Sumter and on his way to Lancaster, it makes perfect sense for Jake to have been trying to do the same thing that he saw Brando do. When you look at the fact that Brando actually went protective custody and Jake was in there writing grievances saying that he was being threatened by staff and they were going to send inmates to hurt him and he was being blackmailed and his family was going to call the news if he wasn't released from confinement, it's pretty clear what these two guys were up to while they were doing their time.
You're always happy to get out of something. Everybody wants to get out of there. It doesn't. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. People want to get out of there, but they're scared of what comes next. Yeah. You know I mean, because what comes next is you think you want to get out of something, and then you get into a whole nother depth of hell. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, everybody's praying for Lake City. Exactly. You can either go to a private camp where you get to eat cupcakes and hang out and really kind of vibe and stuff, or you can go where you're going to Lancaster. Literally, bro, only the strong survive.
The problem with this is, once you begin this process, you start a paper trail. So now, when the prison placement system is looking for somewhere to house you, they can identify you as a psych case because of your own claims. And this is what leads to inmates like Scott, who have real psych issues, being housed with an inmate like Freddie, who just wants to game the system and try to control where he lands. Freddie wasn't placed in the cell with Scott or Arthur as a punishment to him. He was placed there because he had identified himself as a psych case as well, and the system believed them to be compatible. Freddie wasn't some fragile kid who couldn't protect himself. At the time of Scott's murder, he was 19 years old, 5'7", 180 pounds. Scott himself was 5'11", 192 pounds. Still, Freddie was able to not only fight him off, but win the fight and cause his demise. It seems as though Freddie was frustrated with his environment, but he never accepted responsibility for his role in it. Play crazy games, win crazy prizes. So while Jake and others may laugh about going psych and pretending to have certain issues to get a transfer, what about when it doesn't work out like you want? And now you're constantly being put in the room with inmates who are really crazy, and it begins to drive you crazy. After speaking with people who were close to Freddie and truly know his story, I have to admit that it is sad. Freddie was not an evil person. He was just a product of his environment. And I don't believe Freddie intended to kill Scott Collinsworth. I mean, I don't see somebody catching a life sentence or even possibly a life sentence when they know they got like 2 years left to do. But at the same time, you in this system that breeds violence and breeds people who like violence. And, Freddie just doing his part to stay alive in the system and going with the go. So sometimes you get caught up in these situations. I think he was just fighting to win and went too far. And anybody who has seen these types of situations before knows that when a murder happens in the cell where only those two people can give an account, self-defense is going to be the route. And the person who lives almost always claims that there was a sexual attempt of some sort, because everyone knows prison rape is real and almost everyone is going to fight to the end to avoid being a victim. I believe that once the trial approached and the reality of what he had going on hit him, he saw Arthur Williams actually succeed at what he had attempted when he first came into the system, the psych move, and it triggered him. He started to reflect on why he actually killed Scott and how he even ended up in a cell with him, and it made him snap out. Here it is, the same route that landed him in a position to catch a murder charge when he was only in for a burglary was setting somebody else free, somebody who had been accused of a crime against a child. The evidence that he snapped is in how he handled the case. He offered no resistance as he admitted to the killing and that he was motivated strictly by Arthur's charges and not anything Arthur had actually done to him, and against his attorney's wishes, he pleaded guilty instead of not guilty and just threw his life in the hands of the court. The prosecution had filed for the death penalty specifically because Arthur was not mentally or physically even able to defend himself from Freddie. He was no threat.
This plugin definitely made me realize I don't need to be paying for all my other sample libraries. Output just dropped this new crazy plugin called Co-Producer. It's the fastest way to find samples that fit your track. It listens to my session and gives me samples that fit my music, rhythm, harmony, key, and feel all dialed in. No more endless scrolling or tweaking loops just to maybe make them work with my music. You get unlimited access to everything, no credits and no upcharges. Just pro quality, royalty-free sounds made by real producers. I preview samples right in my DAW, and when I find something that I like, all I have to do is drag it in. Honestly, it's streamlined my whole workflow. Try Co-Producer for free today. You might just end up ditching your old sample library.
Everybody be asking me, man, does the Bluetooth actually work?
Bro, you get a month for free.
It's free. You can get 1 month for free. So you got nothing to lose and you got everything to gain.
Try it, and you're gonna like it.
First month is free. Get involved, pop a chewable, and you tell yourself if it work or not.
In my opinion, Freddie is the real 1090 Jake. Those stories that Jake tells about the crazy little white boy from Tampa are Freddie's stories. And at the time of Jake's rise to YouTube fame, Freddie was still in confinement or close management and probably had zero idea that Jake was out here stealing his life. Just like Jimmy had zero idea that Jake had blown up and was telling everybody that he got his face slashed. If Jake had told the truth about Freddie's reputation in the system, it would have been obvious who he was modeling himself after. So he not only told you all a lie about his encounter with Freddie, but he also changed Freddie's whole image to deter people from possibly seeing him as what he actually was, which is Jake's role model. Now that we have this information, All of you people who interview people from the Florida youth offender system, go back and find some people who know Freddie. Find some people who got some stories about Freddie and see what they had to say about him. One thing that struck me as odd about this story is how Jake went out of his way to say he had no encounters or interactions with this dude, Freddie. And I believe it's because he didn't want to give anybody a look into where he got his image from. But the funny thing about it is he's going so far out of his way that he's actually telling us a story where his actions contradict everything he tells us he stood for in prison. You telling us that a young kid from Tampa who was basically defenseless was getting abused and you knew it and you didn't approach him at all and ask him where he was from, who he was tied to. You didn't try to help him. You just sat back and watched somebody pray on a week from Tampa. That don't sound like the 1090 Jake you've been telling us you are for the past couple of years, but I understand why you danced around it. Hey, it's your boy Bryon Blake, man. I appreciate you for tuning in. If you're enjoying the content, make sure you leave me a comment, hit the like button, and subscribe to the channel. I'm out.
What if your website's success was only limited by one single thing? Privacy regulations. Details matter. Imagine if the Egyptians had run out of limestone just before finishing the pyramids. What if NASA had forgotten the password just before putting the first man on the moon? What if you failed to respect your users' data privacy choices? You've poured your heart and soul into your business. Don't fail at the last step. Enter CookieBot's Web CMP, offering easy implementation, customizable cookie banners, and automation, all designed to boost consent rates and build trust through the power of privacy-led marketing. That way, you can focus on what really matters: growing your business. Start for free at cookiebot.com.
This is my go-to credit building toolkit. You know, the essentials. And this is my self-credit builder account. I make manageable monthly payments to my self account, and self reports them to all 3 major credit bureaus. The best part, I'm building both my credit and my savings. Self reports my rent payments to all 3 major credit bureaus for free. I literally build credit without even having to think about it, just by paying my rent on time. I also got their secured credit card to help expand my credit building toolkit. No credit check or score required, and they have high approval rate. Join millions who signed up to build their credit with Self.
Since he first arrived on the scene, many have speculated on the origin of 1090 Jake, with the theories ranging from family ties to law enforcement, to being an FBI plant, to some actually believing his story of being a legit gang member. Today, we will look at some of the family history of 1090 Jake and discuss his true upbringing and what may have led to the 1090 Jake that we see today. In order to truly understand Jake's journey, we first have to start with his great-grandfather, Joseph Cherry, who retired in 1977 from the Boston Police Department, Precinct 14 in Brighton after 26 years of service. He was a member of the Boston Police Patrolmen Association and the Boston Police Relief Association. We start here because, as far as we know, this is the beginning of the Cherry law enforcement legacy. His great-grandfather would have 6 children, and amongst those children would be Jake's grandfather, Daniel, and his brothers, Joseph and Timothy, along with Jake's aunts, who were all raised as Catholic and attended St. Joseph Church in Kingston, where Mr. Cherry was also the Eucharistic minister. Out of his great-grandfather's 3 sons, Jake's uncle Tim, his grandfather's brother, would follow and go into law enforcement. Following in his footsteps would be his sons and Jake's cousins, Tim Jr. and Bryon. Their sister, Jake's cousin Nicole, would also marry a police officer named David Dickinson. This meant that the 3 previous generations of Jake's family all had at least one police officer among them. When Jake was around 5 years old, his mother and his father would split up. His father, Daniel Cherry Jr., would keep custody of Jake, and his mother would travel the world with her new boyfriend, Neil, who was making a name for himself in the New England area for looking like Steven Tyler and performing in an Aerosmith tribute band. This is where Jake's troubles began. Jake's mother would eventually give birth to 2 more sons, Noah and Michael, who were Neil's sons. Not wanting Jake to feel left out of her new family, Jake's mother would attempt to incorporate him, despite the fact that he had his own father. This would set the stage for Jake to continually disrespect Neil for not being his father and refuse to listen to him or his mother, which would lead to his mother sending him to permanently live with his father on the corner of Elwell and Beachview Streets in Malden, Massachusetts. While living with his father, Jake would start to rebel against him also. His father also had started a new family, and his father's new girlfriend was being subjected to the same treatment as his mother's new boyfriend. In March of 2009, Jake's little brothers Nico and Michael were born. And Jake's disrespect of his father's new girlfriend was almost becoming intolerable. He had also began disrespecting his father for attempting to stand up for her. So, in August of 2009, at 15 years old, Jake was sent to Tampa, Florida to live with his Aunt Catherine, his mom's sister. Catherine is a certified paralegal professional who runs a company in Florida called Legal Ease. Legal Ease also specializes in PowerPoint presentations, which is why many speculate that her company is responsible for obtaining the paperwork Jake presents and also for the format that he produces his videos in.
Through HIMS, hundreds of thousands of guys are finding doctor-trusted treatment for their ED. In fact, we'll show you one. This is him.
I'm him.
Today, he really feels like him.
I'm him.
But he didn't always.
Am I even him?
So we went to hims.com and got ED treatment prescribed 100% online and delivered right to his door. Now every day, he feels like him.
I'm him!
Find trusted treatment for ED and start feeling like him.
I'm him!
Get started today at hims.com.
Is it time for something more? The change you need could start today. Explore a future in healthcare with a Concord training program and transform your future.
While living in Tampa, Jake would attempt to live a regular life, though his aunt would express in a letter to his mother that Jake had issues with trusting and respecting adults. She would also highlight that Jake was attending school, pursuing a rap career, and was even still getting an allowance for doing chores. This piece of information stood out to me because it demonstrated how far into character Jake has gotten. He's not from Tampa at all. He moved to Tampa at 15 years old, and by 18 years old, was in a JIT camp. Also, the area he lived in before he moved to Tampa was not a gang-infested area. That directly refutes his claims of having blood ties before he went to Florida. As y'all can see, man, it's a good neighborhood. This the house right here, nice house. Nice streets. The streets ain't all jacked up. The houses ain't all jacked up. Ain't no spray paint nowhere. This don't look like a place that would have a lot of gang activity. Look like kids go outside and ride their bikes and play basketball on the street. The information reviewed also showed that his entire family are Red Sox fans, beginning with his great-grandfather, which would explain the Big B tattoo before the fame. In 2012, while still living with his aunt, Jake would commit a burglary. And this would lead to the incarceration that we all know about and have heard about over the years. He would serve just under 3 years on that charge, and after his release, he would return to Massachusetts, now an adult and capable of maintaining his own job and providing his own stability. A year after his release in Florida, he would be arrested in Boston, this time for attempting to rob a man. And while the attempt would make Jake appear to be on real street timing, the actual details would expose just how unwilling Jake is to really stand on business. In July 2016, Jake and a female by the name of Kendra Puckering would attempt to set a man up over the Plenty of Fish dating site, allegedly. Kendra would allegedly leave the man there, and Jake would pop out and attempt to rob him. However, the victim refused to give up any of his belongings and attempted to run. Jake would then point his weapon at him and threaten to shoot. However, the victim stated that he did not believe that Jake would use the weapon, so he continued to flee. Because Jake froze up and allowed the victim to get away, he was able to contact police, and Jake was arrested at the scene of the crime. Once again, Jake found himself in trouble with felony cases, but this time things would be different. This time the case was in Boston, and the extensive family history of the Cherries with the Boston Police Department will work out in Jake's favor, as he would only get 2 years of probation because his uncle and his grandfather and his cousins were all tied in, though he would insist that he was just lucky and had a cool judge.
Because I ended up getting probation. They wanted to send me back to prison, so this shit happened a year after I got out, the same month in July.
In the end, we see that Jake was never actually a blood before he moved to Florida, or even in an environment where he could join a gang. He was actually a good kid from a good family that had produced 4 generations of law enforcement officers in the Boston area, from Revere to Malden to Plymouth. It seems as though the breakup between his mom and dad is where things went left. From his great-grandparents on down, every relationship had lasted. His great-grandparents stayed together and raised their children together. Their children were married, and they stayed with those spouses and raised their kids together. Then it gets to Jake's father's generation, and all of his uncles and aunts are together, and all of his cousins have complete families, and Jake ends up in a broken home. I'm pretty sure not being accustomed to even seeing that type of situation affected him. He's then sent to live with his aunt in Tampa, where he's attending school and doing chores around the house. But the Tampa street environment also acted as a magnet for this kid who was clearly having an identity crisis. This is where the nicknames White Boy and Cocaine would come from, as Jake was also aspiring to be a rapper and wanted to create an identity for himself. And just as most rappers do, he then started to commit crimes to add a realness factor to that identity. Still, we have to acknowledge that Jake didn't do an armed robbery or an attempted murder to get his time. He broke into the home of a family friend and stole weapons, and then brought it to the internet and broadcasted it like he was facing life. Just by reviewing his prison paperwork and grievances, we see that once Jake got into the system and it was really time to stand on business, he folded. Continuously checking into confinement to avoid population, getting on meds to be moved from certain parts of the prison, refusing to come out on the compound after being attacked, writing the warden and inspector general proclaiming his innocence and identifying himself as a victim of threats, violence, and extortion at the hands of the guards and inmates, all the way down to getting released from prison and launching an attack on the prison system by telling on illegal contraband operations.
A lot has happened. Mind you, when I got out, I called the chaplain at Lancaster. And I said, how can you claim to be a Christian and you know exactly what's going on at Lancaster? You know exactly what they do.
And I was trying to shed light on inmate deaths in the system and how many overdose deaths were being reported as natural or accidental. I was sent videos by current prisoners who couldn't get the message out. So I used my platform to be their voice.
Obviously, prison was not for Jake. And that's where he learned that. He would get on the internet and brag about all of the alleged things that he did while in prison, but the paperwork actually contradicts that. These are all signs that Jake is actually not built for the lifestyle he pretends to lead. I actually believe that Jake's experience in the youth offender facilities is what caused him to give up on his rap career. Knowing that rappers are always targets of people trying to expose things, I believe Jake gave up because he knew he had violated the street code on numerous occasions, and the fear that it would come out caused him to step back. Still, in my opinion, the jealousy and anger of not being able to fit in is what made him start to target rappers and expose their paperwork. In my opinion, this was Jake's way of bringing everyone down to his level. Having spent much of his life feeling neglected and isolated, the attention from YouTube has made him feel important and also gave him a platform to project some of that anger and hatred that he felt from others while incarcerated. But at the end of the day, just like Jake can get paperwork on everybody else, we can get paperwork on him too. And as we see, the paperwork tells a completely different story than the one he's telling out of his mouth. With that said, I'm going to get up out of here, man. It's your boy, Bryon Blake. This is 1090 Jake Exposed. I'm out. If you want to hear more of my story and more about me, go follow me on Spotify or Apple Music and check out Standing on a Business, the deluxe edition. If you're not streaming on any one of them platforms, you can go look around my YouTube channel and find it right now. Standing on a Business, the deluxe edition. Make sure y'all hit that like button and subscribe too. Over the past couple of years, I know many of you, like myself, have been wondering, what is up with Jake and the Island Boys? I mean, as much as some of y'all may dislike this 1090 Jake Exposed series, we have to acknowledge that 1090 Jake has been consistently riding the Island Boys for about 4 years now. Well, I decided to look into it. And while 1090 Jake appeared to be pressing a line, what I found was that he was actually staying true to his agenda to bring down gangs and drug operations. So on today's episode of 1090 Jake Exposed, I will be breaking down how 1090 Jake used exposing the Island Boys as a cover-up for his role in helping to dismantle the Florida chapter of the Sex Money Murder Bloods. After Jake made his appearance on the news in what was clearly a third-party cooperating move to stop the prison drug operations,
I was trying to shed light on inmate deaths in the system and how many overdose deaths were being reported as natural or accidental. I was sent videos by current prisoners who couldn't get the message out, so I used my platform to be their voice.
The Florida Department of Corrections would stay true to its word and take the matter seriously, causing them to shake down many prisons, and that would lead to the discovering of a lot of contraband cell phones. Those contraband cell phones would turn up a lot of information. That information would be used to aid the state and federal authorities with launching investigations into several different organizations that had a presence in the Florida Department of Corrections, amongst which were the Sex Money Murder Bloods. Florida DEA ATF Special Agent and Detective Danny Polo, who is also working as a gang expert on the Y&W Melly case, and also the guy that 1090 Jake wants us to believe only mentioned him in the Y&W Melly case because he's a crazed fan of Jake, testified that while working as a gang specialist in the organized crime unit, he worked on prison wiretaps cases. He listed multiple different organizations, but he emphasized that he worked on a big wiretaps case involving the Bloods. Around that same time, Polk County, which is a part of the multi-jurisdictional gang operation that they have down there in Florida, announced that they had just done their first gang wiretap case on the Sex Money Murder Bloods. Detective Danny Polo joined the Organized Crime Task Force in the year 2018. 1090 Jake's YouTube channel, End of Sentence, was started in 2019 and immediately became a treasure trove of information about the Florida prison system and how the gangs operate within the Florida prison system. Detective Danny Polo also testified during the Y&W Melly trial that when he's asked to conduct a gang investigation or review a case to be prepared as a gang investigator, the first thing he does is look for any and all publicly available information that he can get without a warrant, such as pictures or videos posted to Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, because people usually wear distinctive colors, clothing, or throw hand signs that make their affiliation identifiable. So it should come as no surprise that while Florida investigators were investigating Florida gangs that were operating within Florida prisons, that they used a Florida-based YouTube channel that gave all of the ins and outs of Florida prison and Florida prison gangs. Now that we know Detective Danny Polo is a member of the multi-agency task force, and he's also been deputized as a special agent with the DEA and ATF since 2018, and he loves to use open source information to gain his intel. Let's break down how this ties 1090 Jake to the takedown of over 41 alleged members of Sex Money Murder for allegedly distributing drugs into the Florida state prison system. As I said earlier, after Jake made his appearance on the news, there were shakedowns at prisons all over the state of Florida. And once again, just in case you had doubts about what his intentions were, listen to this.
I was trying to shed light on inmate deaths in the system and how many overdose deaths were being reported as natural or accidental. I was sent videos by current prisoners who couldn't get the message out, so I used my platform to be their voice.
If you listen closely to Jake, he said he was sent the videos by prisoners who wanted to get the word out, and he used his platform to do that. These are inmates who wanted to get the drug operation busted. He used his platform to help them achieve that goal. If you look at the videos that Jake posted on his YouTube channel and that he ultimately took to the news to help shed light on this situation, as he calls it, the video he claims were sent to him to help get the word out were not of any dirty guard activity. They were not of any abuse or any inhumane circumstances. All they showed were cell phones. And as I've said in earlier videos, after this news segment aired, the department said they were going to take this matter very seriously, and they stuck to their word and did just that. Jake would initially make his appearance on the news on January 21st, 2020. And by the beginning of February, they had already began shaking down facilities. Those shakedowns turned up cell phones. And like I said, those cell phones turned up a lot of information. In 2022, the Polk County Sheriff's Office would issue a press release stating that after a year-long investigation, they had charged 41 alleged members of Sex Money Murder, stating that they worked with the Organized Crime Unit, the Florida Department of Corrections, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and the Attorney General's office. They had produced racketeering charges. This investigation was initiated in March of 2021 when information based on a historical ongoing investigation led them to this information. Of course, my belief is that the historical ongoing investigation was related to 1090 Jake and his news clip and the exposing of all of those cell phones inside of the Florida prisons. It was a very technical way of saying that information that we found led to this information that we charging them with. So going on during 2021, at the exact same time as this investigation, is 1090 Jake's pressing of the Island Boys for allegedly claiming to be Bloods, specifically claiming to be Sex Money Murder, which is crazy because Jake don't even claim Sex Money Murder. But I guess he was just doing what we like to call beating the bushes, trying to get some intel out of these guys, staying true to the course of the investigation. But anyway, when asked about this on a public platform, the Island Boys would deny any affiliation.
But if there were any Bloods watching who wanted to put you on, you'd be down.
We know, that's the thing. We know Bloods that always try to put us down in this and that. We're not really caring. I don't really care to be a Blood. Yeah,
Okay.
we're not really caring about.
What about Crip?
I don't want to be known. that would be a crazy story. But I don't got no problems with no Crips and like that.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's probably easier to just stay out of it, I feel like.
You don't need to. I don't gotta be in a gang. We're from Florida. You don't need a gang bang to be. You feel me? You can make your own thing. That's what I'm saying. I'm on my type of time. I know. Look, I know my value. I know who I am. I don't have to be a gamer. Like I know I make money without being in a gang.
Despite this very public denial of any affiliation on October 7th, on October 28th, 1090 Jake would release a video in which he claimed that he had a private conversation with the Island Boys and they told him some private information, but he still came to the internet with it publicly. That conversation included details about who was responsible for making the Island Boys members of Sex Money Murder.
Surprisingly, Fly was a likable person and kept everything real, which is what I respect about him. More or less, the Island Boys were blessed in to Sex Money Murder by a rapper named 21 Murky, who's apparently from Florida but affiliated with 21 Savage's people out in Atlanta.
Despite 1090 Jake's claims that the Island Boys were fake Bloods, the guy that he has on the screen, 21 Murky, is documented as early as 2015, before any of us even knew that Jake existed as a gang member. In fact, the article says that he was stopped because the police recognized him as a gang member. And 1090 Jake just put his face on the screen and told all of these people that he is actively recruiting for Sex Money Murder. He also identified the Island Boys as a possible source of intel about Sex Money Murder, which is why it was no shocker when the state seemed to be a couple steps ahead and caught an alleged Sex Money Murder member who had allegedly killed an 8-year-old girl in a drive-by at the Island Boys' house just 3 days after the incident happened. What's really happened is Detective Danny Polo has watched this whole saga play out over the internet and via Jake's YouTube channel, and has used the information gained during watching these videos to stay a few steps ahead in this investigation. Let's not forget, Detective Danny Polo was a member of the multi-agency task force, the Tactical Deployment Team, which was an agency that worked in the Tri-County area. The Tri-County area includes Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County. Belle Glade is in Palm Beach County, and all of these events happen in Belle Glade. So after Jake's news clip produced such positive results, and they were able to actually do shakedowns and come up with cell phones that led to the amounts of intel that it led to, Detective Danny Polo kind of just started sitting back and watching 1090 Jake's platform to see what new information will be coming out. And even though he doesn't claim Sex Money Murder, Jake would continue to speak on Sex Money Murder and continue to talk about screening the Island Boys about being Sex Money Murder as if he was some kind of enforcer for Sex Money Murder or for all of the Bloods in general.
I hit up the Island Boys because they're talking about they were saying they were Sex Money Murder.
Right, yeah.
All right, well, you in the state of Florida, so if you're gonna be that, there's a specific you have to know. I wanted to know if he knew that specific person. He didn't.
Not Chico, that guy who kidnapped him?
No, I'm talking about a real blood.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying when this shit like it's just tapped in for real. You know what I'm saying? Everyone knows each other. Everyone can get in contact. It's real deal shit. That's how you figure out who ain't what they said it is.
Meanwhile, Detective Danny Polo is cross-referencing this information with information that he's picking up while working on a prison drug operation case and what he calls a big wiretap case against the Bloods. Using 21 Murky's social media as a starting point, since 1090 Jake said that he was the one doing the recruiting, and looking through all of his pictures and all of his friends and looking through their friends and looking through their friends and looking to see if they see any gang signs or anything that could get them access to a search warrant so they can get into the messages and possibly even intercept some calls. If you think that sounds far-fetched, just listen.
Evil must be contained. And that means taking dangerous people out of our communities and putting them behind bars where they cannot hurt anyone else.
As part of the investigation, detectives used what the sheriff called a gang wiretap, or T3, a first in Polk County. Members basically informed on themselves.
Oh yeah, gang members, listen up. We can intercept your social media. You can't pay attention to all that hype you hear. We got it, and we got them because of it.
See, even though a lot of these guys that got indicted on this case were already incarcerated, and some of them incarcerated for the long ride, I mean, really serving life sentences, the discovery of these phones made it easy for the state to identify the names and rankings of members. Once they were able to get the names, then they were able to look these guys' social media up. And once they found the social media, they just looked for any evidence of crimes or even evidence of membership. Now, I know y'all saying if the leadership is from Orlando and Jake told from YouTube, how did this case end up in Polk County? Well, once again, The discovery of those contraband cell phones led to the discovery of text messages, and some of those text messages dated back years. That helped shed light on a lot of things, and one of those things was a string of home invasions and violent crimes that had taken place in Polk County. And while Polk County had made arrests in those cases, they were able to establish through this new intel that those crimes were actually gang related. This led to wiretapping phone calls and social media accounts, as well as reviewing jail calls and even reviewing old jail calls. That led to even more information, including information that the sex money murder prison drug operation was possibly being ran by an inmate who was still in the Polk County jail waiting to be sent to Florida State Prison. Of course, Polk County would jump at the opportunity to close some cases and make some headlines, and the Florida Department of Corrections would not pass on the opportunity to show everybody that they were standing on their word. Ironically, even though an 8-year-old little girl lost her life, Jake was still called the island boy a snitch for telling the police that his friend handed him a gun as he was running to try to hide in the closet, and that he ain't know nothing about this whole situation.
At the end of the day, he didn't have to say anything. He could have just let the investigation play out. But he decided to say, look, I don't know what the fuck's going on. He tried to give me the gun. I didn't take it. So to sum it all up, Fly Soldier did tell. But I mean, 90% of y'all watching would have did the same fucking thing.
Now, people love to talk about the code. And Jake loves to excuse himself from this snitching right here that you see on your screen, where he wrote up that Jimmy hit him in the head with a rock and a sock. He loves to excuse himself from this by saying, that's not snitching. I was writing up the COs. But he has the audacity to call this guy a snitch for separating himself from the murder and possibly the murder weapon of an 8-year-old girl. I'm saying that to say that Jake shows no mercy when it comes to deciphering paperwork and calling somebody a snitch based on if they worked with the police or cooperated with the police or not, regardless of the circumstances. By that standard, and if I'm being completely honest, by all standards, what Jake did with going on the news and exposing these videos with the intent of busting up these prison drug operations is snitching. This most definitely considered snitching. And the Department of Corrections said that they would take the information seriously, which they did. They immediately performed mass cell searches and mass shakedowns, and that led to charges being brought by the Inspector General's office. But to the credit of the audience, one of the reasons I believe Jake was able to get away with this for so long is because he denied that there were any shakedowns and claimed that nobody could produce any paperwork showing that any officers had been arrested behind this incident.
They would claim the officers must have raided the prisons I was at, but I'd already been out of prison for 5 years. And what officers got arrested? See, the Florida Department of Corrections has a website newsroom that covers press releases, staff assaults, and officer-involved arrests. But not one article can be produced showing any officer was ever arrested.
Well, here I have you the paperwork of one officer who was arrested as a result of a shakedown that happened immediately after. And this is why 1090 Jake was named in the Y&W Melly case. Not because he has any specific connection to Melly in this case, but because he's a self-proclaimed blood.
People like, oh, you don't, ain't no white bloods, ain't no this, ain't no that. They really ain't.
Right.
So at this point in time, not to sound no type of way, but I'm about the biggest known white blood that there is. It's not common like that.
It's not.
Who has put information about the Bloods on the internet that they have since verified. They now view 1090 Jake as a credible source. Detective Danny Polo's love for his career has him on a path to be the very best at it and to achieve the top rank. So he and his tactical deployment team from the Broward County Sheriff's Organized Crime Unit would not let the investigation into sex money murder end there.
News, this suspected leader of a notorious violent gang in Florida has been captured in Hastings thanks to a joint effort by the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office and Broward County Sheriff's Office. 23-year-old Andrew Mariano was arrested when the two agencies raided his home Investigators say Mariano is one of 10 suspected senior leaders of the sex, money, murder, blood gang known as SMM.
SMM is a set of the Bloods street gang that operates along the East Coast. News4Jax reporter Eric Avignon joining us now with more on this major gang investigation. Eric?
You know, Joy, it's amazing to see how far this investigation stretched and how many jurisdictions actually got involved with this. Now, this is a multi-year investigation led by the Broward County Sheriff's Office. The investigation started in South Florida with the arrest of 2 commanders of the sex, money, murder, blood gang. Their arrest led to the investigation expanding into Central and Northeast Florida. The 10 names on this list have been identified by law enforcement as leaders of the sex, money, murder, blood gang, or SMM. All 10 suspects are now facing charges related to racketeering, which includes underlying offenses of conspiracy to commit murder, directing gang activity, and money laundering. 23-year-old Andrew Mariano of St. Johns County was the 10th suspected SMM leader taken into custody during a raid on his home in Hastings. The home is located somewhere behind the security gate. According to the Broward Sheriff's Office, the lead agency investigating sex, money, murder, blood gang, the arrest of other suspected leaders led to the discovery of illegal gun and drug trafficking, fraud, conspiracy to commit murder, and even a kill list of the gang's intended victims.
To see a real-life kill list.
Retired JSO Director of Investigations turned News4Jax crime and safety analyst Tom Hackney was intrigued by the discovery of an actual kill list and what investigators did to protect the people on that list.
You know, they released information that they've actually contacted potential victims and really saved their lives. And to have a real true life kill list from a group that's very capable with the history of committing murders and committing crimes like this, that's pretty shocking.
SMM is one of the original subgroups of United Blood Nation, also known as the East Coast Bloods. SMM began inside a Bronx, New York housing project during the summer of 1996. The gang eventually expanded along the East Coast down to Florida. This is unlike the gangs that we're used to talking about here in Jacksonville.
This is outside of what typically is thought of here in Jacksonville with gangs.
Now, the threat of SMM is so prominent that even though the Broward Sheriff's Office is the lead investigating agency in this open investigation, they're still receiving help from 7 other counties, including the FBI. Meanwhile, all 10 suspects who are arrested will face trials in Highlands County.
On today's episode of 1090 Jake Exposed, we're going to dive back down into the Tampa streets and discuss what many people who know Tampa and know 1090 Jake describe as one of 1090 Jake's worst nightmares. Now, I've never been to Tampa, but one thing that I can see is that if you really from Tampa, it don't matter if you white, black, Hispanic. The people that's from Tampa gonna know you. No matter what walk of life you come from, there's gonna be somebody from the city that can say, hey, I know this dude. I heard about him. Now, in this case, we got nobody that's vouching for 1090 Jake that's actually from the city. But this next guy that I'm going to tell you about, a lot of people vouching for him. And that explains to me why 1090 Jake wanted to keep their encounter a secret. But enough of this talking. Let's dive in. In the beginning of 1090 Jake's journey, he did this video where he covered all of his disciplinary reports and other situations he had been into while he was incarcerated. Let's watch this flashback.
So, let's see what I did. While the officer was assigned at Q Dorm, which was confinement, and conducting a security check, the officer observed me, myself, and another inmate striking each other about the blank. I don't know why they blanked it out, because if you go lower on this page, it just says the torso and the face. We were striking each other with closed fists. So basically, we were just fighting in the cell, and they came, they gassed us. It wasn't nothing too crazy, you know what I mean? It was just a simple fight. 30 days of confinement for the fight. And then because of the fact that we refused to stop fighting, when they told us to stop fighting, they gassed us. So this was my second time being gassed. But it was only the little can of gas. It wasn't the big, bear can of gas that hit me with the first time. So it really wasn't that bad. And I mean, they really got the other guy more than they got me. But
Now,
yeah.
if you notice, Jake did not give us the specifics, the gritty, grimy details that he normally does when telling his prison stories. In fact, he kind of breezed through this one as if he really didn't want to mention it, but he had to mention it, but he didn't want to go too deep into it. He just wanted to get it over with. As evidenced by the red markings, he also personally redacted the inmate's name out of this ticket, just like he did with the Jimmy situation. When he showed us Jimmy's ticket, he personally marked Jimmy's name out, just like with this inmate, because he didn't want anybody to be able to find out who this person was, because he was lying about the way these stories went. Remember, he told us that Jimmy got his face slashed open, and that was determined to be a lie.
Hit by a Zoe, he put a brick from the basketball court, the asphalt, inside of a sock, and hit me over the head and put like a bullet hole in my head.
Just because of specific issue with him, or was it?
Nah, we were beefing with the Zoes.
Right.
We were at war with the whole compound. So the same homie that cut the other one, he got him blasted. So they did a little fake call-out sheet, and they wrote up a thing to go to medical, but they put his name on it, so they knew when he was coming out. I was in confinement when this whole shit happened, so they had him come out, and then they hit him with a real box cutter blade, ripped this whole shit open.
Wow.
He back in Haiti right now. I looked him up when I got up.
You looked him up?
Yeah, big dumbass sky on his face.
Oh.
Cut, bro.
Yeah.
Look at me, bro.
After 1090 Jake was exposed, when a handwritten grievance was discovered showing that he had actually written the warden and named Jimmy as the person who assaulted him with a rock and a sock, he would attempt to explain himself. Of course, he would try to flip things on Jimmy by producing a witness statement written by Jimmy that was written after 1090 Jake had already written his statement. But Jimmy's not the one who's out here calling people snitches and producing paperwork. So while Jake may have thought that he was exposing Jimmy and deflecting, he actually gave us what we came for, which is proof that Jimmy was the person whose name he had personally redacted, and also that Jimmy was the person who he was referring to when he said this guy hit him over the head and got his face cut open. So when I saw that Jake had posted this disciplinary report and had personally redacted the name of the guy he was fighting, I went and did the homework and got a copy of it myself so I can see who this guy is. Now, as you see in the top right corner, this incident happened June 15th, 2014 at the Appalachia East Unit. Let's read the non-redacted version. Inmate Cherry Jacob is being charged with 2-4 fighting, rule prohibited conduct, chapter 33, 601, 314. On June 15th, 2014, at approximately 12:27 a.m., while assigned as Q confinement officer and conducting a security check of Q2 Quad 1, Officer K. Williams observed inmate Cherry Jacob, DC number C07652, and inmate Welch Jason, DC number T52484 in cell Q2206, engaged in mutual combat, striking one another about the heads and upper torsos with closed fists. I repeatedly issued the two inmates verbal orders to cease their actions with no results. Inmate Cherry remains in disciplinary confinement pending the disposition of this report. The shift OIC was notified and authorized this report. Once I got this unredacted copy of the disciplinary report, I was able to look this person up and find out that it was this guy, Jason Welch, from Tampa, goes by the nickname of Cornbread. This is one of Cornbread's earlier mugshots. In fact, this mugshot is from a 2012 conviction, which is around the time that he was incarcerated with 1090 Jake. This is the latest photo of Cornbread that we have available to us right now. According to the streets of Tampa, everybody knows Cornbread. Now, what you know him for may differ. It depends on who you're talking to. You might know him for stealing. You might know him for something else. But in the streets of Tampa, everybody knows the white boy Cornbread. He also goes by the name Cornbread Jason. So he's either Cornbread or Cornbread Jason. This is his current sentence history. I guess this is the sentence that he's on probation for, even though he's actually fighting a case right now. This is the current sentence that he was out on parole or probation for. But if we go back and look at this again, you can see that Cornbread has a very, very lengthy criminal history. As a matter of fact, he had been doing time probably about 10 years before Jake even came into the system. According to people close to the situation, it was actually Cornbread's reputation that sparked the incident between him and Jake. See, according to this source, this was not Jake and Cornbread's first time running into each other. They had actually met in the reception center. And even though height-wise Cornbread was only 5'3", he was a solid 170 pounds. So when Jake came in the cell with this loudmouth act telling all of these stories about things that he had done in JIT camp, it triggered Cornbread, especially because he remembered the encounter that Jake had in reception.
But I locked down with Bone, the GD, and the cut, and Bone was like, hey, bro, you got to get your TOH. I'm talking about, bro, we go at it for like 2 seconds. Bone had me yoked up like this. I can't move. I'm laid out on the floor, stretched out, beating that shit. I'm talking about the whole time we were locked down, though. So, you know, this is like 30 minutes or an hour. So when I came out, I'm talking about my whole stomach, ribs, and chest. Like, you can see all the blood under my skin busted up. He was like, you gonna break it off? You gonna break it off? I said, yeah, I break it off. The second he let me go, I hit his ass. Boom! They went to flipping me again. But we was cool as shit, though. You feel me? It was just on some shit like, you gotta get one to give one. You feel me?
Now, what you just heard was Jake describing how the other guys he was allegedly cool with beat him until he was all bruised up. He calls it a TOH, but no prison that I've been to requires you to get beat on by the other inmates to prove that you are cool. This kind of puts me in the mind of the story about Bimba and Rambo slapping Jake till his mouth bloody and he thinking it's just playing, but in reality, they was grooming him, you know. Anyway, Cornbread, who was around 24 years old at the time he and Jake were sellers, he's about 5 years older than Jake. He wasn't about to let some kid who literally let these other guys beat him till he was bruised come in there and talk crazy to him in the cell. And I think Jake underestimated him, and that's where it went left. I heard Cornbread flashed out so bad that you could hear him hitting Jake 3 or 4 cells down the hall. And when the COs came and told him to stop, he still wouldn't stop, which is why they eventually ended up spraying him and why Jake said this when he was talking about it.
So this was my second time being gassed, but it was only the little can of gas. It wasn't the big, you know, bad can of gas that hit me with the first time. So it really wasn't that bad. And I mean, they really got the other guy more than they got me. But yeah.
Well, of course they got him more than they got you. He was the one that they were actually trying to stop. Now, somebody else who was familiar with this story and actually from Tampa told me that the story that Jake tells about the young guy that he ran into who claimed he was a blood and Jake made him fold his flag and then he ran into the guy later on at another facility is actually the story of Jake and Cornbread, where Cornbread actually ran into Jake in the county and made Jake stop claiming blood and told him he not from Tampa, and then ended up running into Jake again in the facility and told him, hey, stop claiming blood, you not from Tampa, and then end up running into him again at ACI, and that's where he actually beat Jake up in the cell and wouldn't stop until the COs actually used mace to get him off of Jake. That's how they ended up with this disciplinary report. And according to my source, that's also how Jake ended up under Rambo. Like he started really hanging up under Rambo after that incident happened. And then Rambo starts slapping blood into his mouth. And somehow he ends up being best friends with Bimba, who ends up slapping blood into his mouth. With that said, I'm going to wrap this up, man. If you listening to your music on Spotify, Tidal, Apple Music, wherever you listening to your music at, make sure you go stream Standing on a Business, the deluxe edition. If you listening to your music on a free platform like YouTube, make sure you stay right here. Hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, leave me a comment. You know, all that YouTube stuff. Standing on a Business, the deluxe edition is out right now. Standing on a Business 2 on the way this summer. It's your boy, Bryon Blake. I'm out. When the news broke that 1090 Jake was named in the YNW Melly case, a lot of people were confused. While Jake himself would present this to the internet as some kind of badge of honor, he was proud of it, as you can see from this thumbnail picture right here. Pretty much everybody else was looking at this and going, what is the reason? So on today's episode of 1090 Jake Exposed, I will be breaking down how 1090 Jake came to be mentioned in the Y&W Melly case and how this situation turned from a proud moment where 1090 Jake was celebrating being mentioned to 1090 Jake wanting absolutely nothing to do with this case, claiming that he doesn't know Melly, and even going so far as to expose the officer who actually brought his name into the situation and got on the stand and mentioned him. Now, of course, the whole reason that this 1090 Jake Exposed series exists is because of this.
How easy is it to get drugs in a Florida prison?
Every single compound I hit, there was all types of drugs on there, whether it's prescription pills, Molly, some spots there was cocaine and meth, but nothing more common than K2.
Jacob Cherry, a former inmate, posted the videos to YouTube.
1, 2, 3, 4 flips.
He says Florida inmates currently behind bars recorded the videos using cell phones smuggled inside.
Key word there, currently behind bars, meaning that this is not just something he was talking about that was going on while he was incarcerated, but something that's currently going on right now, meaning that the state needs to take action right now if they want to stop this. Jake would be filmed making these statements to ABC investigative reporter Bryon Blake, who would in turn be filmed presenting Jake's video and statements to State Representative Bobby Dubose. This would trigger his duty as a state representative to report the information to the Department of Corrections, who will release a statement saying that they take the matter seriously and that they were aware of the video.
The Florida Department of Corrections tells 7 News they are aware of the videos, and the agency takes this information seriously. They call contraband in prisons a national epidemic.
This statement and public acknowledgement from the department meant that they would now be required to report Jake, his videos, and his statements to the Inspector General. Jake would try to downplay this by saying that he was just speaking on general topics that everybody knows and everybody knows goes on in prison, claiming that no officers were arrested as a result of anything that said on the news.
They would claim the officers must have raided the prisons I was at, but I'd already been out of prison for 5 years. And what officers got arrested? See, the Florida Department of Corrections has a website newsroom that covers press releases, staff assaults, and officer-involved arrests. But not one article can be produced showing any officer was ever arrested.
But that has been debunked. In 2019 and January 2020, 4 inmates would die at Charlotte Correctional Institution alone in suspected overdoses, and the heat from Jake was forcing them to produce answers. In the months following Jake's news segment, a shakedown at Charlotte Correctional Institution would turn up results.
A 5-month-long investigation lands one woman in handcuffs after conspiring with inmates to bring contraband into CCI. Jessica Haller was arrested on September 8th on 11 charges to include 10 felonies.
4 months ago, the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office Narcotics Unit learned that an individual was delivering and conspiring to deliver illegal drugs, cell phones, cigarettes, lighters to the CCI prison located in Charlotte County.
Among the charges are introduction of a cell phone and controlled substances into a state correctional facility and trafficking.
We were able to develop probable cause after several search warrants and latent fingerprint evidence left on the illegal packages that it was in fact Jessica delivering these contraband items to the prison.
It's important that we keep contraband from getting into our facilities to keep our inmate population safe. And that's just as true at the state level as it is at the county level. I want to thank the Northport Police Department and also Warden Snyder for all their help in this investigation and bringing it to a successful conclusion.
The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office would announce the charges in September of 2020 after a 5-month investigation that began when a contraband phone was found containing evidence of an inappropriate relationship between a guard and an inmate by the name of David Odell. The officer had been charged with bringing contraband into the facility, and David had been charged with introducing contraband as well as possessing a controlled substance. Through collaborative efforts between several units within the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, Northport Police Department, the FBI Prison Division, and Warden Snyder, a significant amount of contraband was intercepted prior to entering the facility. During the investigation, detectives were able to connect Jessica Haller to inmate David R. Odell when he was found to be in possession of a smartphone. Conversations via the prison communication system revealed messages and photos of items that would later be found among the hidden contraband. Holler is accused of purchasing items such as cell phones, lighters, drugs, cigarettes, and jewelry, along with electrical tape as part of the conspiracy. Electrical tape is often used to make internal concealment easier. This process is often referred to as body packing. Information uncovered during this investigation would spark another investigation. Evidence recovered during this operation will lead to the unveiling of a drug conspiracy between the Latin Kings, the MS-13, and the Serranios. According to an October 12, 2022 news report.
Trafficking operation is shut down in the Bay Area and in much of Southwest Florida. Our state attorney general says they took a massive violent gang operation out of business. Joining us now live from the Tampa News Center, 8 on Your Side's Melissa Marino.
Good afternoon, Stacey. The AG says this was enough fentanyl to kill half the state of Florida. And just as surprising, we are told this was being orchestrated from the Florida State Prison.
People don't understand, what does that mean, 50 pounds of fentanyl? That could kill half of Florida's population.
FDLE agents say the ringleader is a Florida prison inmate, Carlos Martinez, a member of the SIR 13 gang, behind bars for attempted murder. According to investigators, from inside the prison, Martinez and others instructed gang members to move large shipments of narcotics across the United States and distribute it all over Florida.
Their members operate from both inside prison walls and outside of them, living in our communities and our neighborhoods.
A 2-year investigation leading to dozens of arrests. Agents also seized large shipments of drugs and weapons, including nearly 400 pounds of methamphetamine, 48 pounds of fentanyl, 15,000 fentanyl pills, heroin, morphine, dozens of guns, and over 100 grand in cash.
By the sheer volume in this case, this is not just an average seizure. Nearly 50 pounds is a significant interruption in the flow of narcotics.
Now, the Attorney General says they are charging these suspects with the most serious crimes possible, including more than 60 first-degree felonies. And this investigation not over. They expect more people will be charged. Back to you.
Now, it should be noted that although this case was announced in 2020, we're very clear about the fact that it was a 2-year investigation dating back to 2020.
A 2-year investigation leading to dozens of arrests.
The Year of Jake's news segment and the shakedowns at Charlotte CI. To demonstrate that the focus in that case was not just the Serranios, at a press conference after a guilty plea, Attorney General Ashley Moody said, "A Latin King gang member involved in a massive drug ring working with the Mexican drug cartel is now sentenced to 25 years in prison, thanks to our statewide prosecutors and dedicated law enforcement partners. In this case, authorities seized enough fentanyl to kill more than 11 million Floridians. Lethal substances are flooding into our countries due to Biden's disastrous open border, and we must continue to be dogged in our efforts to interdict this poison and aggressively prosecute traffickers." According to the investigation by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Homeland Security Investigations, and Hendry County Sheriff's Office, members of the Serranio 13 gang, also known as Serranios, operated the drug trafficking organization from behind bars. At times, working with fellow gangs MS-13 and the Latin Kings, the criminal organization's ruling body, called the MESA, authorized member requests to execute other inmates and continue the distribution of drugs sourced from Mexico and California. Using contraband cell phones, members of SOAR 13 contacted each other from different prisons throughout the state, including Brevard, Charlotte, Holmes, and Miami-Dade counties. Gang members also kept contact with area drug dealers outside the prisons to facilitate drug shipments and deliveries. It should also be noted that Jake did a video solely on the Serranios and how they operate in Florida prison in May of 2020 as well, around the same time as the investigation started. Jake would make clear in that video that he was looking to have an active or ex-Serranio on his platform to discuss the California connection. Now, I know some of y'all thinking, what does any of this have to do with YNW Melly and Detective Danny Polo, right? So I want you to look at the screen and take a nice mental note of the officers that it said participated in this investigation, specifically the FBI Prison Division. And what I will do now is direct your attention to these transcripts from YNW Melly's hearing where Detective Danny Polo testified. Let's see what he had to say. The court, raise your right hand to be sworn. The clerk, do you swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witness, yes, sir. The clerk, state your full legal name for the record. The witness, Detective Danny Polo. The clerk, spell your first and last name for the court reporter. The witness, DANNYPOLO. The clerk, thank you, sir. The court, thank you. Please have a seat. The witness, thank you, Your Honor. The court, counsel, if you're ready, you may proceed. Ms. Bucklew, thank you, Your Honor. Direct examination by Ms. Bucklew. Good morning, Detective. Good morning. Please tell us who you work for. Broward County Sheriff's Office. And how long have you worked for them? Since 2015. And in what capacity do you work for them? I'm currently assigned to the Strategic Investigations Division, Money Laundering Task Force. All right. And what other units have you worked for? Prior to that, I was assigned to the Gang Investigations Task Force. And prior to that, I was assigned to the Organized Crime Task Force. Before that, I was in the Deerfield Beach Crime Suppression Team. And before that, I was in the Deerfield Beach Tactical Deployment Team. Okay. And all of this is as a detective, correct? Yes. Okay. Prior to being a detective, were you a deputy for Broward Sheriff's Office? Yes. How long were you as a deputy? Were you on the road? Approximately 11 months. All right. What type of training and experience do you have with regards to organized crime, gang activity, investigating those type of cases? Formal training through police conferences and classes at the Broward Institute of Public Safety, as well as self-study, self-research. It's over 500 hours of formal instruction, and it would be hard to put a number on self-study, self-research, reading articles, journals, stuff like that. All right. And did you work at any other law enforcement prior to BSO? The City of Hollywood PD. In what capacity? I was on the road. Okay, road deputy. At any point while being on the road, did you ever have to investigate in some capacity some sort of gang activity or organized crime? Yeah, I mean, your first year, you're basically just on probation learning. So you're asked to respond to multiple scenes and take the lead on cases that aren't necessarily murders. So I had a lot of encounters with gang-related cases, robberies, homicides, burglaries. Mr. Aronson, Your Honor, may we ask that the witness just speak up a little bit? The witness, I'm sorry, sir. Ms. Bucklew, so when you went to BSO as a road patrol officer, did you also have some sort of capacity in investigating those types of crimes? Yeah, I was familiar with it. I had taken courses. Okay. Tell us a little bit about your experience with the Tactical Deployment Team. Tactical Deployment Team was a unit established approximately end of 2015, maybe 2016, and it was primarily formed as a proactive unit to address gang issues in the city of Deerfield Beach, in the central zones of Deerfield where we were having the most gang violence. It was also a community, sort of like a community outreach scene. We did a lot of events with churches, youth outreach, community leaders. That way we can combat violence, not just by proactive enforcement of laws, but by partnering with the community and the churches and members of the community and talk to the children and try to keep them from continuing this endless cycle of violence. Okay. And that endless cycle of violence included gang activity. It was mainly gang activity. And talk to us a little bit about your experiences with the Crime Suppression Team. Crime Suppression Team was sort of the same, proactive enforcement of criminal violations, criminal laws, less community outreach. That was more for the tactical deployment team to go out there and do the community outreach. But we still had events with community when we had to go out there and engage with the community leaders and hear their concerns about the violence and crimes that were happening in their areas. And in the crime suppression team, we would address any crime-related concerns, anything, period, that the city wanted to address, whether it was burglaries, robberies, a spike in violence, it didn't matter. We handled it all. Mainly the narcotics, firearms, and violent crime investigations and burglary investigations were usually tied to criminal gangs. And that's how it was actually during the tactical deployment team, I was assigned to the Broward County Multi-Agency Gang Task Force. What's that? It's a task force in Broward County made up of multiple cities, so the sheriff's office hosted. We had monthly intel meetings where the different districts that aren't a part of Broward Sheriff's Office will come and give intel briefings on the gang-related issues in their cities, and it's a lot of intel sharing. That way we can assist each other with the gang problems happening in the county, sometimes in the tri-county area. Partner with the probation, parole, with juvenile prosecution, because a lot of these gang issues started at the juvenile age. And during those intel meetings that we had monthly, we also received additional training. And then we would host monthly, monthly enforcements where the city was having an issue with gang-related violence or anything gang-related. We would take all of the agencies in the county that wanted to participate, go to a certain area that was having issues, and proactively enforce violations of criminal law. All right. And I want to talk about your time in the organized crime unit. When did you head to the organized crime unit with the Broward Sheriff's Office? I believe it was 2018. All right. And what kind of duties did you have within that unit? Organized crime unit, it was basically primary duties were investigating anything related to organized crime. So gang activity falls within organized crime. So within the organized crime statute under racketeering statute. And most of my investigations dealt with criminal gangs or spinoffs from criminal gang investigations, such as I dealt with drug trafficking organizations, cartel investigations, firearm trafficking investigations, sources of supply to these gangs, and racketeering investigations for the most part. I think in the 5 years I was in organized crime, the main cases I filed most of the cases I filed while I was in organized crime were all RICO cases, large-scale drug trafficking and gang investigations. All right. Now, within the organized crime unit, was there any community outreach or was this solely investigative work? Investigative work. Okay. While you had your time in the organized crime unit, did you handle wiretap ones? Yeah. How many would you say? I personally have written, give me 1 second, approximately 9 or 10. Okay. And with the ones that you did not write, were you still a part of other investigations that would include utilizing search warrants and arrest warrants for organized crime, gang activity, things of that nature? Yeah, I was involved in, I think, a total of 18 wiretap investigations. So I authored 9 of them myself. One of them was on a large criminal gang within Broward County. I was assisting the prison gang wiretap investigation. Was a little different than a street gang because they're in a prison. So I've seen both sides of that, gang investigations behind the wall or while in prison, and investigations outside of prison. On the local street gangs, hybrid gangs, national gangs, small juvenile gangs that are just getting started. All right. Now, your time in this unit, did it also include undercover work? Yeah, I was doing a lot of undercover work through most of my time in the crime suppression team, organized crime unit, gang unit, money laundering. Now, with the wiretaps that you mentioned previously, you would obviously be listening in on phone calls, correct? Correct. Okay. And during your time in listening to those phone calls, these are long-term investigations, correct? Yes. Okay. So while listening to these phone calls, Are you listening to gang activity and learning how they speak and what they speak about? Yeah, you're listening to them without them knowing you're listening to them. So they are not trying to hide anything. They might speak a little bit in code, but most codes aren't that sophisticated where you can't understand what they are saying. You just have to figure it out. What's the code mean? So it's firsthand experience of how these gangs communicate. Apart from that, we've been on cases on investigations where we've actually had undercover officers infiltrate the gangs as members of the gangs, get blessed into these gangs, and personally monitor these live recordings, meetings, obtain relevant gang knowledge, and via emails and other applications, covert applications that gangs like to use to conceal their inner workings. Okay. Now, with your organized crime unit that you were in doing undercover, all the things you just testified to, did you also work with other agencies, such as federal agencies? Yeah, since approximately 2018, I've been a task force officer with the Drug Enforcement Administration and also a task force officer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosive. That's ATF. All right. So being a task force officer with those two agencies, what does that entail? You're deputized as a fellow agent, basically. You can file criminal complaints in federal court, testify in federal court, file federal charges, not just state charges. Most of these long-term investigations are federally funded and lead to federal prosecutions, especially since many of these cases end up leading to international nexuses. Okay. While you're in these units, are you also going to conferences and learning more about the updates and how gangs are working, the specific types of gangs and all of that? Yeah, conferences, regular just 1 or 2 day trainings. You learn from seasoned detectives that have been doing this for 30 years. You learn from doctors, students that study sociology, psychology, and gangs. You learn from investigators in the field that are privately obtained by defense and state agencies to testify on criminal gang cases. And you learn how these cases are put together. You learn specific information about gangs. You get to many times watch live interviews with gang members that are in custody serving a life sentence with no way of getting out, and they decided to turn their lives around while in prison. So they are getting no benefit. And you get to, have one-on-one with these subjects. Most recently, I was at a national gang conference where I was teaching. There was a youth outreach group there at Fort Pierce that I was able to network with. They are all civilians, no law enforcement. Prior gang members, reformed gang members that have turned their lives around, got PhDs, are in school currently getting their degrees, and their goal is networking with law enforcement in a way that effectively can bridge the gap between what the gangs might consider snitching and what the community wants being done, which is ending violence. Okay. Now, while in the organized crime unit, you mentioned there's different types of gangs. You mentioned prison gangs as a type of gang. Yes. So what type of gangs did you investigate? The actual gangs or just the types of gangs or actual gangs? So national gangs such as Bloods, Crips, GDs, Serranios, big wiretaps case on Serranios and MS-13, wiretap case on the Bloods. There was another case I was involved in with the FBI. I wasn't deputized with them, but I assisted. I think that was another 9 wiretaps that included the original team. That was 9-2 Gangster Bloods, a set, 9-2 Gangster Bloods set out of Broward. Several subjects that are somewhat related to this case. We'll get there. GDs, Bloods, Crips. Safe to say there's a lot? Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of hybrid gangs. The hybrid gangs are non-traditional gangs like the neighborhood street gangs. Those you can't stop. Like they just pop up every day, so they change their names a lot. So we investigated many of those. I'm not going to start throwing off all those names. A lot of those are either active investigations or we're in the middle of going to trial or stuff like that. but many active cases on these hybrid gangs, racketeering investigations on them, the whole mafia family, which is now becoming more of a national gang. It may have started in South Florida approximately 10 years ago. Many folk nations gangs, vice lords, Black Peastone Nation. Safe to say there's a lot. Yeah. Okay. You've also investigated prison gangs. Yes. And can you explain to us about your time with the Gang Investigations Task Force? So I went to the Gang Investigations Task Force after about 5 years in the Organized Crime Task Force. Okay. Now, before we go further, let's break this down. Detective Danny Polo became a member of the Broward Organized Crime Unit in 2018. During this exact same time frame of 2018 is when he was deputized as a federal task force officer with the DEA and ATF. During this time, he participated in approximately 18 wiretap investigations, including what he himself called a big wiretaps case on the Serranios and MS-13s, and also a big wiretaps case on the Bloods, which I believe is related to the sex money murder case that came out about 3 or 4 years ago down in Florida, because that's around the same time when Jake was so-called pressing the Island Boys for being fake Bloods, allegedly fake members of sex money murder. So that was bringing a lot of heat to sex money murder and putting a lot of attention on them down there.
Island Boys, because they're talking about they were saying they were sex money murder.
Right, yeah.
All right, well, you in the state of Florida, so if you're gonna be that, there's a specific motherfucker you have to know. I wanted to know if he knew that specific person.
Ironically, around the same time that Jake was publicly mentioning sex money murder, the state was closing an investigation that they had started into sex money murder for doing what? Bringing contraband drugs into the Florida prison system. So as it turns out, Detective Danny Polo is not just some random guy who watches 1090 Jake on YouTube. He's actually a member of the multi-agency gang task force that has acted on every tip that 1090 Jake has given them, specifically the tips that he gave them on the news about the prison gangs and the drug contraband that led to all of these different people being arrested. And don't overlook the fact that the same task force that Detective Danny Polo claims he belongs to is the same task force that investigated and charged Pino after he had that little situation with 1090 Jake. Y'all know the one I'm talking about. So I think that 1090 Jake knows exactly why Detective Danny Polo is here. But I also think that 1090 Jake did not receive the type of clout and recognition from being mentioned in the paperwork that he thought he was going to get. He actually got some backlash, and that's why he pulled the whole, oh, I'm going to expose the detective, and try to make it seem like this guy just obsessed with him and bringing him up for no reason. When the truth is, this guy and his team have been acting on your tips and the information that you've been putting out for close to 10 years now. Look at him with the mask on, man. These guys been moving like this for years. Jake tried to make it like he was doing something big, unmasking a guy, when you probably seen him in that mask 10 or 15 times already at a meeting or something. Who knows? On that note, I'm going to wrap this up. Melly, if you listening, if you hear about this, cut whatever ties with whoever you got ties with that got ties to do immediately. Pino, if you had a hunch that he put the police on you, you can almost be certain about that now. In my opinion, it's pretty obvious what happened to Pino. With that said, if you listening to music on Spotify, Tidal, Apple Music, wherever you streaming your music at, make sure you type in Bryon Blake, Standing on the Business, the deluxe edition. Go check that out right now. If you're not listening to music on any of them paid platforms and you using YouTube, make sure you stay right here. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, leave me a comment, all that YouTube stuff. Go check it out. Standing on the Business, the deluxe edition. It's out right now. I got videos for No Love, Warzone, and I got some more videos on the way for y'all. Standing on the Business Part 2 coming this summer. It's your boy Bryon Blake. I'm out. While many of the people who dislike my 1090 Jake Exposed series would like to paint the narrative that this is about race, that's the farthest thing from the truth. In fact, the truth is what this is really all about. For the past 3 or 4 years, 1090 Jake and Seti Nash have practically dominated the independent YouTuber scene by attaching themselves to every name that gets hot on the hip-hop scene using one simple method: research. Everybody who gets hot and has a criminal history, they go digging through all of your cases and your paperwork to see if you might have snitched or if there's anything of shock value in the paperwork. I mean, if we keeping it all the way real, they even covering lawsuits. So no, this is not about race at all. And if you had any doubt about that, then today's episode is one that you do not want to miss, because this will most definitely change your mind. On today's episode of 1090 Jake Exposed, we will be discussing the 1090 Jake and Seti Nash agenda. 1090 Jake and Seti Nash are largely responsible for the current wave of snitch allegations that you see floating all over the internet.
So yeah, but that was gonna come out anyways, though. I think that's the inevitable part is once you get out of the pen, we got to see if you kept it solid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I mean, when did that become a factor for rappers?
And that's the thing. And I had to tell somebody earlier, like, that's where the fuck up part come from, because let's be honest, the rappers ain't supposed to be street niggas.
I'm just saying, when was that a criteria for rappers?
Shit, 50 Cent.
We was checking rappers' paperwork, like who created that? Like, why?
That would be.
Damn, man, you taking all the credit, man.
That's me and 1090 Jake. Jake took it and expanded. That nigga went on a rampage with it. He's smarter than I am.
Now, what you just heard was an admission by Seti that he and 1090 Jake are strategically attacking the careers of other bloggers and rappers for engagement purposes. Taking that partnership into consideration, it made perfect sense to me why Seti would refuse to cover the 1090 Jake situation when 1090 Jake was exposed for snitching on Jimmy after he got hit in the head with the rock and the sock. But even before that, when Boston Richie originally posted the clip of 1090 Jake on the news snitching on that prison drug operation, Seti pretty much ran to his rescue. Hey, man, look, it looked like he was trying to get those guys some justice.
But there were a couple of things that I had noted during the video. One of the things was that it seemed like an expose on an inhumane documentary type of style. So it seemed like to me, hey, bro, he over here trying to get justice for these cats.
And then he flat out told us, hey, I'm not a prison genre guy, so I'm not even going to cover that. Even though paperwork is paperwork, I mean, a hood lawyer should be able to decipher any type of paperwork.
I'm like, I'm not a prison dude. I've never been to prison. Ain't ever going to prison. Been to jail, I've been to juvie, but I ain't never been to prison. But I'm going to be honest with you. I started wondering to myself, was Jake the only one doing it since this was 3 years ago? And it turns out the whole prison genre did it, and do it to this day.
So yeah, he put his cape on for Jake. And at the time, it was kind of going over my head. I'm like, why is he working so hard to protect this dude? And then that's when I discovered the news clip of Seti Nash.
We also spoke with some witnesses about what they heard. They said they heard an argument just before the shooting. When you heard the argument, was it a long argument? Was it just short? Did it seem like they knew each other?
It was static. And his friend was like, he not even a part of this. He not a part of this S.
Then boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
That's when it hit me that these two guys are basically the same person. Both of these guys wanted to be rappers. Yeah, we know about Seti's career. And we can't forget about the letter that Jake's aunt wrote when she said, hey, he's been working on his rap career. But yeah, as I was saying, here you have these two guys that want to be rappers, but they not making it. And they both have these things on their background that make them feel like they not real enough. It's a personal thing. We don't know about this. They know about it. So what do? They start projecting. At the same time, controversy sells. So this type of content became an instant source of large amounts of revenue. That gave them more motivation, but it also gave inspiration to other content creators. And that's why we see this large wave of everybody talking about who's snitching. It don't matter what genre of hip hop you go in, from this genre to the prison genre to battle rap. Everybody's talking about who's snitching because that type of content is generating large amounts of engagement. We've seen this over and over in the streaming era. People will duplicate, or at least attempt to duplicate, whatever they think is generating the streams. For example, when the Chicago kids started the drill wave and they started like dissing the dead a lot, you see how fast that spread. Almost everybody is willing. That's like a go-to marketing scheme for rappers because they know that it will get people paying attention, even if it's just the families of the guys they dissing. So these guys have this plot going on where they are strategically exposing rappers. If you notice, Jake will drop a video about somebody and then Seti will react to that video, or Seti will drop a video about somebody and then Jake will drop a video on that person. So after I dropped the paperwork on Jake, Seti refused to speak on it. Unbeknownst to me, they had this alliance going on. That would come out later. But in return, I would go digging and looking into Seti and seeing why he won't speak on it. And I see that he's the same type of person. So then I drop his news clip. Then Jake pops his head out.
No, he just gotta ask. He just gotta ask the questions.
But it's gonna simulate to people, to niggas from the culture, that you having nothing to do with it. Why are you even on there? Why didn't you just say, but you're saying you did a favor for your homeboy. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, I don't know, bro. It's like a line. It's like a line, invisible line.
Saying is, you as a street nigga, if something go down, you supposed to just get up out of there. You know what I'm saying? So you can't even be.
If I did something, nigga, or if something happened to my homies, yeah, absolutely. We done been did that.
Yeah,
We've been doing that
Bro,
shit.
You got people whose homeboys done got fried right in front of them, and they go live and show their homeboy on the ground. Damn, they hit my dog, man. Like, what is that?
Exactly.
Now, like I said, I didn't know that they had an actual alliance going on, like this was some major plan, but it eventually started to take shape right in front of me. Once Rockstar and Remo got both of them on live and they started talking, I'm like, okay, these guys working together, because Jake's whole thing was he was there to defend Seti. He didn't actually go make a separate video on it, but he made sure he popped up on the lives and did his part in clearing up the narrative for Seti.
I just know, like, you ain't never gonna hit an end. You feel me? Like, it's gonna be politics.
Bruh, it's gonna be dead in a week.
It's gonna be dead by next week. That's how this shit
I'm trying to told you.
I'm talking about as far as the internet, maybe. But
Jake would try to push the narrative that, hey, this whole thing will blow over in a week. Nobody will be talking about it anymore. And Seti pretty much put his foot in his mouth, because where he should have just shut up and been like, yeah, I'm just a blogger, he started trying to prove himself because he felt like he had some backing.
Seti Nash ain't bigger than the program, ain't never been. Period. I will never be bigger than the program. I'm never not gonna be a member. None of this shit. I've been with this shit since 9 years old.
Where Seti got that sudden burst of courage from, I don't know. Maybe it was because Jake was defending him and he feels like Jake is the end all be all when it comes to paperwork. But apparently that energy was rubbing off on Jake, because Jake got super confident and did something that he hadn't done prior to this. And that's say my name.
Regardless of what anything,
this is what's dangerous though. When a motherfucker just gives the mic to anybody, right? So the same dude that came out with this accusation, the dude Bryon Blake, he accused you of fucking up dude's self-defense case. Yeah. And that's what got everybody like, oh, that must have did this, that must have did that. But see, nobody even read this dude's whole own statement. The police left him and the bitch in the interview room. She told him witnesses were saying they just heard gunshots and did not know what happened. Defendant said, I blacked out. My brain went black. She told him to shut up. He asked for help. She responded, you don't have to ask. He told her he was going to plead insanity and would need her help. He already saying too fucking much. So you see what I'm saying? And nobody's actually even looking into the case and seeing how he fucked this shit up for himself.
Yeah.
Apparently, he smacked somebody back in the day and it was supposed to be get back. That was another rumor behind this case. So for somebody to just say, oh, you in the news clip, you fucked up this whole self-defense shit, that's dangerous.
Now, what I actually said was that if this guy intended to go to trial, then Seti could have potentially ruined the self-defense argument, because had this guy been saying, hey, I did this in self-defense, they now have a witness statement from somebody who was on the scene saying that you were yelling and that his friend was trying to say he don't have anything to do with it, which would have negated your argument that this guy was trying to attack you or whatever claim you was going to make for a self-defense case. That's what I actually said. And when you look at the news clip,
when you heard the argument, was it a long argument? Was it just short? Did it seem like they knew each other?
It was static. And his friend was like, he not even a part of this. You know, he not a part of this.
And boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
I think I made a pretty good point. But of course, Jake was upset because I had dropped a grievance on him and everybody saw that he actually wrote out, hey, Jimmy hit me. So he was using this as an opportunity to attack my credibility, which is why he kept emphasizing, hey, don't listen to this guy, this Bryon Blake guy, don't listen to him.
But you gotta look at your source of information, and not for nothing, the same dude that's exposing snitches, he follows another snitch that got exposed for snitching. So it's like, make that make sense.
But I'm gonna tell you what it really is. Niggas ain't like that. I wait on shit, period. And like I said, I refer to the penitentiary niggas on penitentiary shit. I'm not a penitentiary nigga. I'm a street nigga, period. So that go for them niggas. And like the homie said, nigga, that Florida politics shit, that's they shit.
This is Seti admitting that he feels like I targeted him because he didn't speak on the 1090 Jake situation. And to be honest, yeah, I felt like he was giving us an excuse. You cover lawsuits and you haven't sued nobody. So just because you never been to prison don't mean you can't look at the paperwork and decipher whether somebody is snitching or not. That was the excuse that you used to get out of it. On the other hand, 1090 needed me quiet because he has more dirt on him than Seti Nash does. So 1090 needed to use this incident with Seti Nash as a launching pad to assault my character. But he needed Seti Nash to participate. Seti Nash was unwilling to participate because he knows he has the dirt on him. The same reason he wouldn't go at 1090 Jake. He knows he has the dirt and that I have the potential to find it. So Jake would state that he was going to make a video about this. He was going to do a video on it. One, because it was an opportunity to clear Seti, and that's his mans. They working with each other. But two, it was an opportunity to assassinate my character.
Nah. Well, they don't have it, man. 1090J, you still doing the video? You're going to have to break it down for the people, man.
Yeah, break it down for the slow motherfuckers.
I could break this shit down because it's an extensive ass case. It's mad shit that happened.
Yeah. But like I said, if I ever broke code, nigga, I'm getting a put off. I'm deleting Instagram, YouTube, all of that shit. Nigga, my name good.
Like I said, Jake's presence gave Seti this sudden burst of confidence. So once again, he started putting his foot in his mouth, talking too much. Yeah, if I ever did this, and you know how it go when you talking too much, sometimes you open the door for other things to come out that you didn't intend to come out. So they ask him, define snitching and give us a definition of snitching. And y'all got just look at Jake's face while he's saying it, because Jake truly fits the definition, even though they trying to say, oh, he told on some police officers, whatever you might, he told on a dirty drug operation, a prison drug operation. But look at Jake's face while he's saying this.
Give us the definition of snitching.
Give any nigga that helped the police solve any fucking cases is snitching. But then it's still a lot more to that. Because you can still go into it a whole lot of shit. But any nigga that gave any info to the police about solving the case is a snitch.
See how awkwardly silent it got after he made that statement? They was looking like, oh, Jake was looking like, oh. But now that we have Seti's definition on the record, I want y'all to listen to this breakdown of Seti's paperwork when he allegedly called the police on his brother. And I want y'all to tell me what y'all think about it. And maybe y'all can help me understand why 1090 Jake hasn't done a video on this situation yet. And also why he ran to Seti's defense as soon as the snitch allegations started flying. Salute to everybody for tuning in. Today we're going to be going over this paperwork from Seti Nash's incident with his brother out in Sacramento, California. Now, I want to say this. All of the information that you're about to hear is all documented. It all comes from some type of form of paperwork, if not from SETI himself. This next portion is from a daily activity log from the Sacramento Police Department. It reads, Friday, January 24th, 2014. The information provided allows for a timely snapshot of significant events in our community. The crimes reported here are preliminary investigations taken in the field by patrol officers and may or may not be assigned to a detective for further investigation. The information provided may be found after further investigation to be incorrect or false. Certain details of these incidents have been removed due to potential follow-up investigation into the incident and/or privacy rights. The following incidents occurred between 12 o'clock a.m. and 11:59 p.m. on Friday, January 24th, 2014. Incident number 14021-617, assault, Western Ave and Ford Road. Officers responded to a report of a shooting. It was reported that shots were fired from a dark-colored SUV towards another occupied vehicle, but no one had been struck or injured. Officers rushed to the area along with an outside agency police helicopter. A vehicle matching the suspect description was located and its 3 occupants were contacted. A search of the vehicle revealed ammunition, and it was determined that the occupants had discarded a handgun from the car. The weapon was recovered. All 3 suspects were adult males in their 20s and arrested for assault, conspiracy, and gang enhancement charge. Now, as we look into this, we're going to break it down step by step. A comparison to what the report said, a comparison to what SETI said, and see where we can find a common ground. Let's start with the notification of the police. How were the police notified about this incident? According to SETI Nash, they were alerted by the shot spotter.
Mind you, spot shotters there. Of course they coming. There is no phone call made from SETI Nash on that day. I got 10,000 for that.
But when you compare the dates, this incident happened Friday, January 24th, 2014, and the shot spotter program wasn't implemented until 2015 in Sacramento. There are multiple articles from 2015 and even some from later years like 2017 where they clearly state that shot spotters were not used in Sacramento until 2015. Now, for validation purposes, I obtained a copy of the police report with the same incident number as the incident number in the daily activity log. According to the police report, officers responded to the location regarding a call, not a shot spotter notification, a call. That's one discrepancy with regard to how they even got to the crime scene. But now let's discuss how they were notified that a shooting took place and that SETI Nash was involved.
Police pull up. Once the police pull up, it's one officer. That one officer pulls up. What does he do? He asks what happened. I say, man, I got shot at.
Now, on top of the police report clarifying that an actual call was made and not a shot spotter notification because they didn't even have shot spotters, we now have SETI admitting that he was on the scene when the police arrived and that he told the police that he was shot at. That sounds like reporting a shooting to me. But let's see what else SETI said.
He was like, what kind of car or anything like that? I said, I don't know, man. It's a dark vehicle.
Referring back to the daily activity log posted by the Sacramento PD, officers responded to a report of a shooting and it was reported that shots were fired from a dark color SUV. So SETI is now 2 for 2 with information. He did actually report a shooting and he did say that it was a dark color vehicle, just like the paperwork is saying.
So it ends up happening. Cops say, get in the car. I'm thinking to myself like, oh, shit, nigga, I'm finna go to jail. But he don't put the cuffs on me. So I'm like, ooh. So then he pulls up to the exact spot that I was shooting at. He say, is this it right here? I'm like, shit. I'm like, yeah.
Now, my question for this would be, how did they get to the exact location where the shooting occurred? And if you were the shooter, why would you take them back to this place and say, yes, this is where the shooting occurred?
So the cop is told, hey, man, come down here. I'm in the back. I can hear it. He told, come down here. So he busts a right, he go down forward, pull to the left. There's a big-ass vehicle that I did not remember. So it's a big, I think like an Expedition or something like that or anything like that. car doors all open. It looks like, to my eyes, oh shit, niggas have stole the car and ran off. So I'm like, oh damn. So the cops say, hey, is this the vehicle? I'm like, I don't know.
So once again, referring to the report summary, officers responded to a report of a shooting. It was reported that shots were fired from a dark color SUV. Officers rushed to the area. A vehicle matching the suspect description was located. So Seti is admitted he reported being shot at. He admitted taking the police back to the scene of the crime. He admitted to getting in the car with the police and riding around looking for the suspect vehicle. And now the summary shows us that the suspect vehicle, along with 3 occupants, was located. Among the 3 occupants of the vehicle were Seti Nash's brother, Cepeda Adams Jr., another 24-year-old black male by the name of Domian Williams, and a 21-year-old black male by the name of Kevion Robinson. All are listed as arrestees in this incident, and all of them have Cedric Adams listed as the victim. Now, in an effort to debunk this, Seti Nash had Mickey Truth go get the paperwork. And I know some of y'all gonna say, well, Seti already posted this paperwork. Let me explain to y'all the difference. Seti and Mickey Truth posted the sentencing transcripts. So they showed you what they ultimately copped out for, but they didn't show you what got them charged in the first place. As you see right there, it says case name Cepeda Adams. If you look in the highlighted part, the yellow highlight, it says transcript estimate calculation. So these are transcripts that she paid for, and this is related to Cepeda Adams's case. So they want to trick y'all into believing that this is the right paperwork by showing y'all the name on the case and the date of the transcripts. But this is not the actual paperwork. This shows us how the case was resolved. It doesn't show us how the case was started. In any situation, I want y'all to pay attention and note that just because a person's name is not in the sentencing transcripts or because they didn't testify at a hearing doesn't mean that they did not give evidence to the police.
Now, I'm not going to go and show the paperwork. Nah, that'll be too easy for them. But what I can do is speak about the paperwork. Now, before y'all get all bent out of shape, the reason why I'm not showing it is because Seti Nash is not listed in the paperwork at all. At all, y'all. Like, at all.
This was an obvious cover-up attempt because not only did she go get the wrong paperwork and try to use that as proof that she had the paperwork, but she also said that Seti's name was not listed at all, but she never showed us the paperwork. Once Seti knew that I had the real paperwork, he tried to get out in front of this by posting the same sentencing transcripts and trying to highlight the fact that his name is not mentioned in those transcripts and use that as evidence that he's solid and he had nothing to do with the case. But go back and look at those transcripts and look at the names involved. Cepeda Adams, Kevion Robinson, and Domian Williams. The same 3 people who were arrested in relation to this 2014 shooting incident and who all have Cedric Adams listed as a victim on their paperwork. Originally, I just wanted to see if Seti was involved in this situation at all. So I filed a FOIA request for the police report using the same felony case number that he and Mickey Truth posted, which was 14F00622. I requested the initial police report filed in the arrest of Cepeda Adams in case number 14F00622. And as you can see, all records were released and my request was fulfilled. What I received was this document showing that Cepeda Adams, Domian Williams, and Kevion Robinson had all been arrested for assault and other charges, and that all 3 had Cedric Adams listed as the victim in relation to their charges. Once I confirmed that Seti was connected, I filed a request for video footage of the police interview of Cedric Adams in regard to police report number 1421617 and a police incident summary of Cedric Adams' interview in regards to police report 140211617. So chime in, man. Let me know what y'all think. Do y'all see what I see, which is that 1090 Jake and Seti Nash are one and the same? They pretty much just projecting On to everybody else that's on the hip hop scene. I mean, I get wanting to know if somebody keeping it real or not, but they taking it kind of far, pretty much doxing the whole internet. On that note, I'm about to get up out of here. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you leave me a comment and let me know what you think. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, man. All that YouTube stuff. Whatever streaming service you on, whether it's Tidal, Apple Music, Spotify, Napster, wherever you listen to your music at, man, make sure you go check out Standing on the Business, the deluxe edition. It's out right now. Standing on the Business 2 is on the way this summer. If you're not on any of those streaming services and you want to just listen to it for free, make sure you browse around this YouTube channel and do that too. With that said, it's your boy Bryon Blake. I appreciate y'all tuning in. I'm out. Not too long ago, a guy popped up on the prison genre scene by the name of Ronnie Red. Of course, we had never seen Ronnie Red before, but the Florida natives seemed to vouch for him. They all said he was solid, a stand-up dude, and immediately he started going after Jake. He immediately started saying, hey, Jake is a fraud. He's a poser. He is not who he says he is. He is not from Tampa.
I don't want to look at your ass. You know, I know you're a sucker. You know what I'm saying? And I mean that at the end of the day because you're impostering. It ain't no neighborhood that you can go in Tampa with no real goons that and killers that you can stand on them.
Of course, Jake never said a word while Ronnie Red was out here talking like that. At least I never heard a response at all. But as soon as he got locked up, he
That's why
did
my
this.
haters hate their life, because y'all hate me so much. You try to find other people that hate me so y'all can align together like the fucking Avengers. Well, this is the motherfucker y'all chose. And then he does this. So y'all was supporting him, liking him, following him, subscribing to him, all that shit, shouting him out and everything, right? Thinking he the realest one. Dude been in prison for like 17 years. He comes home talking that shit. Then he does this. So now what are y'all gonna do? Y'all still rocking with him? You gonna write him letters and shit? Or nah, oh shit, I ain't know that. Damn, Jake, my bad. Nah, don't my bad nothing. Stay on that side.
So on today's episode of 1090 Jake Exposed, we'll be discussing the hypocrisy of Jake's message in that clip. We will also discuss the irony of Jake speaking on such a topic when he has things like what I'm about to show you all in his own background and in his own circle. Remember this guy, Rambo? Yeah, the one that Jake announced was coming home, and when he came home, he put him in the bins and gave him $10,000 and bought him a phone and all of that stuff, right? Rambo, the big homie, the guy that Jake loves. Well, we're going to dive into Jake's real relationship with Rambo today. And I'm going to break some stuff down to y'all that you may not know if you've never been to prison. Now, as you can see here, shortly after Rambo was released, he was arrested again. Man accused of stabbing victim in Homestead after masturbating in front of him. According to this report, this homeless guy was sleeping in a stairwell in a building when he was approached by Rambo. Rambo walked up to him and asked him, was anybody else around? To which he responded, no. He then began to lay back down, assuming that Rambo would just walk off. But instead, Rambo stood over him and began to fondle himself. At some point, Rambo reaches out and removes the victim's coat from over his head so he's able to see Rambo and what Rambo is doing. At this point, the guy jumps up and attempts to fight Rambo. Rambo then pulls out a knife and begins stabbing him. And according to the report, he stabbed him multiple times to the point where the guy actually had to be airlifted. Rambo would then flee the scene, although the guy would run out and flag officers down while he was bleeding. They would issue a be on the lookout based on the description that they were given, and Rambo was arrested a short time later while in possession of a knife. Of course, Jake would never cover this story despite all of the publicity that he gave Rambo when he came home. And the fact that he's trying to clown people for associating with Ronnie Red prior to him catching the case when he did the exact same thing with Rambo is crazy. But I'm going to break down to y'all why he has not made a video about Rambo or attempted to expose Rambo or even distance himself from Rambo, remove the pictures, anything. Let me break this down to y'all why he didn't do this. If you ever been to prison before, you're going to know exactly what I'm saying. If you haven't been to prison before, sit back and learn a valuable lesson. Now, according to Jake's version of the story, him and Rambo were very close. But we've already established that Jake lies and he has lied about his prison background. But if you listen to the details of he and Rambo's relationship, you'll see that they were probably closer than Jake would like for us to know. Listen to how Jake describes his dealings with Rambo.
I had another brother in the dorm named Rambo. Shout out to Rambo, free Rambo. Now, me and Rambo were always really, really close. Me and Rambo used to slap box. Rambo doesn't look big until he comes out the shirt and he's ripped. And Rambo used to bust me every single time we slap boxed. Every time. You know what I mean? I could taste blood in my mouth.
Now, if you've ever been to prison, you know rule number one, no horse playing. If you've never been to prison, let me tell you, rule number one, no horse playing. It's the easiest way for a person to get up on you and size you up. It's the easiest way for a person to be able to determine your strengths and weaknesses. And for those guys who have those sexual urges, it's an easy way to get up on you, groom you to the abuse, get you used to getting smacked on and punched on and you laughing about it, ha ha, but the whole time he's turning you into a prison wife. So it starts off with just slap boxing and wrestling, and then one day he invites you into the cell and y'all in the cell chilling and he gets you smoking K2 and all of that other stuff, and then next thing you know, you're not a man no more. Now, we've heard Jake admit that he was smoking K2.
We're hanging out, bro. We're having a good time for real. And it seemed like the K2 and cigarettes weren't running out anytime soon. Like I got a bunkie that was, souped up.
And we've also heard him admit that nearly all of the inmates in the Florida Department of Corrections prey on the young white inmates for sexual things.
Old guy must have tried to do something sexual, because it is very, very common for the older inmates, pretty much any inmate, to prey on the younger inmates, especially the white.
When you hear this and you think about how Jake describes his relationship with Rambo, it's pretty obvious what was going on between these two. Like I said, if you've been to prison, you know. Jake would eventually admit that at some point he and Rambo ended up on bad terms after Bimba came into his room. And even though he didn't give us much detail on why, the information we have now, coupled with the information that he gave us then, makes the situation pretty obvious. We heard Jake talk about his relationship with Rambo. Now listen to how he describes his relationship with Bimba.
So like the first couple of days with this dude is, some of my favorite memories in prison. Just vibing out with someone that's mad solid, mad cool. We're getting high as hell. We didn't have any problems on the compound at this point. We're good. We're chilling.
Jake sound like a little girl describing that feeling she get when she first meet her first boyfriend. And let me tell you something. In prison, anytime you are allowing another man to smack you in your mouth, whether y'all playing or whatever you want to call it, and make your mouth bleed and just constantly abuse on you, you belong to him. And obviously, Rambo was feeling that way because he ended up getting upset with Jake once Bimba and Jake became cellies and Jake started hanging under Bimba all the time.
Around the same time that Bimba got moved into my cell, me and Rambo weren't really on the best terms. Like, I don't know, sometimes you're really cool with somebody and then y'all just stop beefing about nothing. You know what I mean? Like, not to the point that we're going to kill each other, but we were just beefing about nothing.
If you know, you know, but if you don't, this is free game. When Jake says we were very close, but when Bimba came around, we were just beefing about nothing, that translates to me and Rambo were together and then he was mad because I got with Bimba. Now Bimba is the one out here slapping him around, making his mouth bleed, and he's happy about it.
Like I said, at the time, we weren't that cool when Bimba got moved in. So I started slap boxing with Bimba. It was a whole nother ball game. Bimba, when he hit you, you would feel it until tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like,
if you listen to Jake's story, you will see that it was at this time when he decided to leave Rambo and get with Bimba that the Bloods cut him off. Almost as if Rambo called a play on him because he broke up with him.
I started looking at Rambo differently. We weren't cool at the time, and then all of a sudden there's word that there's a hit on my head. So now I feel like I gotta watch him.
At the time, Jake and Bimba were both short timers, which is what you call somebody who's not gonna be there for long. As we can see, Rambo wasn't released until years later, so obviously he still had a way to go. As we can see from listening to Jake's stories and looking at his posts, he maintained communication with Rambo. He stayed in touch with Rambo. He sent Rambo money while he was locked up. And when Rambo came home, he made sure he was straight. New phone, more money, probably put him in a car. Why would you do this? And who would do this for somebody that they suspected of putting a hit on them or being the person who might carry out the hit on them? After speaking to somebody that I know that was actually locked up with Rambo at the time, it was confirmed that Rambo did engage in those type of freaky activities while he was incarcerated, which would explain him getting out on the streets and still walking around with a knife and stabbing people and trying to do freaky stuff with them. Rambo came home thinking he was still in a joint on that Tupac. And if you ask me, the only reason Jake looked out for Rambo when he came home is because he was in a better position and he didn't want Rambo to expose him. So he went on ahead and checked in. And the reason he hasn't covered Rambo's story and tried to expose Rambo like he's done everybody else is because he doesn't want Rambo to expose him. If he gets out here and he talks about, oh, Rambo's a freak and this and that and this, then Rambo comes out and exposes the real Jacob Cherry and is not going to be the person that 1090 Jake has pretended to us that he is. I mean, we just heard it out his own mouth. By his own account, he was in there getting slapped around, getting blood smacked into his mouth. No man is going to let another man do that. That's why you don't horseplay in prison. Almost every gang, even the prison gangs, have a no horseplaying policy because people don't want to startle the guards and have them thinking that it's a riot going on, get everybody locked down. People don't want your guys to see it and misinterpret it as a real fight, and then they come get involved. It's all types of different things that go into that. Everybody knows no horseplaying in prison, not at all. And this is why it's so funny that Jake is trying to clown people for supporting Ronnie Red or for vouching for Ronnie Red prior to him catching the charges that he caught, because you were doing the exact same thing with Rambo, bro. The exact same thing. So what does it say about your character that you vouched for this guy and posted him all over the internet and bragged on him and called him this really real guy, but the whole time he was this type of person? I don't think it's no surprise to Jake. I don't think it's something that Jake didn't know, and that's why he hasn't publicly disassociated himself or took any of the pictures down or anything like that. I really don't believe this is a surprise to him at all. Jake just knows that one false move and the truth will be out. I already know the truth. I can see it. I'm pretty sure people who have been there can see it. But Jake knows that if he exposes this on Rambo, makes a video about this, does anything to try to damage Rambo's reputation, Rambo is going to expose him being a prison wife. Y'all heard him say he was on that K2, and we all seen what K2 does to people in prison. On that note, I'm going to wrap this up. Listen, anywhere that you like to listen to music, Tidal, Apple Music, Spotify, Napster, wherever you listen to your music at, make sure you go stream Standing on the Business, the deluxe edition. Standing on the Business 2 is on the way right now. If you're not using no paid streaming platform, but you still want to check it out, make sure you go to my YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button, and check out that album for the free ski. It's your boy, Bryon Blake. I'm out. Today's episode of 1090 Jake Exposed is going to be special because this time we're not going to dive into no old paperwork from prison or, one of his old cases that he snitched on. This time, I'm going to give y'all a very good example of how Jake uses the internet to finesse his way into these cases. Just like he did with the Y&W Melly case, he's trying to finesse his way into the Lil Durk case. I guess it's for publicity. I think Wack was the person that said it, like, if your name get brought up in a case, it's good publicity. And all of these stupid bloggers running with it. So today I'm going to break down to y'all how, once again, he lies to his audience and tries to manipulate his audience into thinking he's bigger than he is, just like he did with the whole blood thing and the prison stories. Yeah, I'm a real chief. Like, he really tries to, I think he gets on YouTube just to big himself up and people watch it. But let's get into this breakdown. On April 23rd, 2025, the United States District Court for the Central District of California announced that it would approve a rehearing for Lil Durk's bond application. On April 27th, 2025, YouTuber 1090 Jake would do a video about Lil Durk's application being approved, suggesting that Lil Durk may be getting ready to get released. In this video, he would post this same document that I just showed y'all, which is the proof that the application was approved, the actual order that was sent down from the court. What Jake does next proves two things. With the first being that he thinks that everyone that watches him is dumb to paperwork or illiterate to legal paperwork and cannot look at it and decipher it and understand it. And two, he is adamantly trying to insert himself into this Lil Durk case. He wants his name to be mentioned in this Lil Durk case some kind of way, to the point where he's ready to lie to his audience and say that the government is responding to him because they filed a motion. Let me show y'all exactly what I'm talking about.
For this video, we're going to be speaking on the feds clapping back at me, Durk, his legal team, because I dropped the video and the very next day, they shot back with a list of reasons not to release Lil Durk. On April 27th, 2025, I dropped a video on how Lil Durk could be getting released after new documents debunk evidence posted by fans. And the very next day, the feds clapped back.
The reason this is so funny is because Jake is attempting to make it about him. Had he dropped this information and just said, hey, the feds responded to Lil Durk's motion without all of the, oh, I dropped a video yesterday and they clapped back. They responded back to me and to Durk's legal team. He's trying to insert himself. That's what makes this funny. But let me tell y'all what makes it fake. Anytime you are in court and there are motions being filed, or if you're appealing something, they have what's called a briefing schedule. So if you file a motion on the 15th, then the judge will accept your motion and he will say, okay, the government has to file a response by this date. And then the defense will be able to respond to that by this date. And then the matter will go under consideration by this date. That happens in every single case, anytime briefs and motions are filed. As we can see, and as is evidenced by the fact that he actually used the document in his video, we see it right here. Please take notice that the request for hearing on the application for review reconsideration of order setting conditions of release is approved. So yeah, he used it in his video, and that's proof that he actually saw this document. Now, let me tell you why that is so important and critical to what it is that we are talking about right now. This very same document that he used in his video also contains the briefing schedule. You see right here, it says that the situation will go in front of the magistrate judge on May 8th. Government opposition to be filed by April 28th. Defense reply to be filed by May 2nd. So if he saw this document, then he knew that they were going to drop some on the 28th, which is why he waited until the 27th to release his video. And then he can double back and pretend that the government's paperwork was a response to his video, instead of saying, hey, I saw the schedule. I know they're going to drop tomorrow, so I'm going to drop today and we'll see what they say tomorrow. Instead, he want to pretend that this is all about him, and something that he did is what triggered them to do this. If you can recall, a couple years back, he did the same thing with the Y&W Melly case. He accused Melly's manager of snitching on him, made this big fuss all over the internet, only to turn around and actually do an interview with him and sit down and talk with him, and then turned around and acted like he was surprised that his name was mentioned in Y&W Melly's case. You are basically interfering with the investigation by going and saying, oh, his manager's a snitch. If you didn't snitch, tell us why you gave the feds the phone. Like, Track almost gave more of a statement to Jake than he did to the police. And the information that was used in that interview was also used in Melly's case. And that's why he's brought up. Long story short, Jake is lying to you all again. He's trying to make himself seem bigger than what he is, hoping that the traffic from people thinking that the feds are responding to him will make his videos blow up bigger. If that happens, then the feds might actually use his videos in the case. As we can see from the paperwork of the actual indictment, the feds are using open source reporting, which means they are using blogs. They are using these detailed videos put together by fans telling these stories, such as the videos made by guys like Trap Lord Ross. We see Trap Lord Ross making tons and tons of videos on Lil Durk, these investigative reporting style videos where he goes through tweets and song lyrics and all of these different things to try to connect the dots on what he's saying in relation to the actual crimes that they are being accused of committing. We can clearly see that Jake and Trap Lord Ross have a bond, and if you ask me, they got the same agenda. In their eyes, these are big cases, and they are no different from the reporter who broke the Jeffrey Dahmer case or the reporter who broke the O.J. Simpson story. Like, in their mind, this is what they are doing, which is why I don't understand the videos about people being snitches and going after guys like Hood Fishing, who may have gotten into some trouble in his past, but changed his life around. That's pretty much the same thing Jake is trying to say he's doing. He's saying he got in trouble in the past, he changed his life around, and he's a reporter now and not a banger or whatever he claimed he was when he first came out. Now he's just a regular old reporter reporting on stuff. I don't know if Jake just thinks that everyone is dumb to paperwork or what, but it's kind of crazy to me that you would think that we all saw this same paperwork that says the government has to respond by the 28th of April, and then think that we would allow you to come and tell us that they only responded because you dropped a video the day before. But it's obvious that you want the feds' attention and you want the world to know that you got the feds' attention. I don't know why, but it's pretty obvious. The only logical thing is that you want to be mentioned by name in the case, just like you were mentioned in the YNW Melly case. You were able to make some content out of that for a couple years now. You've been making content out of being named in the Melly case. On that note, I'm getting ready to get up out of here, man. It's your boy Bryon Blake. If you streaming on Spotify, Apple Music, Tidal, wherever you streaming at, make sure you get over there and play Standing on a Business right now. Standing on a Business, the deluxe edition, is out right now. Standing on a Business 2 is on the way. If you on YouTube streaming for free, whatever, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Go to that channel, look around, play some of that music, man. It's going up. It's your boy Bryon Blake. I'm out. Since this series has started, I've been getting a lot of questions, with the most important being what started it. And the reason why I say it's the most important is because I'm not the type of person that bullies people or picks on people or does anything to, impede somebody just for the sake of doing it. Over the years, I watched 1090 Jake strategically attack and destroy careers under the premise that he was cleaning up the scene. I'm getting these guys out of here that's faking and pretending to be something that they not and misleading the youth. Of course, anybody who steps in that position will come under scrutiny. So let's dive into it and see what I found. And maybe this will help y'all to better understand why the 1090 Jake Exposed series is a thing.
Kodak felt that me breaking down his lyrics was snitching. So I threw it back out like, okay, well, if that's snitching, is you naming the COs that were fucking you up snitching? Because you started lawsuits and was naming the COs that was doing this and that. You're actually naming them, accusing them of doing things that could result in charges, getting fired. Me saying who's got taken results in nothing. But
after hearing that, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm like, man, this dude might be the real deal, because I agree with him. If you giving information, whether it's on a dirty cop or anybody, if you giving information that could lead to potential charges and you writing it out and you saying, hey, this happened to me, that's snitching. We not talking about the internet version of snitching where it's just you saying anything about somebody else's business, that's snitching. We talking about actually talking to law enforcement officials or putting this information in front of law enforcement officials in some way where an investigation could be started and charges could be brought. So while doing the homework on him, I decided to take a different approach. Like, okay, if he says that that's snitching from inside the prison, well, let's go see what his paperwork and his grievance history looks like from inside the prison. And that's when we got here.
All right, so some dude named Byron just had his paperwork and he just made a page and shit, and I guess I posted it. So now everybody's tapping in. So if y'all see what's going on, some paperwork has surfaced. it's a grievance. That's what 1090J's calling it.
Instantly, there was a change of tune. It's no longer snitching. Now it's just a grievance. I had to write this to get myself out of trouble. I was unaware of the whole Boston Richie situation as far as them exposing him for being on the news and all of that stuff. But I learned about it as I was researching him more. Still, I gotta be honest, nothing that I found was more damning than the grievance, especially once he started to try to explain the grievance. The more he talked about it, the more I saw it's really more to this situation than just a grievance. And it became even more apparent when instead of just keeping it real about the grievance, he started trying to manipulate the audience. Anytime you write a grievance, whether it goes to the warden or all the way up to the inspector general, anything that you put in that grievance can potentially be used in court because a grievance could lead to a lawsuit. It's actually a civil statute that governs the grievance, a civil legal law statute in whatever state or federal facility that you are in that governs the grievance. Jake would attempt to play on the minds of the audience because he knows that not everyone who watches has been to prison or understands the prison system. So he would try to break down what his grievance said and basically try to say that a grievance and a statement are not the same thing. And he would use QCP as an example.
So you basically saying you did give a statement, but you know what I'm saying? Because you bringing up QCP statement, but that don't really change from the fact that, you know what I'm saying, that you wrote your grievance. That's what niggas gonna be saying. They like, so, I mean, you still...
Well, this the biggest thing, right? And I'm not gonna get on you about it because I understand you don't really know the difference between the two. I wrote a grievance, right? So the top of my paper, I'll show you right now what the difference is between the two. I don't know if you can see it because of the quality. This is a grievance. Request for administrative remedy, grievance. Then it's talking about whatever abuse. Part A, inmate grievance. Now, when you go to this shit, it says statement. And this is a whole shot at me and killed my friend, a black handgun.
Now, as I said before, legally, a grievance is a statement. Yes, it's a grievance against the facility, but yes, it can also be used in a legal courtroom. So when Jake wrote this grievance and was saying, hey, I've been assaulted and I didn't do anything, please help me, the guards are threatening me and all this other stuff he was saying, yes, he was writing a statement. But just to show you how he tries to manipulate the audience, he pointed at the grievance and said, this ain't a statement, but in his mind, he knew the whole time that he had written a statement. He just didn't know if anyone could get it. So to avoid him being able to continue to use that excuse, I went and got the witness statement. And as y'all see at the top, it says witness statement, and it goes on to detail his version of what happened, which is saying, you know, in the morning, he was sitting there, he got attacked, and he balled up and waited for the officers to come. And he listed somebody else's name as a witness that they can go talk to that would verify his story. That definitely sounds like giving information to me. And if you know, if you've been to prison, even if you haven't been to prison and don't know, let me tell you, assaulting somebody in prison with a weapon can get you outside charges. A rock and a sock, a knife, a battery, a charger to a headphone set, whatever it is. Assaulting somebody with a weapon can get you outside charges. So yes, that was a statement that could have led to charges, just like he said against Kodak Black. So now we see Jake is not only lying to the audience and trying to manipulate them, but he also moves the goalposts. It's snitching when Kodak Black does it, but not when he did it. He tried to throw QCP under the bus by saying, hey, they saying this is a statement. This is a grievance. QCP wrote a real statement trying to deflect. But in reality, you wrote an actual statement too. You just thought nobody knew that. Why didn't you say that? He would then try to take the activist role and say that he wrote the grievance because the other inmates were black inmates and that they had got beaten by the COs. The issue with that is prison. You a self-proclaimed gang member. According to you, you was slitting throats and doing all this other extra special violent stuff. There's no reason some guys get beat by a CO that has nothing to do with you and you decide to tell on it. In reality, what I believe is that Jake wanted to use the COs beating these other guys as a way to discredit them. He knew that he had gotten written up by these COs. These COs said they saw what happened. And so he needed to destroy their credibility by saying that they beat the other inmates. It made it like, well, these guys just crooked. The stuff they writing up, you can't believe they beating us and making us say this stuff. The reason I emphasize this is because as this allegation has started to follow him around, more people who try to defend him say, oh, he was telling on the COs, it don't count. He wasn't telling on inmates. He was writing up crooked COs, even though the grievance starts with inmate Jimmy Horry hit me with a rock and a sock and lists his inmate number. He's still hiding the fact that he told on Jimmy under the fact that I was just writing up the COs, so I had to tell what actually happened.
Because I didn't get hit by the police. They got beat by the police.
Now, I got to give him his credit. He quick on his feet with this Black Lives Matter stuff and all this police brutality stuff going on. He pulled the right card. Hey, man, the police was beating people. I was trying to help them out. I didn't get beat. They got beat. I was just writing it up. But if that's the case, why did you throw in conveniently that you got hit in the head with a rock with a sock? Because you was trying to discredit the officers. It was never about helping the inmates. It was about discrediting the officers. This is where it gets tricky, though. Before Jake could find out what the results of his grievance were, he was writing another one. And in this one, he was alleging that because he wrote the earlier grievance, that he was now being attacked and targeted by the guards. He was claiming that the guards were after him and they were taking his food. And if they couldn't get to him, they would send inmates after him. So he was no longer safe on the compound and needed to be removed from that prison completely. He didn't want to go to protective custody because that would just put him in another part of the prison. He wanted to get out of that prison completely. This is where things escalated, and I believe this is where Jake's career as a real prison snitch began. The warden would issue out a request for information in response to Jake's grievance, and in that request for information, all of the officers involved would deny beating on anybody. Because Jake had actually made this a formal complaint and had actually threatened to have his family contact the head Florida Department of Corrections office in Tallahassee, his complaint was sent up to the office of the Inspector General. As y'all can see from this document, yes, it was actually sent up to the Inspector General's office. They say no physical evidence was recovered, no weapons used. They list the officer's name. They have the victims' names redacted, but we already know who they are because they are listed on the grievance. But Jake is not listed as a victim at all. He's listed simply as a witness. As we see in this description of the incident that's included in the Inspector General report, it says that inmate Jacob Cherry grieving his DR includes a statement that inmate Cherry witnessed Sergeant Martin beat inmate Blank, and Sergeant Martin, Captain Sapp, and Officer Coy, and a few other officers beat inmate Blank and inmate Blank. Also, Captain Sapp said, I don't care who did what. All of you are getting charges. If you write anything but what I say, we'll beat you till you need to go to the hospital. As I said before, I think that Jake was just writing this to try to justify why he went in there and wrote that he got assaulted, because I don't think he understood how prison works. In prison, even if you don't fight back, you go into the hole. So you got to deny complete involvement. You can't go in there and say, oh yeah, he hit me, but I didn't hit him back, because now you just admitting your involvement and you still going to the hole. So I don't think Jake was aware of that. And once he realized that, then he tried to change his story and blame it on the police for why he wrote what he wrote in the first place. The problem is, as we see here in this Inspector General report, the officers denied the abuse. Then they went and talked to the inmates who were allegedly abused, and those inmates denied it. The same people Jake was saying he was telling for. So while he tried to get out of his telling by telling on somebody else and hopefully getting the heat off of him, he actually just told on himself. And now the other guy saying, no, nobody beat me. I ain't get beat. So if the guards denied beating anybody and the actual inmates who you claim were beat denied that they ever got beat, what was the purpose of the grievance? As I said before, man, I think Jake was just trying to discredit the officers so whatever they wrote in their reports wouldn't stick. But you got to know that when it comes to credibility, they taking the officers over the inmates every time. But we see a pattern here with Jake deflecting. When Jake gets in trouble for something, he tries to tell on somebody else to get out of that trouble. He got in trouble right here for telling. As soon as he got called out for being a snitch, he started deflecting. Oh, QCP did this. QCP did that. If nobody gonna say nothing to QCP, don't say nothing to me. We not talking about QCP right now. We talking about you, the person that's running around calling everybody snitches and in everybody's business. QCP is not running around digging up paperwork, calling people snitches, and then come to find out the same thing he said somebody else was a snitch for is the same thing that he has done.
You basically saying you did give a statement, but you know what I'm saying? Because you bringing up QCP statement, but that don't really change from the fact that, you know what I'm saying, that you wrote your grievance. That's what niggas gonna be saying. They're like, so, I mean, you still...
Well, this the biggest thing, right? And I'm not gonna get on you about it because I understand you don't really know the difference between the two. I wrote a grievance, right? So the top of my paper, I'll show you right now what the difference is between the two. I don't know if you can see it because of the quality. This is a grievance. Request for administrative remedy, grievance. Then it's talking about whatever abuse. Part A, inmate grievance. Now, when you go to this shit, it says statement. And this is a whole shot at me and killed my friend, a black handgun.
Well, this right here is a witness statement too, Jake. And I don't know if you didn't know that people could get this information or if you were just talking right in that moment and wasn't worried about anything but that moment and trying to talk yourself out of it. But we see your witness statement, bro. And it's been a couple years now, and your fans still saying, oh, he only told on officers and he was just helping out the inmates and he was standing up for the inmate rights and all of that stuff. But we see here now that the inmates are even saying that nothing ever happened to them. So what exactly was going through your mind, Jake, when you went in there and told on all these people? You told on Jimmy for hitting you with a rock in the sock, You told on the other inmate that was possibly a witness. You put his name down. I don't know if he told you to do that or not, but you wrote up these 3 officers and said that they beat somebody. And then you got these other inmates all in the mix because they getting investigated and getting interviewed by people because you saying that they got beat when they didn't even say that they got beat. Sound like a bunch of telling to me. So I think you just need to come on out and just be yourself. Even now, this was in 2023 when I first dropped this. It's 2025 now, and you still coming out. Oh, I got the paperwork on K Shorty. I got the paperwork on this person. Hang it up, man. You are a rat. I personally believe that it was in this moment that Jake learned of the Office of the Inspector General and how that process works. And that's where he learned how to utilize the system. And that's where he formulated his plan to take down the Florida Department of Corrections. As you can see in this grievance, he was not safe. He said, I'm not safe in confinement or on the main compound. And all of this happened while he was at Lancaster, which would explain him getting out of prison. And instead of being in the free world, focusing on life, he's calling back to Lancaster to complain about stuff that's going on down there.
That has happened. Mind you, when I got out, I called the chaplain at Lancaster. And I said, how can you claim to be a Christian and you know exactly what's going on at Lancaster? You know exactly what they do, but you work in the chapel. How do you sleep at night? And he went to saying whatever he said. The conversation ended well, though.
So while Jake's fans may say I'm a hater, I know all 1 million of his subscribers want to come call me a hater and say I'm picking and I have a vendetta. The truth is, I'm just calling him out for doing the same things that he's accused other people of doing. And I'm also pointing out to y'all that he keeps bringing up QCP as a way to deflect and try to say, well, I wrote a grievance. He wrote a statement. Nobody said anything to him. Nobody could say nothing to me. When in reality, you wrote a statement just like he wrote a statement. And somebody is saying something to you right now, just like you said something to him. And I also want to highlight to his fans that it makes y'all look a certain level of unintelligent. You know how he said to Remo, I ain't gonna get on you because I know you don't understand. He wants y'all to think that you don't understand because you haven't been to prison. When if you just use common sense, telling is telling. And everything that he said has been debunked. He said that he was telling because the guards beat the other inmates. It's been debunked with the inmates' own statements saying that they were never beaten. He put in the paperwork that the guards made him write a statement. But as we see on his statement, he actually wrote it and listed a witness. So why would the guards make you put another inmate down as a witness and make you write that you balled up and got hit and didn't do anything just to put you in trouble for it? That didn't make sense. But, you know, it is what it is. He got who gonna believe him. They gonna believe him. Look, it's your boy Bryon Blake, man. If you a real fan of hip hop music, go check me out. Spotify, Apple Music, Tidal, whatever your streaming platform. If you don't spend no money to stream, go to YouTube and look it up. Standing on the Business, the deluxe edition, is out right now. Run it up. Standing on the Business 2 is on the way. I'm out. Detective Danny Polo is not just some crazed fan of 1090 Jake. He's actually a member of the multi-agency gang task force that's based out of Broward, one of several agencies that investigated the street aspect of the prison drug operations that 1090 Jake exposed during his interview on the news. As I've established already, that whistleblower interview led to shakedowns at several prisons. Those shakedowns produced cell phones, and those cell phones produced tons of information, including information about guys that were on the streets, and led to some charges against a lot of people. After this news clip, in which Jake admitted that he was doing it with the intent to bust up the drug operation.
I was trying to shed light on inmate deaths in the system and how many overdose deaths were being reported as natural or accidental. I was sent videos by current prisoners who couldn't get the message out, so I used my platform to be their voice.
Jake was recognized as a credible source by law enforcement all throughout the state of Florida, including Detective Danny Polo, who was also a deputized special agent with the DEA and ATF. Most notably, Detective Danny Polo recognized that in these times, everybody posted everything on social media, including gang members and gang affiliations. So when he wanted to learn about these Florida prison gangs that he was investigating for this drug operation, he started watching 1090 Jake. Because 1090 Jake had all of these Florida prison inmates come on and divulge information about the workings from the inside. 1090 Jake also identifies himself as this big bad blood and brings other inmates on to vouch for him, which at minimum makes him a credible source of information on the Bloods as far as law enforcement is concerned. So it was like finding gold at the end of a rainbow when Detective Danny Polo heard 1090 Jake on No Jumper discussing sex, money, murder.
I hit up the Island Boys because they're talking about they were saying they were sex, money, murder.
Right, yeah.
All right, well, you in the state of Florida, so if you're gonna be that, there's a specific you have to know. I wanted to know if he knew that specific person. He didn't.
Not Chico, that guy who kidnapped him?
Nah, I'm talking about a real blood.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Everyone knows each other. Everyone can get in contact. That's how you figure out who ain't what they said it is.
1090 Jake had already given Detective Danny Polo a starting point by posting on his YouTube channel that documented gang member 21 Murky was responsible for blessing the Island Boys in.
Surprisingly, Fly was a likable person and kept everything real, which is what I respect about him. More or less, the Island Boys were blessed in to sex, money, murder by a rapper named 21 Murky, who's apparently from Florida but affiliated with 21 Savage's people out in Atlanta.
Detective Danny Polo would stay true to his word and began scrubbing the social media of Jakevius Smith, aka 21 Murky. And this would help him tap into the street side of the prison drug operation that he was investigating. Eventually, Detective Danny Polo will work his way to the top of the street hierarchy and would break the news via a press conference from Polk County that they had brought charges against sex, money, murder, including this person who they identified as the leader in Florida. I guess the guy that Jake says that you have to know, Hernando Thompson, aka T Murder. Evidence uncovered during that investigation would lead to a second round of charges against Sex Money Murder. And this whistleblower interview / prison tip turn wiretap case would prove to be big and shake the entire South.
This suspected leader of a notorious violent gang in Florida has been captured in Hastings thanks to a joint effort by the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office and Broward County Sheriff's Office. 23-year-old Andrew Mariano was arrested when the two agencies raided his home. Investigators say Mariano is one of 10 suspected senior leaders of the sex, money, murder, blood gang known as SMM.
SMM is a set of the Bloods street gang that operates along the East Coast. News4Jax reporter Eric Avenue joining us now with more on this major gang investigation. Eric?
You know, Joy, it's amazing to see how far this investigation stretched and how many jurisdictions actually got involved with this. Now, this is a multi-year investigation led by the Broward County Sheriff's Office. The investigation started in South Florida with the arrest of two commanders of the sex, money, murder, blood gang. Their arrest led to the investigation expanding into Central and Northeast Florida. The 10 names on this list have been identified by law enforcement as leaders of the sex, money, murder, blood gang, or SMM. All 10 suspects are now facing charges related to racketeering, which includes underlying offenses of conspiracy to commit murder, directing gang activity, and money laundering. 23-year-old Andrew Mariano of St. Johns County was the 10th suspected SMM leader taken into custody during a raid on his home in Hastings. According to the Broward Sheriff's Office, the lead agency investigating sex, money, murder, blood gang, the arrest of other suspected leaders led to the discovery of illegal gun and drug trafficking, fraud, conspiracy to commit murder, and even a kill list of the gang's intended victims.
During a press release, the Broward County Sheriff's Office would announce that this was a multi-year investigation that led to these charges against these sex, money, murder members. Over the course of this investigation, they would discover that this group was allegedly involved in some conspiracies to commit murder, as well as some financial crimes and drug trafficking. Even more notable is that they also announced during this press release that aside from working with the ATF and FBI, they had also partnered with Polk County Sheriff's Office and the Florida Department of Corrections. This directly tied this investigation to the Polk County wiretaps investigation, which led to the arrest of T Murder. That investigation stemmed from the investigation of a prison gang drug operation that was tipped on by 1090 Jake himself. This would not signify the end of trouble for sex, money, murder at all. Within days of announcing the charges against the alleged sex, money, murder members in Florida, the FBI and ATF, who also worked with Broward County Sheriff's Office on this sex, money, murder case in Florida, and who Detective Danny Polo is also a deputized special agent with, announced charges against alleged sex, money, murder members in Georgia, including a personality that we know as Hocus 4/5. Hocus would speak out and say that this case is out of Savannah, Georgia.
Picked up by the feds and charged in a sex, money, murder RICO indictment. I'm laying down in the house. I see sirens outside. And I hear, Hassan Harris, freeze! FBI! Like I'm thinking I'm being pranked. Like, hold on, what? FBI? So they take me into custody. They didn't want to tell me my charges. I get there, and my lawyer shows me that I am charged in a RICO conspiracy based in Savannah, Georgia.
Which is the same place that 1090 Jake said sex, money, murder was recruiting from on No Jumper.
So I hit up the Island Boys, because they're talking about, they were saying they were sex, money, murder.
Right, yeah.
More or less, the Island Boys were blessed in to sex, money, murder by a rapper named 21 Murky, who's apparently from Florida, but affiliated with 21 Savage's people out in Atlanta.
Detective Danny Polo and his work would be directly connected to this case when a news release would announce that this was a 4-year investigation, starting in the exact year as the investigation in the Florida case, but also announcing that some of the arrests made in connection with this case had been made all across the country, including arrests made in the state of Florida. Some of the overt acts listed even alleged that Georgia members were helping Florida members flee to escape prosecution in crimes committed in the state of Florida. Another thing that happened in 2021 and something that I believe bolstered Detective Danny Polo's credibility as a gang expert and 1090 Jake's credibility as a source of information for these gang experts is Detective Danny Polo being introduced to the YNW Melly trial. This was also a kind of bad thing because this is where Detective Danny Polo revealed that 1090 Jake was his source.
Okay, do you see the individual identified as Jamel Simmons in this picture?
Subject right there.
Okay. The other individuals that are in this photo, were you able to identify them?
Yes.
And who are they?
This is Jamon Mitchell, who's in the email chain sent through the YNW Melly booking Gmail account. This is Jaquan Burton, Qshine, or Kirk, that's saved on the phone. This is Derek Dixon, aka Gino, saved on the 9807 phone number.
And the hand signs and symbols that are being shown, what are they indicative of?
So this hand sign right here, that's a big B for blood. This right here is G-Shine, same hand sign that Melly or Mr. Demons is throwing out. Same hand sign he puts on his music albums and commonly uses. It's a specific hand sign just to G-Shine to the Gangster Killer Bloods. Well, this is a universal hand sign for Bloods. This is universal hand sign for Bloods. This is specific to Gangster Killer Bloods.
When asked to verify how he knows this information in front of the court, Detective Danny Polo would cite 1090 Jake as his source, specifically highlighting two interviews that 1090 Jake had done, one being on No Jumper, the other on Vlad TV. He cited this No Jumper interview because during this interview, 1090 Jake would be in the presence of documented members and identify himself as the biggest white blood.
A lot of people like, oh, ain't no white bloods, ain't no this, ain't no that. There really ain't.
Right.
So at this point in time, not to sound no type of way, but I'm about the biggest known white blood that there is.
1090 Jake would also discuss his blood membership during a Vlad TV interview. It's because of this verification of his membership that Detective Danny Polo took his word at face value when he spoke on certain topics involving the Bloods. One of those topics being the hand signs that YNW Melly reps.
The YNW Melly case.
Really?
Yeah.
How so?
Because the gang that Melly is repping is my shit.
Besides the fact that Jake basically bragged about being mentioned, something else would bolster his credibility and Detective Danny Polo's credibility. And that's what Detective Danny Polo found while he was investigating YNW Melly and his gang ties.
Yo, beloved, what set is Young Thug pushing now? Young Thug, the rapper, who just got indicted.
And so it says the response from the 9807 number.
Still the same set. Murder. Murder, not the crime. Murder, sex, money, murder. One of the UBN, United Blood Nation blood sets.
Okay. And then the response as to the fifth floor. What does that mean?
Fifth floor is referring to the ranking system, as I described previously. You call them a fifth floor, call them a 5-star general. It depends on what the set wants to use as their title, but it's consistently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, low, high, Godfather, Godfather head.
This information about Young Thug and YNW Melly's connection would spark up the conversation once again about a Florida and Georgia sex, money, murder connection. And this would help Detective Danny Polo further his investigation. Information like this helps with getting search warrants and stuff like that. So at the same time as Detective Danny Polo is learning about this Florida, Georgia connection via this YNW Melly case with Young Thug being mentioned, 1090 Jake is on the internet going on rants about the Island Boys claiming sex, money, murder, and allegedly being put on by somebody who's from Florida but deals in Georgia. Shortly after that, the Polk County wiretap indictments come out. They got charges against sex, money, murder for running a prison drug operation. Shortly after that, The first round of indictments come out in Georgia, which is mostly Georgia residents, but it also includes somebody from Polk County. Yes, it says Lakeland, Florida, but Lakeland is in Polk County. That's the same Polk County where this sex, money, murder investigation originally began, and the same Polk County that also partnered up with the ATF and FBI during this investigation, along with Broward County and a few other counties. So no, Detective Danny Polo is not some crazed fan who just brings 1090 Jake up because he's popular on the internet. 1090 Jake has proven to be a reliable source for them. And by them, I mean the names that you just saw on that list: the Broward County Sheriff's Office, the ATF, the FBI, Polk County Sheriff's Office, along with the Florida Department of Corrections, which is the agency that he originally provided this tip to.
Every single compound I hit, there was all types of drugs on there, whether it's prescription pills, Molly, some spots there was cocaine and meth, but nothing more common than K2.
Jacob Cherry. Well, if nothing else, I guess we see the true power of what a news interview and a tip can do. And of course, that's speaking from both ends of the spectrum. I'm not saying that 1090 Jake got Young Thug or YNW Melly locked up, but I am saying that during the course of those investigations, 1090 Jake played a crucial role in deciphering gang language and hand signs just by doing what he's been doing on the internet for the past couple of years. And I believe he did that knowingly, especially after the news trip, because there's not much of another type of relationship he could have with them after that, especially when he said that he was using his platform to be a voice. And that's like inviting them to watch your platform at all times. So I believe that he did that knowingly, and it's pretty hard to doubt after the news clip and, you know, the approach that he took to going on the news. But this is just me and my opinions on it. Y'all comment, let me know what y'all think. Make sure y'all hit that like button while y'all here. Subscribe to the channel, all that YouTube stuff. And while you at it, look, if you're on Apple Music, Spotify, Tidal, whatever streaming platform you listen to your music on, make sure you go check out Standing on a Business, the deluxe edition. If you listen to your music on YouTube, then make sure you stay right here, hit that subscribe button, look around this channel. Standing on a Business, the deluxe edition, is out right now. Standing on a Business 2 on the way this summer. It's your boy, Bryon Blake. I'm out. As y'all know, this 1090 Jake Exposed series is one of the hottest things on the internet right now. It's been going crazy. I got to give y'all props on that. But there are also the ones who would like to see this whole thing brought to an end. So as y'all know, my channel been getting hit with copyright strikes. They've been taking down videos, messing up my algorithm, just messing up the production. So this video that I'm giving y'all today is one of the videos that was hit with a copyright strike shortly after it was dropped that I know y'all didn't really get a chance to watch. Some of y'all probably saw this, so don't kill me in the comments talking about this a re-upload. We saw this. Them putting a copyright strike on it took it out of the algorithm, all of that stuff. So I'm re-uploading it so y'all can see what I saw and get this breakdown too. I really feel like it was something in this video that Jake did not want y'all to see. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it was something special about this video that he didn't want y'all to see. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and run it for y'all. Y'all let me know if y'all see it, if y'all find it. On this episode of 1090 Jake Exposed, we going to take a look into Jake's background when it comes to his claims about his possession of weapons charges. Since Jake came on the scene, he's bragged about these possession of weapon charges. And I got to keep it real. The fact that he can show paperwork for these charges are the types of things that helped build his credibility with these prison stories. When I say possession of weapon charges, I'm speaking about the prison disciplinary reports that he received for allegedly possessing knives. One thing that I've learned over the course of my life when it comes to dealing with criminals, convicts, everything is not always what it seems when it comes to paperwork and charges. Like sometimes you'll see a guy who has 30 gun charges and you might think, man, this guy's dangerous. He carrying guns everywhere. But in reality, he's a thief that likes to steal. He's taking the guns and selling them to somebody that's going to use them. He has no intention of using these guns at all. And so I feel like because 1090 Jake used these disciplinary reports to add credibility, we need to start with these disciplinary reports when we are checking to see if he's credible. Now, one of these possession of weapon charges we can write off. He only has 2. And the one that I say we can write off is the one from January of 2014. That's because we know that this charge is directly related to the incident with Jimmy Horry and the rock and the sock. The weapon charge is he picked up a rock and they saying Jimmy hit him with a lock and a sock. Jake's saying he never had a rock, so he doesn't have a possession of weapon. So we can write that off, even though he went on No Jumper and talked about this possession of weapon charge like it was really that.
To in prison, you know what I'm saying? So.
And you were getting that just because you were curious or because you wanted to show somebody?
To do videos on it.
Oh,
yeah.
do videos about
this
your own
is me
shit.
in
Yeah,
prison.
yeah.
Oh, you never got a fight in prison? Okay, I got multiple DIs.
Right.
The fuck you mean? I did over a year in confinement in prison.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you didn't do all that? All right, well, here's the paper. You know what I mean? So that was back when it was like, oh yeah, you were in prison, but you weren't doing this. So I'm bringing on everybody I was in prison with.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there was nothing that you could question at that point. But I was trying to like prove myself in a sense.
Like I said, we can mark this possession of weapons disciplinary report off. If you look at the date 1/16/14, you can see that same date on the grievance 1/16/14. So we know that that is a false alarm. But this is a good example of how 1090 Jake has manipulated the paperwork to make people believe that he was really like that when he wasn't really like that. You present this one sheet of paper showing that you actually got in trouble for possession of weapons, and that opens the door for you to be able to tell this story however you want to. You can tell it could be any kind of weapon. You could say you had a machete when you actually just had an ink pen. So that's one thing, but it's always important to do your homework. It's important to do your research, and that's what we're here for. When you do the research on this one, it shows Jake was a victim. He actually just got wrote up for something, and he wrote a ton of grievances and other stuff trying to get that point across. So you don't get no stripes for bragging about the possession of weapons in that case. But I want to play this video for y'all. And this video is going to be Jake explaining how guys get forced into holding weapons down for other inmates. And then I'm going to give y'all the other piece of evidence that I got. But let's watch this first.
There was a white boy in the dorm, and he had a bunkie from Broward County that was cool with Goo, and his bunkie was getting moved out. So he told the white boy who was under extortion, if you want to make sure you're straight, talk to Goo.
Now here we go again. Another story from Jake where a white boy is the victim, but it's allegedly not him. And listen, y'all gotta stop trolling me with the I hate him because he white and I got something against white people. I got something. These are Jake's words. Jake is the one who's saying white boys are the victim in every story, but let's keep going.
Now, let me just clarify. Goo never put him under extortion. Goo was never collecting nothing off of him. But if we had a knife or something and we wanted to put it up because we felt like there was going to be a search, it was going in this kid's room. Wherever he put it, that's on him.
This is one of the things about this story that makes me believe that Jake is talking about himself, because he tries so hard to paint Goo out as this good guy who was trying to show this guy mercy, but it's just like weird. It's like want to protect him. He want to protect his image and not make him sound like he was in there extorting people and doing all of this bad stuff. The same stuff that Jake brags about them being in there doing, but in this particular story, he doesn't want to say that. And I think that subconsciously he was trying to suppress the fact that, you know, they got down on him while he was in there, you know, but he want to use them as characters in his stories and keep this content going So he gonna big him up. This is almost like his way of showing some self-worth to Goo. You know, like, look what I did after all of that oppression. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is how I look at it. Y'all don't gotta follow me, but if you follow me, follow me. Let's keep going though.
So I feel like it was like a week down the line, and we had put a couple of knives in his room. There was a couple of homies that went to his room and was like, hey bro, put this up, myself included.
I have to stop you here. This story is based in ACI, right? Appalachia CI, the same place where Bimba was his cellie, the same place where he stayed in the same cell the entire time he was there. In this story, Jake is claiming that he and the other inmates were making this guy hold knives. But in the story that Jake told about him and Bimba going to the other wing to collect some money from a guy who owed Bimba, Jake said that they didn't have any knives. In fact, Jake specifically said that the weapons that they did end up with weren't even made until that day. So it sounds like it wasn't even normal for them to carry weapons, but don't take my word, listen to it.
And he basically told me someone owed money and he had to go over there and retrieve what that man owed. We did everything together. We were smoking together, hanging out together. If I didn't have food, this man was busting down what he had in half and feeding me, bro, when I didn't have nothing. You know what I mean? So he told me he was finna go. I told him I'm finna slide with you, bro. You my bunkie. I'm rocking with you. We're gonna do this together. So he was more or less like, you sure? I'm like, listen, I'm coming with you. We didn't have any knives on us. The only thing that we had was a razor and a box cutter. Pretty much exactly like this setup right here. I had that same box cutter setup, the same exact one, made it before we did this, and he had a razor.
Now, mind you, this is when Goo and all of these guys were allegedly around too. So it sounds kind of weird that y'all had all of this stuff going on, but you didn't have access to no knives in that situation when somebody owed money. But now when you're talking about extorting the white boy, the whole deck got knives and y'all all got them stashed in the same spot. Let's just finish the story, man. Let's just finish.
And we peeped a little bit of an attitude. So Goose stepped to him after the search. He didn't get caught. And this kid started to act like he was gangster, as if he wasn't just paying, $50 or $100 a week to the other dude. And he's like, oh, I'm not doing this shit. I'm not doing this. Now, the thing is, he's booting up in the day room in front of the door, which is in front of the booth. But Goo don't give a fuck. If you boot up, where you boot up at is where you're going to get flipped at. You feel me? So he's talking all this gangster shit, and he stepped a little bit close to Goo. Boom! Goo splits his stupid ass. I'm talking about bust him. So first quarter, he's leaking all over the place, and he's shocked. He backed up, hit the wall. Oh, why'd you do that? All that gangster shit just went out the window. And like I said, he wasn't even under extortion. That type of pressure wasn't even getting put on him. You know what I'm saying? And people are gonna be like, oh, well, why would y'all extort? Da, 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 da. Motherfucker, if we wasn't doing it, the next person gonna do it, right? I'd rather put a knife in his butt and see him getting aired out by the booty bandit on the top tier. There's levels to this shit, but y'all wouldn't understand it if y'all never lived it.
Now, even though this situation is not funny, it's funny because Jake oh, I'd rather have him holding a knife than get rammed in by the booty bandit. And all of this extra theatrics, bro, to explain this story that you probably lying about. It's probably you. I feel like that. But these are the types of things that are dead giveaways to me. When he tries to go into the gangster explanation mode, it's almost like these are the explanations that were given to him. It's like, okay, somebody said, why y'all making Jake hold the knife, man? He finna go home. And Goose said, well, man, I'd rather him be holding the knife than getting his back blown out by the booty bandit upstairs. So he gonna hold the knife. You know what I'm saying? It's just I can see this clear as day. But when Jake goes into that actor mode where he started trying to talk like he from Florida with the Florida accent, and man, that's just crazy. But as I said, the more I hear these stories, the more I get the feeling that Jake is projecting.
So to me, It was like we was really doing him a favor. You already pussy. That isn't going to change. No one's going to stand up for you because you won't stand up for yourself. The least you can do is hold a knife in your bunk, and the worst thing that can come from it is you go to confinement instead of somebody taking all your mama's food and you getting fucked in your ass. So tell me which route you would rather go.
Now let's look over this paperwork from Jake's time at Sumter CI. This is a statement of facts from a disciplinary report that Jake received for possession of weapons. This is his other possession of weapons charge. Let's listen to this. On 5/1/2013 at approximately 3:53 p.m. during a mass search in C dormitory, while operating the X-ray machine, I observed a homemade weapon approximately 6 inches long in a mattress that belonged to inmate Cherry Jacob, number C07652. This mattress was carried to the X-ray machine by inmate Cherry. Inmate Cherry was advised he was being charged with 3-1 possession of or manufacture of weapons, ammunition, or explosive. Inmate Cherry received a pre-confinement and placed in administrative confinement pending the outcome of this report. Now, what I want you to pay attention to is the fact that this story sounds exactly like the story that Jake was just telling, as far as they're getting ready to be a mass search or shakedown and everybody taking their weapons to one specific person. Now, he didn't get caught with multiple weapons. And in the story he told, the guy didn't get caught. But as I said, I feel like these stories come from personal experiences and he twists them. So this ticket is from May 1st, 2013. If I'm not mistaken, Jake had just arrived at Sumter CI. In fact, Jake arrived at Sumter CI on April 19th. He said they usually do about 2 weeks of orientation before they put you out in the population. So that would explain him getting moved into this dorm around May 1st. And as fast as he gets there, he gets caught with a weapon. Now, according to Jake, he was running with NPR down in Sumter CI. So I'm assuming that the NPR guys made him hold this weapon. But I want to read y'all Jake's statement about this situation too, so y'all can see what I mean when I said he manipulates this paperwork the way he presents it to make it sound like something that is not. In this written statement by Jake regarding his situation with this possession of a weapon charge, Jake was like, man, I'm completely unaware that this weapon is in my mattress. I haven't even gone to canteen yet. And that part right there is what made me know that Jake was not only holding it for somebody because it was too fast for him. If no bloods are on the compound and, you know, you just got there, then who's going to hit you with a weapon? They made you hold their weapon. And he wanted to tell them, but he was scared. That's why he said, I haven't even gone to canteen yet. So that was a slick way of telling the guards and the COs, hey, it's no way that this could be mine because I haven't even gone to the store to be able to purchase a pen. I can't even buy an ink pen to make this out of. So I believe he was holding it for somebody. He got caught with it. Now that he is out, he can present it and say, yeah, I had possession of weapons charges while I was in there, you know, whatever. But that's also why when he shows you the disciplinary reports, if y'all notice, he did a whole video where he showed all of his disciplinary reports. So that means he had access to this paperwork, but he never showed you the statements that went with the disciplinary reports because he knew that the statements would contradict the stories. Now, when the grievance was dropped, he said that he didn't know that you could get a grievance, but you did know that you could get the disciplinary reports because you had them, which meant you knew that you could have got the statements too. And you could have showed us the statement from, you said you got hit with a rock and a sock and balled up, but you didn't want to show us that because it contradicts the story that you're trying to tell regarding that situation.
But anyways, once again, wipe your blood up. And he did it. He wiped his blood up. We were able to get some bleach from somebody that got bleach, and we bleached it up, and he wiped it up with a used uniform.
Now, call me petty, but I got to point this out. Now, Jake is claiming that they had to go to somebody else to get bleach. But these are the small details that make me know he's lying. Because In his other story, when he was talking about how many COs he had, how many female COs he had, he specifically said that he had access to bleach.
Up in the booth, she worked with this old fuck. He just wanted a check. So he'd be like this, snoring and shit. I'm stealing everything in here. There was a, what's the word? A contraband drawer. This is where they put knives, tattoo guns, whatever. Anything that was in there that I wanted, I got. I done got tattoo guns for people that got them knocked off and got them back their own shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't going to steal someone's shit and keep it for myself. I'll shoot it back. They'll shoot me some bread just for looking out. You know what I mean? Nothing crazy, but I had access to bleach. I had access to whites, like clothes whites, like T-shirts, boxes, socks.
And they were bleaching their clothes and stuff. And that's why their clothes were so fresh, and they were dyeing their clothes and all this different stuff that he said. But now he's telling this story and saying, yeah, we had to go holler at somebody who had bleach. So that's letting me know that he's lying. It's hard for him to keep up with the lies. And the story just depends on who's around at the time. He gonna tell a story and see if he can get it off. If you listen to it without checking it, he gonna run with it.
The crime scene was gone. Nobody there was able to witness it. Like, the COs didn't see the shit. Nothing happened. His lip was still split, but he had to deal with that on his own, and it is what it is, and it healed up pretty fucked up looking.
The way Jake ended that story just screamed, man, look, I got my content done. Let me get this over with. I don't even want to keep reliving this. But yeah, I believe that Jake was a hold down man. That's what I heard they call him in Florida. I believe Jake was a hold down man. I believe that he was, just trying to survive while he was in there. Is he the guy that got punched in the mouth? I believe so. If you look at his face, the right side of his lip, as he's telling the story, he kind of almost like touched it. Like, I believe that, Jake was talking about himself. He's the one that got his lip scarred because he put up some resistance. And that goes more with the other stories that he's told about getting punched on by Bimba, getting smacked around by Rambo, and the other ways that Goo has sunned him while he was in there. So that seems more logical than all of these big bad stories. And like I said, I just find it odd that Jake has all of these stories in which the white guys are the victim, but he's the only white guy who was never a victim. I mean, if you just look at the history, go back to the Freddie story, nearly every story that Jake has told in every facility he's been in, it's been about black guys preying on white guys. Yet somehow he always finds himself as the one white guy who was never preyed on, even when the guys who were in his circle are the guys who he claims were preying on the white guys. If Jake's story were true, honestly, if Jake's stories were true, there would be a lot more adult offenders speaking out on his behalf. Y'all got to keep that in mind too. Brando, all of these guys that he brought on, these guys were JIT camp guys or juvenile hall guys. Yeah, I don't want to call it juvenile. Like in we call it Lil DOC in Illinois because it's still Department of Corrections, but it's for the youth. But it's not the same as a juvenile hall because it's actually Department of Corrections. So in these stories where he's telling all this violent stuff, people getting their throat slit and all that, you got to keep in mind this dude was in a place where 14-year-olds were walking around. So the fascination with it is kind of odd to me, but I think people get the lines blurred because of the way that he presents it. Still, when he talks about rape, when he talks about anything, it's always the white guys who are having the violence perpetrated against them. And I just feel like the chances of that happening to every other white guy but Jake is slim. And like I said, if it was true, more adult inmates have heard about it, so they would be speaking out. He would have more people from ACI that he would be willing to reach out to and that he could reach out to. on that note, I'm gonna wrap this up. I had to bring y'all this one because I seen somebody say something like, man, he keep using the same paperwork. Well, part of the reason y'all getting the same paperwork is because he tell 50 different lies that can be debunked by one piece of paperwork. So it seemed like I'm bringing y'all the same paperwork and the same story, but it's actually just the same paperwork can debunk all of these different stories. But I wanted to bring y'all some difference since y'all was tired of seeing that grievance. Let me bring y'all this other paperwork where he's claiming that he was framed with this weapon, but I personally think he was a hold down, man, and was just afraid to tell. But you know, it is what it is. Make sure you hit that like button. Leave me a comment. Let me know what you think about this topic. Do y'all think that Jake is projecting? Do you think that these are Jake's stories and he was the one who was the hold down man and you know he trying to project it on somebody else? Or do y'all think this is really how it was going? Because he had a few people that vouched for it. Let me know. Comment. Let me know. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. All that YouTube stuff. It's your boy Bryon Blake. I'm out.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your...
You have a killer e-commerce store, but this is an ABC.
It's done. You don't hold champ. So this the first and all types of messages. So salute to the home team, champ. D Will, salute for the super chat champion. I'm getting all types of messages and alerts and all types of other things, champ. Everybody's asking me, did I see the photo of 4 Extra with his hand blown to smithereens, champ? I have, and you guys will see it also if y'all go over to my Instagram. It is the last photo that I posted in case y'all wanted to see it in its entirety before we talk about it, how we about to talk about it, champ. All right, y'all go over to the Instagram because the photos I'm gonna pull up is all gonna have, you know, things over it so niggas don't get in trouble. All right, but it's a very nasty site. No more pump faking involved. Let's get to it, champ. Champ. Oh man. Yo, so as we all know, today is July 4th, champ, right? Today is July 4th, and I was telling one of my homeboys earlier, I said, yo, you know what? I was gonna get some fireworks, right? Because you know, my son just turned 5, my daughter's 2, she about to be 3. I figured it would be nice, right? Then last minute, I'm like, yo, you know what? Whatever. We just gonna go see somebody else do fireworks. We're gonna go down to the lake, right? They got the lake in my community. They put on some fireworks spectacular. We went down there, we saw the spectacular fireworks. That's why I'm so late, champ. But while I was on the lake, I saw ODM Slim go live. We may react to everybody that's talking about it, champ, because I think niggas is looking at this thing wrong here, champ. I think everybody's looking at this thing wrong. But let me show y'all what I saw first, right? So when I heard the man hand was blowed off, the first thing I did was I went to his page, right? And when I went to his page, the first video I saw was this. Hit that like button, subscribe. We're going to see what 4 Extra was up to today before he lost a very important thing in his life, champ. His goddamn hand. Hit that like button, subscribe. Oh boy. Champ.
Blow a nigga up. Who wanna get blown up today, nigga? Fuck wrong with a nigga off the back? I'm blowing a nigga up. Stop playing CDs, nigga. I'm throwing them in your house. I'm throwing them at you, nigga. Vernon Avenue, nigga, off the back. I'm blowing your ass up. I'm blowing somebody up today off the back.
It's a bad sign when your hand is encasing and engulfing the fireworks. It is a bad thing when your hand is engulfing the fireworks, champ. It is also a bad thing when you're saying that you're about to use these things for harm, champ. It's nasty work. The last video you see of your hand intact.
If you have a 700 plus credit score, you qualify for Chase's new program where you can access up to $150,000 of capital for free at 0% interest rates to fund any business or investment that you want, all in the next 30 days. Chase's new program allows you to access up to $150,000 of free capital for your businesses and investments without needing any tax returns, bank statements, or pay stubs, and it doesn't require an upfront payment either. If that sounds interesting to you, I create a full case study analysis on this new program that Chase is offering and how not only you can access up to $150,000 for free from Chase, but how you can do this with many other banks as well, so you could fund your businesses and investments and create financial and time freedom. Just click the link on this video and I'll show you exactly how. My name is Andrew Mbesi, and in 2023 alone, I helped over 2,000 people access over $60 million from the banks. That way they could fund their businesses and investments. All of this was done without having to pay the banks a single penny or show any income documentation. And all of that money came at 0% interest rates. Despite all the craziness you see in the economy right now, with inflation rates rising, interest rates rising, and lenders tightening up, I was still able to help thousands of normal everyday people secure the funding they needed from the banks for their businesses and investments. That way they had the power to build the income that would give them the financial freedom and time to do whatever they pleased, whether it was earning income from anywhere in the world or even spending more quality time with family. And what's even better, to access this kind of funding for businesses and investments, it does not take a lot of time, often less than 3 hours. You don't have to be tech savvy, and the bank charges you nothing. Better yet, using the bank's money means that you don't have to risk a single dollar of your own savings either. The bank is begging to give you money, and if you have a 700 plus credit score to qualify, you probably get offers in the mail all the time from the bank to apply for all these lending products. So today, I'm inviting you to a case study I put together for you to show you how you can access free funding from the banks at 0% interest rates. That way you could fund your businesses, investments, and passive income streams to start living the life that you deserve and grow your income. Just click anywhere on this video and you'll be taken to the next page where I break all of this down for you. And look, if you're still with me, no, this isn't baloney, this isn't fake. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself that these banks do in fact offer 0% interest funding. It's actually everywhere on their websites. You could even investigate my YouTube channels, my social medias to see that I'm actually a real person that does exactly what I promise, which is helping people like you access 0% interest funding to fund any business, investment, or passive income stream that you want. So you could start living the life of your dreams today. And plus, I've already helped over 2,000 people access over $60 million. So click on the link now, take a look for yourself, take advantage of this opportunity to get 0% interest funding for your businesses and investments before it's too late, and I'll see you on the inside.
You talk about you about to hurt somebody, champ. Even, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you just playing around. All right, cool, champ. But you're talking like you're about to bow somebody, champion.
I'm gonna blow a nigga up. Fuck wrong with a nigga.
No,
Dead
you're
homies,
not,
nigga.
champ.
It's the fourth, I'm gonna blow a nigga up.
Yo, listen. This is my PSA. This is my Steen SA, champ. This is my Steen SA, champ. You heard? If y'all niggas got fireworks, right? Don't never get no fireworks that you gotta hold in your hand and light. Never on earth do y'all need to do that, champ. This leads to niggas' hands being in tuna fish form, champ. On my soul. So hold on, chill. Let's run that one more time, champ.
I'm gonna blow a nigga up. Fuck wrong with a nigga. Dead homies, nigga. It's the fourth, I'm gonna blow a nigga up. Who wanna get blown up today, nigga? Fuck wrong with a nigga off the back, I'm blowing a nigga up. Stop playing CDs, nigga. I'm throwing them in your house. I'm throwing them at you, nigga. Vernon Avenue, nigga, off the back. I'm blowing your ass up. I'm blowing somebody up today off the back. I'm gonna blow.
Yeah, you blowing something up, all right, champ. You're blowing something up. Indeed, champ. So this was the picture of 4 Extra. Now, I'm not gonna hold you. It's very crazy. So y'all gonna have to go to my Instagram if you haven't seen the picture in its entirety. When I tell you the only thing left is a couple of bones. The only thing left is a couple of bones. Yo, y'all go ahead. Go to my Instagram, tough_Stino. While I go through the comments and I read what y'all think about 4Extra and his hand being in smithereens right now, Chip. Then I'm gonna give y'all what I think. I see a lot of people making fun of him. I'm not about to make fun of him. What I will say is this before we go to the comments. What I will say is this. It's crazy how the one thing that 4Extra could have made money off of, which is his hands. You know, you'd have made your whole career off your hands, right? Recently, you denied fighting King Pill. And it's not only the fight, it's the fact that you didn't want to fight him because you didn't want to help him get money, or you didn't want to help put him in a better situation. You know, the fight was going to help him out and all these other things, right? It's crazy how when you do things like that, how fast it can be taken away from you is insane, bro. The only thing you had going for yourself was people wanted to see you fight. The one thing you had going for yourself is people wanted to see you fight, bro. We all wanted to see you fight. Everybody in the world wanted to see you fight. Shark Shenanigans says, you think it's real, homie? Go look at my Instagram and you can tell me if it's real or not. Go, y'all can look at my Instagram. It's the last picture that I posted. It's the last post that's up there. The first post that y'all see. Y'all go look at it, champ. And y'all tell me what y'all think before we go and look at what everybody's talking about the situation, champ. Let's get to some comments real quick. Let's go. Mean Look says, can't even lie, I feel bad for 4Extra, or I would say I wouldn't wish that on him. I wouldn't wish that on nobody. But recently, he did say that he beat up, or somebody said, I don't know if it was him, if he denied it or whatever, but the Hoover dude with the carrot, he was handicapped. Say he had a small arm. I think that's what 4Extra said. He had a small arm or something like that, champ, right? It's very, very nasty, champ. All right, let's keep going with the comments. Cedric Woodard says, I bet someone bet him $40 to hold them in his hands, bro. That's nasty work, bro. $40 for the goddamn amputee bracelet is diabolical. September Timbre says, off topic, Jid just dropped a new album review. Bro, I don't even know who that is, bro. On my soul. I sold crack. I don't know who Jid is, bro. If that nigga ain't make crack music, I probably don't know, son. On my soul. Ogun says 4Extra and dude from Paru a fair squabble now. It's nasty word. J Rod, salute. Charlie Gabon says the epitome of we are our own worst nightmare, bro. It's nasty work, bro. It's not. He's done. And I'm not making fun of him, bro, but he's done. His whole thing, he's got a year of whatever he's about to go through to heal up. Y'all can go on my Instagram. The picture's on my Instagram. The whole picture is on my Instagram. I can't get the picture here. If y'all want to know if his hand is done, go ahead and look at my Instagram. Period. His shit is done. It's finished. It's done. You don't hold grenades and things of this nature, and when they blow up, your hand don't be done. It's finished. Let's go to some more comments, champ, before we move forward. His retirement officially begins today off the back. Bro, remember I said it's the summertime, something's going to happen on camera. Now, I didn't think it was going to be this, but nasty work. Now we know why they're illegal in most places. This will make it to a fireworks safety video. Now, are fireworks illegal in California? I know guns are illegal. Are fireworks illegal in California, in Los Angeles? Let's go. Who got the comments? Yo, is there an actual video of his hand? I don't know. From what I've seen is just pictures as this moment. All I know is just pictures at this moment. It's almost like a perfect ending to something that never began because it was all a mystery what might have been from this guy. And now we'll never see it. Now we'll never see him fight. Never. It's over. He got a year of healing, and then he got maybe a good 6 months of telling his story of what happened and going on different interviews and things of that nature. After that, allure is over of what happened to him and how he looked after his hand is gone. It's done. He's done. He's done, bro. He's done. He might as well try to go back to college and use his brain or something like that, champ. Because he's done. He's done. It's over with. I'm not going to hold you. It's nasty work, bro. This is nasty. I never would have thought I would be eating barbecue grilled hamburgers and hot dogs and shit and swimming in the pools and doing all this shit today. And this nigga for actual would lose his damn hand, bro. Like, bro, I never would have thought in a million years I would start talking about somebody and making content on somebody because they feel like they super tough. And now they hate, like, this shit is, bro, you can't write this shit. You can't make none of this stuff up. Off the bat, crazy work. Crazy work. Now, I'm not going to make fun of him. If that's what y'all want to do, by all means, chat. If y'all feel like he deserves it, by all means. I'm not going to laugh at the guy, bro, because this shit is nasty work. But what's more nasty is I can't stop remembering how he was trying to blackball niggas from getting clout, bro. You was trying to you didn't want to give niggas the hands, and now you can't. You was trying to withhold the hands from niggas, and now there is no other choice. King Pill says it's fake. Bro, go on my Instagram page, look at the picture, bro. Bro, listen, I can bet whatever money I got in my account right now, that shit is not fake, bro. That shit is not fake, bro. If that shit is fake, niggas fool fire out of me, bro. Niggas fool fire out of me, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm the dumbest dude on earth. I seen that shit before, bro. I seen videos of niggas blowing their hands up, bro. Bro, you can see the nigga bones, bro. Like you can see like 2 fingers and just meat, bro. Bone shit. Wow, bro. Wow. It's crazy. Salute to St. Louis. St. Louis watching. That's what his ass get, bro. He was just about to beat on Unc, bro. It's crazy work. It's yo, bro. The world is crazy, bro. The way the world work, bro. That's why I stay in the crib. I just try to worry about business. I don't be doing too much. I think twice about everything, bro. I think twice about, and I thought 5 or 6 times about buying fireworks today because they legal. They got fireworks stores down the block from where I'm at. Big fireworks store. You go in there and shop like Walmart, just fireworks. I'm like, yo, I should go get wild fireworks. Nope. Oh my soul. Nope. I'm thinking, bro. I just seen wild video. I've been seeing videos in my algorithm, niggas blowing their hands off. Why would I go ahead and test my luck? And just so happens, champ, The nigga is walking around gloating and blow his goddamn hand off, champ. Nasty work. We gonna react to some niggas reacting to what's happening to him. I just wanted to show y'all what it came from, right? So it came from him being a goofball.
I'm gonna blow a nigga up. Fuck wrong with a nigga? Dead homies, nigga. It's the fourth. I'm gonna blow a nigga up. Who wanna get blown up today, nigga? Fuck wrong with a nigga off the back? I'm blowing a nigga up. Stop playing. See?
You always threatening people, bro. Bro, it's that energy, bro. It's that energy, bro. What you thought when you light it, you can hold it and not throw it because you tougher than it is? On my soul. My son said, nah, I'm tougher than this shit. Wow, what are you talking about?
These, nigga. I'm throwing them in your house. I'm throwing them at you, nigga. Vernon Avenue, nigga, off the back. I'm blowing your ass up. I'm blowing somebody up today off the back. I'm gonna blow.
Damn, bro. Jeez, Danielle, what's popping? You know the vibes. We here talking about your man 4Extra losing his goddamn hand, champ. I'm not gonna hold you. Like I said, the pictures on my Instagram is pinned. The comment pinned up there, champ. Tough_Stino is my Instagram. If y'all want to see the whole picture, champ. It's nasty work. To me, it's not fake as far as I'm concerned. If you look at the picture, you can tell it's not fake. But we're going to go to what some people are saying online. We got my son, the Ricky, it's the All Rocks champ, all right? My son, Compton Rick Rock. Let me move this up a little bit. My son, Compton Rick Rock, giving his reaction to it. Hit that like button, subscribe. Bro, it's nasty work. I'm not going to hold you. I wanted to see son fight, bro. I wanted to fight son. I was the first one to say I wanted to fight the nigga, bro. Maybe Stino was bad luck. D Will, salute, champ. Politicking St. Louis for life, salute to you, champ. Politicking says, I have no sympathy for him. Champ. I wonder what Unc is, Unc is about to, 607 Unc is about to go crazy. 607 Unc is about to unleash what we've never seen before in life, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. The last man to get violated by 4Extra is about to violate 4Extra like none other, champ. On my soul. D Will says you can see the shock in his face. This is real, bro. Bro, I'm telling you. This shit is real. This is the most real thing that's happened on the internet in a long time. This is the most real thing that's happened on the internet in a long time. And how I know it's real is because I just hit one of my homies up like, bro, you doing fireworks? He was like, nah. I'm like, good, bro, because I just decided not to do no fireworks neither, bro. I went down to the lake. They had a fireworks spectacular in my community. We saw the fireworks and shit like that, bro. Sat on the lake. We had our little blankets and shit. It was beautiful. I'm on the lake. I'm getting messages. Nigga like, yo, what? Yo, 4Extra hand. I'm like, what? I'll go. This nigga hand is like. Nasty work. Nasty work. He had to have held it for too long. Probably, champ. Probably, bro. But that's what happens, bro, when you too confident, bro. You just too much. It's too much, champ. And the first thing niggas do around you is take pictures of your hand, bro. First thing niggas do is take pictures of your hand, champ. Niggas want that Clouded Team Max 5,000. Hit that like button, subscribe. Oh boy.
What up, what up, what up? What it, man? It's Compton Rick Rock. Hopefully everybody enjoying their day today.
The Rickiest.
As for myself, definitely enjoying my day. I just seen a crazy video, man. Y'all got to be careful out there, man. Y'all got to be real careful. I know everybody want to have fun and
nasty work,
pop them fireworks, but
nasty work.
Be careful with popping them fireworks out there, man. Leave that to the professionals. We not kids no more. It was fun when we was kids popping M80s and firecrackers and all that, but It's not cool, man. I just seen 4 extras on the picture. They haven't been confirmed by him yet, but it's a video, a picture going around where 4 extras in blue his entire hand off, man. Crazy, playing with them fireworks, them firecrackers.
Like a big ass kid. Like a big, strong, big-handed ass kid, bro. You think you're gonna be able to throw them shits and all that? Y'all didn't read the instructions. It's not a grenade. You don't light nothing ever, right? 4 extra don't smoke. So he doesn't light things. He's not used to lighting things. He doesn't smoke. He's not a smoker. He had to ask somebody for a light. And he's probably fucking mesmerized by it. I'm saying, like, bro, it's nasty work, bro. Nasty work. I see people saying he can't fight no more. This is the problem, bro. This is why it's like bothering me, bro, right? Because the nigga just was acting like he was too fly to fight King Pill. He was just acting like he was too fly to fight King Pill. The one thing that could have helped y'all both. The one thing that could have helped y'all both, bro. $50,000. You gave it up. You shat on it. You did a spray fart, nigga. You did a spray fart. On my soul, you farted, but doodle came out. All on the 50,000 champ. Like this is why it's bothering me. 50,000 to change your life, champ. 50,000 in one time and not waiting a whole year. Nigga, some people don't make 50,000 in 1 year, champ. This is why it bothers me, bro, because he did that. He wilded on Unc. And now we see the collateral damage, champ. That's what I see. I'm not trying to make fun of the brother, bro. I don't want nobody to go through this. I don't want nobody to lose bread. But bro, when you wilding, nigga, shit be happening, champ. I'm not gonna hold you. Shit'll fucking come around and happen to you, champ. It's a sad day, bro. Maybe somebody else will come up in the ranks that actually want to be tough for real and like fight niggas and make money. Like, cause this is what everybody wanted to see, bro. Unc put African juju on it. Champ. He shot on it. It's hilarious. Yo, bro, I'm telling you, bro, how somebody offer you 50,000 to use your hands, bro, and you say no because you don't want to help the other nigga out, but then you go
blow
out.
A nigga up. Fuck wrong with a nigga. Dead homies, nigga. It's the 4th. I'm about to blow a nigga up. Who wanna get blown up today, nigga? Fuck wrong with a nigga off the back.
That nigga hand was like, me. I want to get a nigga. Yo, the nigga hand was like, me. I do. On my soul. I do. Come on, bro. You could have been using your hands to get you up out of that situation that you in, champ. Before you went to jail, bitches was throwing your clothes outside, champ. Your clothes was getting thrown outside. 50 grand in your hands that you still had? Come on, man. That was the plan, champ. Let's get back to come to it route, man. Y'all got to be careful out there. Jesus Christ. Playing around, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, y'all send prayers out with him. I don't know what happened, but he on his Instagram page. Y'all can go over there, 4 extras. I think it's the 4 extras in general. Y'all can go to his page. It is, champ. And check it out. It is, champ. It was a video with him playing with some fireworks. I guess saying he about to blow some shit up, blow some stuff up. Yeah, it was, champ. And the next thing you know, I seen another video with him getting his hand blown off, man. Crazy, nasty work. So y'all just be careful out there. Watch yourself. And just watch what you're doing out here, man. Because that could easily be any one of y'all. No, it can't, Tim. I'm not going to hold you. No, it can't. No, it can't, bro. You have to be the type of person, bro, to think 3 times about everything, bro. Now, I want to ask y'all a question. I might put it up as a poll. We'll see. Do y'all have that little voice in y'all head that y'all can talk to? Like, I saw something online that said like a certain percentage of people don't have that voice in their head. Like, they don't have no voice in their head. You feel me? Like, how many of y'all don't have that voice in y'all head where you can't talk to it? My girl said everybody got that shit, but I saw something that's, I don't think 4Extra has that voice in his head where he, you know, it's like, yo, chill, bro, you know, anything can happen. You know what I'm saying? That's what the voice told me. And I'm like, yeah, but the kids, the voice was like, nah, chill, bro. Nigga, you could go somewhere and see fireworks, bro. Remember, you have a car. Oh, yeah, right. I have a car. I can go wherever I want. Nigga, I have good paperwork, champ. Good gas. Why not use the gas, champ? Justin King says, I don't see. Champion. Champion. Said that's the Holy Ghost. Yo. I don't know, bro. C says he got a voice in his head, but it's the voice of destruction. Champ. So the voice be telling him to do bad shit and he wants to do bad shit. Champ. It's a lose-lose situation, champ. It's a lose-lose situation, champ. Nasty. Yo, like I said, I'm not here to make fun of bro. I'm not here to make fun of bro. I don't want to make fun of bro. That's not what it is, bro. I don't wish that on nobody, but bro, you was flexing. You was flexing on niggas that you could have helped out just by simply fighting them niggas. And you ducked the fade and talked about some they not famous enough. That was whack, bro. No pun intended. Big Cuzzo salute for the super chat. He said, can we get them likes to 150 off the hands, champ? Put your hands on that like button, champ. Bang on that shit, right? It's nasty work. Marvin Davis says, I've been had that since my mama pushed me out. I think they soulless. So that's your soul that tell you not to do bad shit? That's crazy work. That's your soul? Nasty work. Fred Buck says, sometimes you don't get that voice in your head until you get older or someone give you that advice. I don't know, champ. I think some niggas is just pure evil. I ain't gonna hold you. Some niggas just, as soon as he picked up the goddamn firecracker, bro, I'm gonna blow everybody up. I'm gonna throw it in your crib. Like, bro, chill, bro, relax, bro. Relax. You tweaking, champ. On my soul, you tweaking. But if you haven't seen the picture and you questioning if it's real or not, like Aunt Hefe here, Aunt Hefe thinks this shit is fake. We're gonna listen to what Aunt Hefe say. We're gonna scour the internet too because I didn't really see nothing else. I had a whole nother live plan until I seen this nigga hand looking like a goddamn, I don't know what that shit look like, bro. I don't know what his hand look like now, bro. It's so terrible. It's so terrible. We about to get to what Aunt Hefe said about the situation, but I want y'all to watch this shit right here first. This is a YouTuber named Flock to Ball. He's a LA content creator. He's funny. He be making fun of these different niggas from California. Right? He be like making fun of them niggas a little bit. He did an Aunt Hefe one. I want to watch this before we get to the Hefe video. Hit that like button, subscribe. It's nasty, man. It's nasty work.
What's the good old big old deal? It's your boy, Young and Hefe. Don't care about nothing but what the check say. Sorry about my fan. It's real loud right now. I'm trying to get wifey to work it out. Today, we gonna talk about the neighborhoods versus the trades and how that whole thing got started. The way that whole shit got started, man, it was some bullshit. And we all Crips at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? What's the good old big old deal? You know, it's your boy, Young and Hefe. Don't care about nothing but what the check say.
Champ. So it's not just me. It's not just me, champ. On my soul. I don't know why the powder was on my son's nose, but let him go, champ.
They talk about young and Hefe need to go to rehab. No, they say Big U on that paperwork. And what happened to all the real niggas? The niggas that provided for their family. The
On my
niggas that made
soul.
sure they eat.
On my soul. Yo, salute to salute to Flock 2 Ball, champ. On my soul. That nigga is funny, champ, because that's exactly how the Pepe of all buffets, champ. All right. My son Anthony Buffet, my son Anita talk a lot, champ. My son Anita talk a lot, champ. On my soul. Scotty, salute for the super chat, says, happy 4th. Keep making good content and keep breaking all these dudes down. Listen, this is not even the kicking a nigga while he down episode. I know that's what people are going to think and say, but I'm not really like that, bro. Like I've been saying, like, you know, I wanted to fight son and all that, but I don't want to see nothing happen to him. I don't want to see nobody lose bread. I'll clown you. But, you know, when things like this happen, I didn't laugh at it or nothing. I'm going to keep it 100 with y'all. I didn't laugh at it or nothing. I was like, oh, shit. I was like, God damn, no. No. This is it for him, champ. This is it for him. He's done. Unless they treat my son like Jax. Y'all niggas remember my son Jax? Hold on, champ, before we get to the Pepe denying this nigga Aunt Hefe has got to be the dumbest nigga on the internet. Y'all niggas remember my son Jax from Mortal Kombat? On my soul. Unless they hook my son up with the Jax arms, he's done. They're going to have to put 2 titanium alloy hands on this nigga. On my soul. They're going to have to take the other arm off and put 2 titanium alloy hands, champ. It's crazy work. Finn for Life says, what he said? Nah, bro, I seen your comment, bro. I think God will always find a way to humble your ass. Facts. This is why you got to stay humble, bro. This is why you got to stay humble, bro, and don't really like be like shitting on niggas trying to end niggas' money, bro. This is why, bro. I just did a video saying 4Extra was trying to get niggas to keep King Pill away from getting to that bag that King Pill need. He need that bag. I need that bag. Nigga, we all need that 50 cash bash right now in the stash. Who don't need that? But you shitted on it like, oh, it's nothing, bro. I'm saying I'm gonna take my hands and go home, champ. All right. Now niggas had to sweep your hands up, champ. You see what can happen at any moment, champ. Nasty work, but somebody doesn't believe it, champ. Your man sick Hefe. Yo, let me go ahead and move that out so we can see the whole Hefe, champ. You know what I'm saying? We got to see the whole bacon, the goddamn bacon neck on the collar, champ. That shirt was taken straight out of the goddamn hamper, champ. Oh my soul, you took that shit straight out the hamper, champ. And Hefe doesn't believe it, champ. He says that it's fake. Hit that like button, subscribe if you have not subscribed. Let's hear it.
I'm saying it's a play. Just how the picture look. It looked like this man.
Hold on, champ.
Now for me, while I'm gonna say it's a play,
go ahead, champ.
Just how the picture look. It looked like this man whole hand. It looked like guts. It don't even look like if your hand get blew off. It's gonna.
This is the face of a nigga that is not trolling. I'm not gonna hold you. This is the face of a nigga that believes everything what he's saying, champ. This nigga is the face of a nigga that believes what he's saying. I don't think NFA knows what trolling is, champ. On my soul. We're gonna get that 911 call. Somebody get that 911 call for me, champ. Somebody get that 911 call for me, champ. Matter of fact, hold on, champ. Get that 911 call, champ. And we're gonna get back to Hefe, champ. Cause this nigga Hefe is wild. That nigga's bugging. I ain't gonna lie. Nope. What they put it out on, champ. Somebody send me that link, bro. I want to hear that shit. What it was on the Instagram? Nasty work, champ. Nasty work. Like I said, if y'all haven't seen the picture, y'all can go on my Instagram at tough_Steno, champ. On my soul. Stephanie says, Unc with the hoodoo, the voodoo that he do so well, champ. It might be. It might be. It might be. Since when did a hand have guts? This is the face of somebody who definitely is not trolling. He definitely does not think that the shit is real, champ.
Don't be that much meat and fat and stuff just sitting right there. It's like that look like so that look. I don't know. It looks weird to me. I don't think it's real. I think it's fake. Now, some people saying that it's not fake, that it actually did happen, but it's not as bad as this picture that they showing, because, man, I don't care how tough you're supposed to be, you want to be, it's going to be some tears. My hand gone, my fingers gone, man, I don't care who on the scene, who looking, who camera phone out, it's going to be some tears. It ain't no hard body, me shit.
Yeah. The nigga said it's fake because For Extra wasn't crying, champ. Yo, this nigga is wild. Yo, he said it was fake because For Extra was not crying, y'all. Come on, bro. Bro, come on, bro. You got to do better than this, bro. It wouldn't be that much meat hanging and all that, nigga. It blew his hand apart. What are you talking about? This nigga Ant don't know what Google is, bro. All you gotta do is Google these things, bro. I see this shit all day on Instagram and Facebook. I see shit all the time. I just seen a video. This dude was in the back seat and he was lighting the firework from out the window, and the shit blew up. Wow! He's like, my hand. And they panned down, like they stopped the car. He got out, they panned down. His hand was all over the inside of the car. His hand looked just like For Extra hand. I seen the video. This dude was racing or something. He was doing a little, you know how they be doing like the little 360 donuts and all that. They be having a little circle with the donuts and all that. The nigga car, I guess, was overheating. So he was trying to put his hood down. His hood blew up. Wow. Nigga hand blew up. Hand looked just like that. All you got to do is Google, champ. He never heard of shock and adrenaline. Bro, when I got shot, I didn't cry. Bro. I didn't even really feel this shit. Like, I was, that shit was drugs, nigga. Now, I didn't get shot nowhere vital. I got shot in my leg. But at the time, I didn't cry. I cried probably like 2-3 days later. I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't walk. My shit was fucked up on my soul. Avery says, what happened? Go to my Instagram, tough_Steno. The picture is up there. On my soul. No, Aunt Hefe thinks the shit is false because Aunt Hefe doesn't have, it's a lump on top of his beam. Like, it's a lump on top of his beam, but it's not more brain there. It's like nougat. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like, like the inside of a Snickers, like the nougat, that's what's on the top of my, like inside of this nigga skull piece. On my soul. Nothing but nougat, creamy nougat on my soul.
Sitting there like, they got him just sitting there like, damn, man, this really happened? Damn, man, like, come on, man. Like, ain't no way, man. Like, yeah. So I don't know. But what I can say, this was shown on his page earlier. Somebody sent this to me as well. Blow your ass up. I'm blowing something.
But what I can say is he did have real goddamn fireworks. Yo, bro, listen. Some people are not smart enough to do elaborate plays and get fake blood and the picture is crazy, bro. The real picture is crazy work. There's no way with 4 extras expertise he was going to be able to pull off an image like that. Nigga said, bro, brain is only the lump. Yeah. Yo, ain't it a duck like that on my soul? Ain't it like a geese or some shit that's like that, champ? It's a species of geese that just got that little noggin shit on top. On my soul. It is, champ. Nasty joint. Oh, yeah. It wouldn't be that much meat hanging. Man, nigga, are you dumb or something, bro? Like, bro, what's wrong with this?
Now, for me, while I'm a sense of play, just how the picture look, it looked like this man whole hand. It looked like guts. It don't even.
It looked like guts. This nigga. It looked like a palm, and nigga, you know you got flesh on the inside of your hand, right? You blasted idiot. On my soul. Reggie Watson says facts. I got hit 3 times with the 38. Didn't feel it until I got to the hospital and they were explaining one didn't pass through, was still in my back. Then one started burning. Son, when I got shot, the nigga pulled the gun on me, but my homeboy who be in the chat sometimes jumped in front of me and was telling the nigga like, yo, this is my crib, bro. Like, nigga, if you got a problem with anybody, you got a problem with me, bro. I remember these words specifically, my nigga. I remember these words specifically, bro. And the nigga backed out on my soul. Backed out. I'm like, he's not gonna shoot. Shot. Boom! Went through my son David's body. And I didn't know that it had even went through my leg, but I heard this shit ricochet off the fucking gate. It said, speak. I'm like, oh, this nigga really shot. Then I seen my son Dave like that. He like, oh, nigga. So I was paying attention to what's going on. Like, I'm like, oh, shit. Like, my son had killed over and all that. I'm like, oh, like, and this nigga just goes off, bro. I'm like, oh, shit. I did not know I was hit. And my shit started leaking, champ. I'm not going to hold shit start burning, champ. Real bad on my soul. It was nasty work. I ain't gonna lie. The only play is him playing with them fireworks. Facts, bro. This nigga talk about guts and shit like that. This nigga got guts in the top of his head, champ. Dutch guts is all in the top of this nigga head, bro. On my soul. Nothing but Dutch guts is inside of there, champ. I didn't know this nigga fell asleep on no jumper. We might look at that in a little while too, but goddamn, champ.
Even look like if your hand get blew off, it's gonna be that much meat and fat and stuff just sitting right there. It's like that look like so that look, I don't know. It looks weird to me. I don't think it's real. I think it's fake. Now, some people saying that it's not fake, that it actually did happen, but it's not as bad as this picture that they showing because, man, I don't care how.
What did he say? He said, so it's true, but it's not as bad as, bro, shut up, bro. Like, bro, what does this nigga talk about? Dice TV says, yeah, I definitely didn't laugh at it. This is one time I wish it was a play. It would be a bad play, but I don't wish this on anyone. Word, I don't wish this shit on nobody either. I believe I was the first one to call for extra out. I was the first one to go against the whole, oh, nigga took 20 fades, lying on his hands, bro. Lying on his hands, champ. Come on, bro. Now look, I hope he pulled through. I don't want him to lose no blood and lose too much blood. And, the shot could kill you in itself. When I got my 2 hands tatted, I got both my hands tatted, right? The same day. I got both my hands tatted the same day by 2 different niggas like this. When I got home that night, nigga, I was shaking uncontrollably. I didn't know what was wrong with me. I was just shaking like I had to keep the cover on me. Like I was just, every time I took the cover off me, bro, I would just start shaking, teeth chattering and all that. The next day, I believe I spoke to my moms or my pops or somebody, and they was like, yeah, you went through shock. I was like, word, that's what that shit is? Nigga, my body was shutting down. Nigga, I couldn't move, bro. I was just felt cold on my soul. Mistress Adina says, no, them hands are done. Yes, champ. That nigga hand is a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Aunt Hefe is goddamn idiot, champ. Next, Aunt Hefe is going to say he's in character fact, Steve Anderson. He plays a character, champ. Like, bro, shut up, Bean ass, fucking Chrombosky head, nigga. What do you mean? This nigga hand is clearly blowed off, bro. You might have had cotton fever. I don't even know what that is, champ. Bro, he really about to only have a half a thumb left, bro. Nigga hand gonna be a tomato, bro. That's nasty work. Where your hand is a tomato with a stem. That's it. It's just a tomato with a stem. That's nasty work for it to be so powerful and then be tomato with the stem. Oh my soul. Nigga said my son is only gonna be good for hitchhiking. It's nasty work, champ. I don't want that for nobody. Esky says 2 hand tats. Damn, but he had a stinky booty. Nigga's crazy. What? What? 2 hand tats. Oh, you mean I couldn't wipe my ass? Nah, champ, I can wipe my ass, champ. Nigga wildin'. Nigga, my fingers is good. I don't got no finger tats, champ. My fingers was good, champ. On my soul. Nasty work. His hands look like stomped out lasagna. Bro, if y'all didn't see the picture and y'all want to see the picture, go on my Instagram page, tough_Stino. And the picture is unedited. I couldn't have the real picture here because you know what YouTube does, champ. But I did put it on my Instagram if that's something that y'all want to see, just to double check to make sure if you believe that it's real or you believe what the nigga young Anthony Pepe Buffet Anita Gossip Talk a Lot is saying, champ. Oh my soul.
Tough, you're supposed to be, you want to be. It's gonna be some tears. My hand gone, my fingers gone. Man, I don't care who on the scene, who looking, who camera phone out. It's gonna be some tears. It ain't no hard body. Me sitting there like they got him just sitting there like, damn.
Did he lose a finger, bro? He lost his hand. He lost his whole hand, bro. Go on my Instagram, tough_Stino, and see. And it was to the wrist. Facts. All you see is bone, the inside of his hand. You may see like maybe one of his finger bones there, or maybe 2 of his finger bones there. The rest of his fingers is gone. His flesh for his hand is gone. Everything is gone. It's gone. It is gone, bro. His career is done. He's gonna have a year of getting his mind right and his body right. And then he's gonna have maybe a couple of months of going on no jumper and doing whatever interviews and all that. And after a while, it's over, bro. Everything niggas wanted to see was for extra fight. He's not going to be able to fight no more, champ. It's over. Donnie says his hand going to get replaced with a carrot is nasty work, champ. That's nasty work.
Oh, man, this really happened. Damn, man, like, come on, man, like, ain't no way, man. Like, yeah. So I don't know, but what I can say, this was shown on his page earlier. Somebody sent this to me as well.
Blow your ass up. I'm blowing somebody up today off the bat. I'm gonna blow a nigga up. Fuck wrong with a nigga. Dead homies, nigga. It's the fourth. I'm gonna blow a nigga up. Want to get blown up today, nigga? Fuck wrong with a nigga off the back. I'm blowing a nigga up. Stop playing CDs, nigga.
See, bro? Like, bro, it's the energy, bro. It's the energy. He was probably playing with this shit, acting like he was gonna throw it at somebody. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? On the day, boy. On the day, boy. Whoa. Champion. Come on, man. This nigga energy was just off, bro. Your energy off, bro. Your energy off, bro. Come on, jeez.
I'm throwing them in your house. I'm throwing them at you, nigga. Vernon Avenue, nigga, off the bat. I'm blowing your ass up. I'm blowing somebody up today off the bat.
That's another reason why I'm calling it a play, because you got 4 extras. Oh, yeah, 4th of July, he walk in with some M80s or whatever them supposed to be in his hand. And then however long, it wasn't that, it's still daylight out here. It wasn't that much longer. You hearing his hand is blew off.
Bro, either in Hefe's the smartest nigga on the internet, or he is the unsmartest niggas on the internet. On my souls. Either he is the most intelligent dude on the internet or the least intelligent dude on the internet. Because the more I hear him talk, it's like, you know what I'm saying? I'm looking at his grandma shaped face on my soul. I'm looking at his auntie shaped face. He just reminds me of like a good auntie, the auntie that you always want to go over her house. You know what I'm saying? Even though she mean, she's the best auntie you got, champ. On my soul. The best fried chicken, all that, champ. So as I keep hearing them, I'm trusting them, champ. I'm like, damn, am I wilding? Nah, champ, I'm not wilding. You're wilding, champ. You're wilding. That hand is gone, champ. That shit is a starfish now. On my soul. Nigga trying to make me believe him, champ. On my soul. I don't believe you. Is there a channel covering this live on IG in the hospital with 4 extra? Surely he has a friend capitalizing off this. Probably. I don't know, but we can look. You still want to fight Aunt Hefe for real or be real? To be honest, bro, I don't know, my nigga. I felt crazy about him trying to dox. Oh yeah, bro. The nigga tried to dox my crib and my family and all that, bro. Nigga talk about he know where my family live and all that. Yeah, bro. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, I want to fight the nigga, bro. On my soul. I almost forgot about that, son. I almost forgot that I was in the hospital going through a miscarriage, losing a baby, and this nigga was talking about I was trying to get his page taken down. I forgot about that. I forgot how this nigga made mad niggas switch on me, champ. Uta on go, fucking P's and Q's. You made a bunch of niggas turn on me, champ, with that lie. So yes, I do still want to fight, champ. On my soul. I do still want to fight. Nasty work.
They got a picture of him looking like he holding his guts. Like he holding like almost holding some intestines or something. So
intestines? Yo, did you see the photo, Hefe? Hold on, bro. Man, let me go look at this photo again, bro, to see if I'm bugging, bro. Am I bugging? Am I? No, nigga. No. Bro, look at that nigga hand, bro. Nah, champ. Yo, listen, go on my Instagram page, tough_Stino. Look at this nigga hand, bro. That's his hand, bro. That's that nigga hand, bro. Champ. I just went on my Instagram just now to look at it again. Man. Sheesh. I'm late. Was at the fireworks. Was at the fireworks. On my soul. That's how grown men do that shit, champ. You go to see the fireworks, champ. I'm a scared nigga. I be too scary. I be thinking about my kids and all that. Like, damn, bro, I don't want to fuck myself up. What my kids gonna say? On my soul, nigga, we could go see some other niggas do that shit from across the lake. They had the whole setup with the ramp on the lake, and they was setting the shit up off the lake. We sitting on the lake watching the shit. That shit was fire. On my soul. But as far as doing the shit myself, nah. I'm good.
I don't know. He might have had like a problem that ain't too fatal, but I'm not buying that sitting right there, just looking down at your hand on the curve and it looking like guts. I'm not buying that right there.
This guy is
now,
not smart.
What I am gonna say, I'm not gonna lie, right? Even before I heard this 4Extras thing, right? I have boss. Now, for me, while I'm a sense of play,
I need this damn live. I couldn't find it on my soul.
Just how
Adam 22 made a statement. Well, we're gonna go to Adam 22. I got whack 100 here. What was that on No Jumper? Let's check, champ. I want to see what all these dickhead niggas say on my soul. Niggas is meatheads. Like, did you know he was going to be a dickhead? Did you know it, champ? Did you know it? Where is it? Where is it? Somebody tell me where it is. You can't make this shit up, bro. You can't, bro. You can't. Avery says that's so sad. This is why, like, I didn't go live to make fun of the nigga. I know I was the first nigga talking about him. But I didn't go live to violate him. I just went live to tell niggas what happened if they didn't hear what happened, give my opinions on what happened. But I didn't come here to make fun of the nigga, bro, for real. Or did I? Or did I? What are you talking about? Or did I? 4Extras after school special will be called When Firecrackers Bang on You. Champ. Adam said 4Extra friend was next to him and blew his face off with, what? Bro, on where though? On where? I need that. I need that. I need that, G's. On my soul. I need that. Nasty word. On my soul. I need that. And I need that 911 call, champ. On my soul. I need that. There we go, nigga. King thumbnail, champ. On my soul. What that shit on, man? What? Shorts? It's on his shorts? Pause. No jumper shorts? I want to hear that, bro. Cause I'm just as hell nah, on my soul. Goku JPO IPP. Who's that, champ? Who's that is going viral? It's nasty work, champ. Bro got no wrist. How they gonna handcuff him? Bro, nigga, they gonna put both his arms on top of his head and tie his underarms together. On my soul. On my soul. No jumper shorts, the latest. No jumper shorts. It's probably the clips or something, bro. Cause I'm on these shorts right now, nigga. On my soul.
Really
This
winning
ain't
that.
it.
All right. Hey. Blanco.
Man, we right here. That's not it, champ. On my soul. No jumper clips, maybe. Ah, good looking champion. See, man, y'all niggas got the Instagram popping. Okay, I see you, champ.
So basically, for extra 4th of July, he was hanging out with a bunch of his friends in front of like a shopping center where they're all hanging out. It was like a short that I posted yesterday, him doing some high kick thing. And he basically had a handful of fireworks and he was about to let one off. Didn't actually get out of his hand. Apparently, those fuses burn a lot faster than you would think. And yeah, it blew his hand off. And there's more bad news, which is that the true extent of his injuries, I don't think has really 100% been revealed yet. I'm not really at liberty to say exactly what, but definitely there's more to come in terms of like all the stuff that has happened to him.
Damn, bro. Like, bro, it's nah, that nigga's well here. Somebody just sent me a picture. Yo, niggas said this gonna be my son new hand is diabolical, champ. Raheem, you tweaking, champ. You tweaking, champ. Ah, champ. Nasty work, bro. That's nasty work. So yeah, did it happen yesterday? Because I'm not gonna hold you. I do have the video when he bust his ass yesterday. And that was gonna be in the live I had planned for today. Because I wasn't planning on this nigga having really almost unalived himself, champ.
As a result of this, but also I'm not sure 100% who the friend was, but he was with one of his friends, and his friend allegedly like blew half his face off, which I haven't seen any evidence of this or whatever, but yeah, that's all we know right now. He's in surgery right now, off pain meds for like the first time in his entire life, and yeah, I'll keep you guys updated, but that's all we know right now. So fingers crossed that things don't.
I am the algorithm says this is sad, man. Every dude I see going around trying to bully the entire planet end up with wild things happening to them. And that's one of the things I said about for extra. I mean, I distinctly remember saying it's the summertime, something gonna happen to this nigga on camera. I said it. Something's gonna happen to him on camera, bro. Niggas that be talking too much. I be joking on niggas, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. I be getting angry when people try to violate me, but for the most part, I be joking on like niggas be joking on niggas, bro. On my soul. But it's like some in me, especially when he came out the last time and he was trying to act like he was too good to box certain niggas. It's like, damn, bro. The messages be real, champ. The messages be really real, champ. On my soul. Nah, y'all niggas is wildin'. Yo, nah, y'all niggas sending me too much. Yo, niggas is sending me pictures of hands and they'll tell y'all niggas is wildin', bro. The one and only says now for extra about to be hooked on pain meds, then 30s. Ah, chant. Then straight Fetty. Ah, I don't wish it, but that's how that's how it go. Yo, listen, man. Being on the top of the world and then falling down like this in an instant is difficult for the brain to process and to go forward from. The one thing that I know for sure is he's not fighting nobody else. It's that bag, that 50K bag. Let's just say he would have fought the nigga and got the 50K bag by now. He'd have been somewhere trying to take a trip or spending money. He wouldn't have been on the block lighting firecrackers with the goddamn dirtball homies chant.
Don't get any worse. So basically, for extra 4th of July, he was hanging out with a bunch of his friends in front of like a shopping center where they're all hanging out. There was like a short that I posted yesterday, him doing some high kick thing. And he basically had a handful of fireworks and he was about to let one off. Didn't actually get out of his hand.
People saying he gonna go through depression. Yes, bro. Yes. Yes, those people are correct, bro. Those people are correct. I've watched documentaries on people that lose limbs and, you know, how hard it is for them to get over that shit, bro. Because it's 1 minute you have it and then the next minute you don't. His main thing is, yo, I should have took that fight, bro. I'd have been up right now. I'd have been up right now. Up, crazy up. The one thing that you're not supposed to do to your money makers is put them in danger, bro. These was his money makers. This is what everybody wanted to see was these. These was his money makers. Damn, honestly, I hope they faking because this is a diabolical punishment. Go on my Instagram page, tough_Stino. The picture's there, champ. The picture is there, champ. On my soul.
Apparently those fuses burn a lot faster than you would think. And
Crazy
yeah,
work,
blew his hand
bro.
off. And there's more bad news, which is that the true extent of his injuries, I don't think has really 100% been revealed yet. I'm not really at liberty to say exactly what, but definitely there's more to come in terms of like all the stuff that has happened to him as a result of this. But also, I'm not sure 100% who the friend was, but he was with one of his friends, and his friend allegedly like blew half his face off, which I haven't seen any evidence of this or whatever. But yeah, that's all we know right now.
IG. What's your IG? Because I'm going to go on there right now and play it, jeez. On my soul, the part of his hand that's gone will still hurt, called phantom pain. Facts. Facts. That nigga still gonna be trying to beat his meat, and that nigga hand gonna be going. That nigga shit just going. He gonna be like, oh shit, damn, I forgot. On my soul. 911 call in my reels. What's your page, champ? Who's saying that? Black Doe Media? All right. Let's go Black Doe Media TV, champ. Oh shit. Let's go Black Doe Media TV. On my soul. Salute to all the subscribers, champ. What is it? Black Doe Media? It's on Instagram? I'm high, bro. Y'all niggas know I smoke. I am smack. No money _media TV. That's on Instagram or YouTube. I want to hear that 911 call, champ. That 9911 champ. On my soul. And it's his writing hand. It's nasty work. Which one is it, champ? Instagram? All right. All right. No money media TV. All right, bet. What's that underscore? I be smacked, bro. My eyes be done. That's not it. Here you go. What it sound?
Isn't breathing. Just blew up his right hand with a firework.
Yo, what's going on with the
6
sound?
p.m.
Bro?
also around.
Hold on.
L. 3831 Roger. Isn't breathing. Just blew up his right hand with a firework. 6 p.m. also around.
3899 requesting additional unit and supervisor 43rd in Vermont.
899, can I get an RA for a male, approximately 30 years of age, conscious and breathing, blew up his hand with a firework.
3899 repeat.
And his location. 31 show is en route to the additional unit request. L.
3831 Roger.
Conscious and breathing, just blew up his right hand with a firework. 3 show is en route to the additional unit request. L.
Nasty work, bro. Nasty work, man. Nasty.
3831 Roger.
Conscious and breathing, just blew up his right hand with a firework. 6 p.m. also around.
3899 requesting additional unit and supervisor 43rd in Vermont.
899, can I get an RA for a male, approximately 30 years of age, conscious and breathing, blew up his hand with a firework.
3899 repeat.
And his location. 31 show is en route to the additional unit request. L.
3831 Roger.
Conscious and breathing.
Yeah, was that the whole call? Bro, this shit was nasty work. I ain't gonna lie, bro. That shit nasty work, man. It's nasty work, bro. Baby, can you give me some more juice? Good looking. And like I said, bro, if y'all have not seen the picture, y'all can go to my Instagram page. Because what's this? I'm trying to watch everything that niggas is sending me. Hold on, man. Yo, bro. Yo, if like I said, if y'all want to go to the Instagram tough_Stino, y'all see his hand, bro. That shit is nasty work, bro. It's bones, bro. It's just bones. That shit look like that nigga turned into goddamn Ghost Rider or something, nigga. Thank you. On my soul. That nigga turned into, bro, that shit nasty work. You know, Whack 100 had to chime in. We gonna listen to what he said, champ. It's crazy though. It's crazy though. It's crazy though. Yeah, who blew their face off? We don't know yet. I could go back on his IG. You know, we got the technology popping, champ. We can look at everything that's popping. But it's nasty work.
See that picture? That ain't no saving no fingers.
Yeah,
Ain't
somebody
no saving no fingers.
somebody said it looked like he throwing up a permanent C.
Man, that shit is. No, they're gonna have to take him all the way down to the wrist.
Yeah, he about to have a nub.
Damn, bro.
They gotta take him to the wrist.
They gotta take him all the way down to the wrist. Duh, it's nothing else there. It's nothing there. Two things in my life. This is Off the Line TV. Salute. He says, 2 things from my childhood I'm done with. Roller coasters and fireworks. On my soul. Throw pools on there too and motorbikes. Yeah, bro. Yeah. I can agree with that. Roller coasters I'm done with. Definitely too. Nigga too old, bro. Fireworks too. Yeah, man. On my soul. What happened? Said Nash posted a video. Champ. Did he? Niggas going crazy tonight, champ. Let's pull it up. And I know he didn't put nothing up crazy. I know he didn't put nothing up crazy. Yeah, that nigga ain't put no new information up though. He just reacted to it. F that nigga on my soul. I don't like Cedric. I don't like Cedric. I told you Cali blogs going up this weekend and the whole week, bro. Listen, they not the only ones, champ. Salute to them niggas, but they not the only ones, champ. The curse of no jumper, Mistress Adina says, Champiana. Champiana. You want to know what? I think it's the curse of niggas thinking they too good, bro. I think it's that. He wasn't humble at all. And this is what happens, champ.
Because they told me, his homies that was there said it blew off his 2 middle fingers, the 3 middle fingers.
Yeah, that
Wait,
shit
no,
crazy.
2
That
middle
shit crazy.
fingers and a thumb, something like that. I think like the thumb and another finger. There's only 2 fingers left.
Yeah.
Nigga, it ain't no fingers left.
One left.
His
But they're gonna have to take it off. The palm is gone.
Damn.
The palm is gone. So they're gonna take that all the way down to the wrist.
Yeah, he
Somebody
gonna
commented
get
with
those
a
prosthetics.
What'd you say?
I said somebody in the comments said
How
he
much
need
is it?
4 extra fingers, bro. I said this shit is
Wow.
crazy.
Really?
This shit
Too
is these
soon,
niggas
bro.
is diabolical.
Too soon. The trolls was trolling.
Them prosthetics these days is
They got them AI hands.
yeah, so it's like
That shit nasty work, bro. I'm not about to listen to no Clubhouse shit though. Damn, bro, it's nasty, bro. Everybody going crazy right now. But y'all let me know what y'all think, man, about 4 extra getting his damn hands popped off. I wanted to. Oh, man, I can't even make no jokes right now, bro. So this shit wild, bro. Adam said it's more than just his hand. Yeah, bro. It's nasty work, man. It's nasty work. His palm, yes, his palm, champ. His palm. His palm, bro. This is nasty work, man. But like I said, hit that like button, subscribe, man. I was gonna do a whole nother live, but we'll do that shit tomorrow, champ. This shit was a lot. I ain't gonna hold you. Niggas just hit me up all day. God damn, I see these messages, man. Salute to everybody that was hitting me up, man. Please subscribe. We on the way to 10,000, man. Hit that like button, please, man. Excuse me, and let me know what you think about this thing with 4 extra. What could it have been? Was it 607 Unk? Was it him not being humble?
No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. We in here today. Me and Remo, we're waiting on Traplo Ross, and we're having to sit down with one of the top living American Chicago representatives.
You know that. And he been trendy right now, too. He got a lot going on.
Yeah, Mimo 600 in the building.
Shout out No Jumper, man. It's Big 60. Y'all know what's going on.
Let's go. It's probably the 3rd, 4th time we had you on here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
For sure.
Okay.
It's a lot. I don't even know where to start because it's been so much shit. Like
I know where to start.
What the? You said you were leaving.
We got open field in this bitch.
I got a call from the shy. Said, you know he on the West Coast. It's only one place he can be.
Yes, sir.
So I double back.
It ain't though.
I double back.
He's topping out.
I'm always
Listen, this is my first time laying eyes on this young man. And he been running around for about 2 years. Probably 3, running it up. Now I'm gonna tell you, see, what kind of respect is that for your elder?
Oh my God.
Hey, didn't you even send me? You ain't sent me So Air Force One, because you done got a little bag. You told the people.
A lot of bad.
I told him to diss Dirk.
No, see, you wording it wrong, gang.
That's what you
I've been here in
said.
the clubhouse.
I ran with that narrative.
Did I say that? Like,
All right,
no, my words exact. Before y'all say anything, I said I felt like his intentions were. I didn't say, oh, Wack want me to diss Dirk. Ooh, I said I felt like.
What I tell you, my relationship with Dirk was.
You say you was cool with Smirk, but listen, how you was coming to me like all the questions was about Dirk. Like, if you coming to me to work with me,
questions?
the question should be about me.
Okay, now hold on. You told me you had a thing with Dirk through Empire, right?
Yeah.
I called Ghazi. Ghazi say, Wack, it is some paperwork on my side. If you working with him, we'll release him. Respect for you.
Yeah.
He said, buddy, on paper with Dirk. You sure, Ghazi? I'm sure. So I call you back. I'm not going to step on Dirk toes. I got respect for Dirk. Me and Dirk could. The minute Dirk look up and see Wack promoting his artist, now Dirk looking at me crazy. So you told me, Wack, your business with me. I'm like, nephew, it don't work like that. If you got some paperwork with somebody, we got to clear them. If Dirk gonna release you, tell him send us a release. Now, he come to me through Kiddo. I don't really know him. I pull his numbers up. Oh, he got some numbers. People know who he is. Kiddo Curry brought him to me, right?
I was going to say different kiddo.
Yeah, nephew brought him to me, right?
Yeah.
Well, y'all know another Kiddo?
Yeah.
Oh, if I want Kiddo, we talking about Kiddo Curry.
Y'all got a sauce. Like, all right, keep
No, so no, this real, right? So I think he got a little irritated because I was keeping it business. I needed from Dirk. He was ready to move forward. He was ready to go to the studio, get to work. I needed from Dirk.
All right, this the
I'm
Dirk.
really him.
This
I'm
Dirk
really
message
him.
right here, right?
I don't got
Which one you want me to read?
The part about him. I'm really him, gang. I don't gotta,
And Remo would never
All
lie.
right, so look.
What you,
So
gang?
this is a DM from Dirk. It said it's not even that deep. With us, everybody wants us to war. I refuse it. I refuse to war with you. I'm chasing the bag. Blood, that Wack 100 shit don't fit none of us. I'm gonna tell you because nobody ain't tell you.
Okay, so he
Which
wasn't.
is him telling me not to. With
Basically,
you.
Dirk.
Okay, but
Me
hold on.
being a man, I'm not a yes.
But
man,
hold
gang.
on.
I'm gonna do what I want to do.
But this is my thing is, I didn't come find you. Y'all came found me.
Yeah, for sure. It wasn't like folks came to me like, man, I think you'll be good working with Wack. Ooh, he get a lot done. In my head, I'm already knowing you got shit going on. I took it to myself to go,
Blueface scheduled to go to tour. I hear Blueface.
That's
I
when
say
you asked
Blue.
me to go on tour.
I say Blue say shit, Wack. I ain't tripping if it'll help if he can come on tour with me. It was love, right?
Yeah.
So my thing is, right? I wasn't gonna step on Dirk toes having him looking at me crazy because he didn't told me he signed the Dirk. So my thing is if Dirk ain't tripping, get the release.
And what I do, got the release.
You never sent me the release.
I had to get it first, gang. It take a couple, I had to get in contact with the lawyer. I got the release on my phone right now. I can show you that too.
Okay, so
Let me ask you this. After Dirk sent you that, did you change your mind on even fucking with Wack?
No, I thought because that's my homie in the streets, like real homie. I grew up with him since I was shorty, but I'm my own man, gang. I still was with him. But in my head, I'm like, see, at the time, man, Dirk had some shit going on. So everybody looking at it, I feel like some people gonna pick this side, some people gonna pick that side, some people gonna say, I both of y'all, we gonna see how.
Yeah.
But the questions was, you smirking, all that 6ix9ine shit was going on too. I ain't even bring that up. He did Savon and all that.
What 6ix9ine shit?
Well, he was saying,
6ix9ine been doing that.
I understand
that. That ain't what that got to do with me.
No, but you were being best buddies with 6ix9ine when 6ix9ine was doing the most disrespectful shit to the BDs and O-Block in general at that time.
First of all, hold on.
But
I don't manage 6ix9ine.
That's not.
I don't manage.
But you were co-signing them the same way where Big U and all these Crips got mad at you for co-signing them as well.
Nigga,
Obviously, that was very problematic.
You think I give a Crip getting mad at me about? Is you out your dumbass mind?
You tell us moves that you make to avoid having problems with different people that you are affiliated with all the time. So don't act like that's the one thing that you wouldn't change based on what your affiliates would think of it.
Did I change it?
That's how you.
No, but I'm saying, well, I mean, you ended up not working together because he's a psycho.
Who didn't not work together?
You and 6ix9ine. You're not his manager anymore, right?
I've never been his manager.
You were banging 6ix9ine's manager at the time.
Heard me say I was 6ix9ine
You
manager.
used to say you were his manager.
I ain't heard it. It looked like you was at one point, though.
No. What it looked like,
I
thought he was.
the artists I managed, what do I say? I'm their manager.
Yeah.
I do business with everybody.
The bigger thing is that you don't know how to push an artist unless they have animosity towards a bigger artist. And that's his issue.
You get that?
He took issue with.
Where you get that from?
You only
Ain't no
thrive on
artist I
drama.
ever pushed. There's no. Who did Blueface have animosity against? You a stupid ass lie.
But he helped him build from the ground.
Nigga, not no animosity.
Not saying that.
But still, I've never did the only music business I did for 6ix9ine is got him a Kodak Black feature, which Kodak Black dissed him on his own shit. And what Wack do? Deliver Black $1 million check. Dead homies. Now you tell me, or any of my artists, Wack was pushing diss a nigga. Who? 6ix9ine ain't my artist. All the dissing he was doing had already been done.
Okay, check him out. Clock that.
Huh?
Clock it.
No, this real shit.
I feel it.
I did a podcast with academics, which I did for who? Academics, right?
And Clout. And Clout.
No, I ain't
you
give a
wanted to
fuck
be on
about no
camera
clout.
with 6ix9ine.
No, I didn't. Academics said, Wack, can't nobody box this dude in. He running through all these interviewers. You a street nigga. Maybe you can box him in. And I'm the only boxed him in.
But you didn't.
You can't box
You
him in.
glazed him. You took him on under your wing.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
That
You
didn't
tried.
that didn't happen until 6 months later.
You wanted.
If a motherfucker called me right and say, Wack, we got 3 shows, $500,000 a show for who? 6ix9ine. Hey, Act, what's dude said on the same number? 6ix9ine, they got 3 shows, $500,000 show. You want them? Yeah, Wack, what you want? 20%. He said, okay, run it. All my business is through an email or text. Nigga, you ain't never heard me say what you... I tell niggas, if you do your job, then I can't do business with him. The problem is, there's these weak-ass streets want other niggas to do their job. I don't give a who that man told on. Everybody he told on, I ain't never seen a day, spent a day, don't give a about them, they mama, they daddy, or nothing they stand for. Now, if it was one of my people, then I'm going to deal with it differently. My homies will tell you, 6ix9ine ain't never met none one of my homies, been in my neighborhood. I don't do that woody shit they just did. Ain't none one of my homies ever been in this man's presence. When I did that podcast, we was 15 deep. It was Rolling Loud weekend. We deep as, you know I went over there with? My baby mama and my 2 daughters. That's it. So I don't know what y'all talking about, but I do business with everybody.
Why are you talking about 6ix9ine? We're talking about you trying to hype him up to go against Dirk.
He know I never said that.
No, I ain't say that.
You tried to put the battery in his back. You grabbed that 9-volt and you tried to shove it in.
I'm gonna tell you why that would be the dumbest move for me, right? Yeah. First of all, if he telling me him and Dirk is good, right? I need that relationship to stay solid. We talking about Chicago. We talking about Chicago. Yeah. Either I put him in a position where his ass get smoked, or I put him in a position where we get him hot. Fucking with anybody from a city, it don't even gotta be him. It could be naysayers, followers who think that's what a nigga might want him to do. That's why nephew in there now, right? That nigga ain't stupid. Ain't no way Smirk will be out here in the city calling that type of dog on that. But if niggas is moving on their own accord, you always gonna get the backlash. He know my thing is shit, he good with Dirt. Okay, I got the whole Atlanta. You was moving around Atlanta at the time.
So you asked me that too. You even called him.
I called Chief Keef. Yeah. Chief Keef say I'm good with him. Okay. I'm setting up to play. What the you talking? I called him. I said, yo, bro, he like, nah, Wack, we good. If you with him, I'll do something with him. I hit my artist, Yo Blue. I know you don't know him because we put him on the tour. He like, whatever you need, let's rock and roll. Why the would I turn around and do all that and say, go at one of the biggest niggas in rap from his city?
No, that's
create a.
What the thing came in. It was the hearsay shit. All I said was I felt like, and everybody came to you as, oh, he's saying you try to know. It
but I don't know how you feel.
Yeah, what made you feel that energy though?
I said it 1,000 times. Yeah. It was just all a questioning about Smirk. Like if we working, it's gonna be a question about. But at the time, I didn't understand the music and like how y'all work. You know, now I understand.
You
like,
get why I'm like.
Now I understand.
I'm like,
back then,
because nephew
like,
called it about studio.
You trying to get us?
He called it about studio time. This is business.
Oh, bro.
So the minute I start doing these things, I'm stepping in the position of label or management. But yet I can't step into those shoes if he already got a label.
Oh, by the way, I'm an independent artist. I ain't under no papers on all my masters, all that under new management, savvy, you know, all that. My shit.
Yeah.
Together.
So and these days I tell people like I tell you this. The worst part about dealing with the streets is they don't understand business. The fact now he understand why I was asking questions.
Minute, so I understand.
The fact that he didn't understand, bro. The minute I get to, I'm already making calls. You was on the calls.
for sure.
Chief Keef, I'm calling Blueface. I didn't call down south. I'm calling producers. I'm lining it up. But the minute if I'd have pressed play and we got to running around the way I was doing, boom, and Dirk took that some kind of way, it's gonna cause a problem with me. And it's gonna cause a problem with him. Cause now I'm like, nigga, I just spent 100. He like, whack, that's on you. You knew the nigga was signed to me. Why you didn't check in?
How you feel though that when I just read the DM though, Dirk told the nigga not to fuck with you?
That's cool. That's Dirk's. Me and Dirk ain't never did no business. We just always had a mutual respect. What I respected about Dirk is I watched him come up and then pay Dirk. And then I watched when he moved to New York, the nigga was moving around by himself. I used to see him at the clubs and I watched him reinvent himself and come back up. Listen, I came into the game with the odds against me, right? It's a lot of people, they told Blueface, they tell a lot of people not to fuck with me. But those that with me and see what it is, they quickly understand either it's some hate over there
for respect,
or it's some bullshit over there,
like
right?
Myself, how you move and how niggas think about him, they feel the same way about
See,
me.
let me
That's
tell you
why
what
I
he
watch
knew.
him. That's why I fuck.
He knew all the calls I had made for him. He knew that. He knew I didn't call Ghazi, I didn't call Chief, I didn't call all these niggas lining it up. I just want to make sure before I step in and I didn't A, stepping on his toes, B, get him into some shit because they could have looked at him like you on some snake shit because you know you up on some paperwork.
Mimo, I don't care with nobody. I'm my own man, gang. They could give me advice and all that, but they know they can't tell me what.
Yeah, but you can be your own man when you come into contracts. That man is tied to that contract.
Listen, my contract is different from any other nigga contract. That's my real brother, gang. Like if I say I don't want to be with this shit, all that label shit, all that business shit, gang. All right, bro.
Okay, white boy. Are your ancestors going to acknowledge what he say verbally, or they going to want to see a document before they spend some money?
My ancestors aren't involved here. I'm actually not even.
No, bullshit. Let's keep it real.
No, I feel what you saying. But I'm telling you right now, if you come to me and say, I want to work with you, we got to see what Dirk say. I'm going to tell Smirk, I want to go work with Wack. He going, is you sure that's what you want to do, brother? We know we got
Now, guess what? I turned this nigga
that out. Just make sure that's what you
I turned him into a Kendrick Lamar, right? And ain't no release. Guess what happens? Wack, get out the way. He ain't even got to say nothing to me. He going to use that man in that office over there in that suit and tie to serve that paperwork. And guess what I'm going to have to do? Get out the way. But guess what? When I go to my label to get the budget, guess what they gonna ask me for? Where's the release?
I ain't gonna lie.
So when I walk in my
looking at it as some label and some executive shit, one thing about that man, gang, he is a real genuine nigga, gang. If I come to him and say I want out, gang, well, he don't want to do no, he not gonna go through all that business shit. He gonna tell his people, his lawyer, I forgot the nigga name, Josh, he gonna tell him, look, Mimo, I want Mimo out.
Josh Barber.
Yeah, he gonna tell Mimo he
always remember this.
He did. When I said I wanted out, we came to a mutual agreement and we got out there.
Always remember this.
Shit, I would have deal with
in
you.
Corporate America, documentation beats conversation.
That's what we did. What we do? I showed y'all the documents. That's what I still got the documents.
No, you didn't show them to me.
That's because I had to get them. I came to you first. I just want before I get out, I want to make sure.
All I'm asking for
together
is the release. I called Ghazi. Ghazi said, Wack, we're releasing. If you doing, we're releasing. I called everybody I felt I was going to need to give him what he needed. Tours lined up, producers had you lined up, all that. I was finna send him.
It was until that shit
before I start cutting that check, I need to know what I'm investing in.
Yeah.
Because if a nigga right now go give my artist some money and do a bunch of shit and blow up and get a hit, I'm going to have my attorney send the paperwork in and I'm going to claim everything and shut it all down. Either I'm going to let it rock or I'm going to shut it down. It's that simple.
Bro.
I don't even got to beef with you. Nigga, I ain't got to run into you in the street. I ain't got to do nothing. All I got to do is send a document.
So are you guys good now? What was the recent flare-up? What was the flare-up?
Chasing?
Yeah, what was the flare-up?
Oh, and one thing, see, you still taking it as I said that shit. I didn't, gang.
If you go to the damn internet, that's all
so
you see.
Show me what I said physically Wack tried to make me beef with Dirk. I didn't say that.
Find it. You said it.
I didn't.
Okay,
gang.
so-
I said I felt like.
I feel like I remember that being a
intentions
Say
were-
Cheese title or something at one point, but I don't know.
That's clickbait. That's some clickbait
Okay.
shit. But in my head, I'm like, this what it felt like. I'm not saying this what it is. I'm not saying even if I did feel like that, I'm not gonna go to the internet and say that, bro. I've been media trained before.
Listen.
Nobody ever media trained me. How many times I've been on this bitch and I know how to move and y'all to watch niggas be on it, bro.
So you what, a GD or BD?
I ain't GD or BD on
You not neither one. I don't be knowing. I don't know how that shit work out
I'm
there.
from 600.
Also, y'all totally different.
Yeah.
Cause I was gonna ask him how they feel about 1090.
He ain't a GD.
I don't know.
Yo, he don't care.
Oh, 1090 Jake.
How you
He
feel
said he
about
got some paperwork.
the Larry Hoover situation?
Oh yeah, I don't know, gang. Larry, I feel like he probably do. Back then, that niggas was doing shit to get out, get around. I feel
That's
like
a fact.
he snitched, gang.
That's a fact.
I feel like he
definitely got some shit.
I mean, unless somebody got a good argument for why the newspaper's lying,
No,
it seems
hell
like
Larry.
What are we doing?
Snitch. I don't give a if it was King David. He probably, niggas gonna do what they do to get out of there to their family, gang. I got 1 million niggas behind me, gang. Well, I don't give a about them million niggas. I want to make it home to my family, gang. Look at all these niggas out here snitching. Right?
Also got to keep in mind that, like, if you get locked up right now or if you get an interrogation, you're already thinking.
Bro, I got 1 million interrogation
witnesses. You're right, but we all know now that if you're in an interrogation or if the cops have you on body camera or whatever, that there's a very good chance that shit is coming out. Obviously, in 1968, nobody was thinking about that shit.
Yeah.
Even getting a copy of the newspaper was probably a big deal back then.
That shit was gonna get out. Even if they did, they thinking at the moment right now. Like, man, I gotta
I'm
get
gonna
home.
let him do his thing, but I'm gonna be real.
Snitch stand for shit, nigga. I'm trying to come home. Think
That's
about
crazy.
it.
I will tell you this.
Shit, nigga, I'm trying to come home.
1090. He got me in the trick bag because he told me to provide something. I got to sit down with him face to face and read it, right?
Yeah.
Because I didn't think he had. I was defending him, but he got a atomic bomb bigger than that.
That
So
motherfucker be doing
he gonna
this.
shake the whole Chicago, my nigga.
Oh, this was somebody from Iraq or just Larry?
Just Larry.
No.
Niggas from Iraq.
Another
Oh,
one.
he got more Chicago drop.
That's a fact. I told a nigga,
Man,
where
I
you
ain't
get
gonna
that
lie.
from?
It's killers everywhere, it's snitches everywhere, it's
That's a
bitches
fact.
everywhere, and it's fags everywhere. We not the only turned city, gang. They only praise us because the rap shit, gang.
Yeah.
Nigga, look at Cali, gang. There's so many niggas in
Academics
Cali that
put the
kill.
light over
New
there.
York,
Yeah, he did.
Act put the light over there.
Like,
He,
gang, we not the only city they only praise us because the Chief Keys, the Dirt, we loud with our shit. and
There's
rap, gang.
infinite
it's
people
killers.
getting
Look at
killed
Vaughn down in
in
Atlanta, gang.
Philly and
You
New
could die
York and
anywhere,
all these
gang.
other
It's killers
places, but the people don't really become famous. But
Yeah,
meanwhile,
that's all.
Chicago's the only place where, like, obviously, yeah, you're gonna get views if you interview the top rappers, but there's these dudes who are like under the big rappers or are just associated with them that can go. Like, look at the Bezu interview that we did. That was like one of the biggest interviews we ever did. And it's like you could be a huge music fan and not know who Bezu is, but he's an important part of that.
Chicago produces,
I ain't gonna lie,
when it
Super
comes to
rich.
the up and coming underground where don't nobody know, they got to, when it come to this podcast shit, anybody sit down from Chicago does numbers for some damn reason. I could bring you an underground dude there from Cali, nobody know. You know that.
It's a lot of lore.
It's a lot of lore. Especially if they got me and Wack on this bitch. They've been waiting on this.
Speaking of lore, why don't you see your ass out of here so we could get a real street professor in this bitch?
I got you. I bet.
If you want to talk to Wack, just dial 911. They'll connect you.
Look at him. Wack beat his ass after this.
Look at this clean soda. Look at him.
Man, you got to teach me. Some blue in that.
Zero.
Oh,
That's enough for him.
Damn.
He keeps saying that. He know what. He know what touch.
I want to fight the nigga so bad.
He know.
Oh, me?
No, the black dude.
What black dude?
Mandingo. Mandingo, bro. Don't worry about it. I'm finna get him touched for you.
Bro, you want to feel anger?
No.
Wait till you find out that Diddy was hitting your bitch.
I believe it. My bitch.
And then wait till you find out the Punisher was hitting her.
The Punisher's crazy.
Look, we got Mimo, we got Trap Boy Ross.
It's
the
legendary, man.
biggest.
This the first meetup, right?
The biggest.
So much, gang. I never put a face to it, and this is my first time, like, actually seeing you, and I fuck with your work, gang. You know?
Appreciate it, man. I'm a big fan of yours too, bro. Like, I spent.
No, I still ain't watch it. That shit 6 hours.
I was gonna say, did you watch the 6 hours documentary?
I was just when I did the DJU interview, he was playing it while we was preparing for the interview, but we was watching. I was seeing certain shit. I'm like, oh yeah.
He was doing his
It
homework,
just
man.
be certain words throw me off and scare me. Like when you be they're beefing with this blog and that shit scare me. I feel like, some police shit, but that's your job, gang. I can't, but coming from where I come from, that shit bring up a red flag. Like, you know, I f with you. That's how you get your money. You can't tell me, oh, you rap about this, so it's a red. You know, do you, gang? You getting your views, your money. That's how you do it. You gonna do it. I ain't gonna
Appreciate that,
down you
man.
none of that.
I'm a big fan. Like I've delved deep into the history of 600 and, you know, the area and all of the rappers that have come out in there. So many legendary people, obviously yourself, but then so many other legendary people that have come out of there. Like something I'm really eager to ask you is just kind of like, you know, your experiences interacting with some of the other guys from over there and kind of how that whole come up
I literally
happened.
was just on the phone with C-Day like
No way.
3 hours ago.
Damn, how's he doing?
He good. High spirits, you know.
How do you feel about Rondo these days?
He cool. He keeping his head on straight. No, he just lost his brother. He was actually with my little brother when he died. He was with Steve. Rondo and Steve was together when Steve got killed. So I took him in like my mama had him. You know, that's my little brother. So
Yeah, rest in peace, Little Steve, man. I got some questions because I know that he's somebody that was very influential to the whole area, even though he passed away very young, right? Is it 14 he passed away?
5 days after his birthday, he just turned 15.
Damn. So how does it come about that somebody so young can have so much impact on a group of people, you know?
Being around him, you could see yourself. So I don't know how to express it to y'all, but just like him being him, basically.
So
that's my younger brother, but I learned a lot from that little nigga, like, you know.
So I'm not trying to be